does have great spaces. By the way, a little birdie told me all this drama is because they ultimately don't want a certain somebody coming back to the app, and they want the audience just to be in their rooms. Can you believe that serendipity? It's manufactured.
Yeah, I can believe that. Well, they said as much when they were complaining about the nostalgia of the good old days and how popular they were, being known as the tallest of the seven dwarfs, clubhouse famous. Like, yes, believe that. I believe that from more than one of the characters involved, but
yeah, but he's coming back. So there's that.
Madam, yeah.
Are we talking about Cardano?
Oh no.
Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice.
You guys are too funny. You know what the best part for me is? I don't know what you're talking about. That's the best part of coming back to Clubhouse.
Is Roger coming back on here?
Yes. I honestly thought Son of Goku was Goo. Why did I think that?
I thought it at first too when he raised his hand. I was gonna say,
Right.
"Ooh, you behave yourself if you come up on stage."
Exactly right. Was it good? All right, I think we need another poll. What's your favorite drink of choice for happy hour? Beer, wine,
Vodka.
shots, or what's the third one? Make a cocktail.
Vodka.
Well, there's daiquiris too.
Liquor.
Vodka. That's what I'm on right now. Vodka.
Thanks for
What?
sharing, son. Thanks for sharing, son. We all notice you, okay? Everybody give son a little pat on the head. Let him know that you know he.
Fondle and lightning and babysit.
Is that German?
No, that was Labyrinth. Sorry.
I knew that was Labyrinth.
Labyrinth, the children's movie from the 80s. Sorry.
It's very noisy here, but I just wanted to let you know it's one of my favorite movies in the whole world.
Of course, and then The Princess Bride and The Last Unicorn, and sometimes Never Ending Story, but mainly Labyrinth, Princess Bride.
And they're
You guys are dating us. Stop it.
And Crystal's was nightmarish. Yes.
Princess Bride with, what's her name?
Inconceivable.
No.
There's
Princess Bride from the 2000?
there's so many quotes from The Princess Bride that I don't even think people realize that. Inconceivable.
You don't
Why do I use that word?
With
I
Anne
don't think I could. Not Anne Hathaway. Come on, Robin Givens. Stop. It's not Robin Givens either. It's Robin someone. Yes.
Princess Bride.
There is only one Princess Bride.
There's only one I know of, and it's the one.
Andre the Giant.
Billy
Like-
Crystal, remember he was in it?
Right. And also Carol Kane. Carol.
Yeah.
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 Mandy
Mad Max. Mandy Patinkin. Gary Yule. So we had the best cast for that movie.
They really were very amazing. Carrie, how do you say his last name? Elvis?
You, Eloise?
I thought it was Yule's, but okay.
Yules? That's not okay.
I don't know, that's a good question. I don't know how to pronounce it. I don't think anyone around here cares about how to pronounce shit anyway. The other day, what was the word? Euro. Oh my god, if I had to leave the room, I couldn't handle it anymore. I was like exploding on the inside. inside.
You
Well,
think
people
you
were
get
saying
over it.
how they pronounced it,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
we clarified how it's really pronounced for the room, and nobody cared. They
Is it?
continued pronouncing it atrociously for the whole rest of the next hour, and it really freaked me out. I couldn't handle it. I just left the room.
I'm a word stop too.
Yeah, I was trying to remember Saturday, but we had that conversation today about how I'm borderline autistic when it comes to reading emotions, but I pick up on the actual words themselves very clearly.
Yeah.
And listening comprehension, I'm pretty high on that as well. And so for me, like when people pronounce things incorrectly, if they don't know any better, that's one thing. But if they know better and they continue to do it, it really freaks me out. I can't handle it. I just leave. I don't fight the issue. We had people calling it gyros, which is probably the least offensive of all of them. Gyros, which is probably the most offensive. What else were they were calling them? I don't know. We corrected that it's ye-rose. Ye-rose, basically, is what it is. And nobody cared. I mean, we corrected it and everybody kept saying it wrong anyway.
Yeah.
Go figure.
Well,
Have you seen the Key and Peele sketch with the substitute teacher pulling off the name?
Yes, that's what it reminds me of.
Hey, Ron, or you say, hey, Ron.
Hey, Ron. I do love that sketch.
I think without a doubt the best skit this past season is on Saturday Night Live. They did it a couple of times where you've got the people in two different cars and they're doing hand signals while they're talking. Have any of you seen that or no?
We have not seen that.
I have not.
I haven't either.
It is amazing. It is so funny. Yeah. Of course,
Who's in it?
the 50th.
Who's in it?
What?
Who's in it to YouTube? How would I find it on YouTube?
They're just the regular Saturday night players. They don't put a, and I don't even know what it would be called, but they're in two cars right next to each other, like they're stopped at a light for 5 minutes, and they're getting angry and yelling at each other, but of course their windows are up, so they're doing hand signals, and it's hilarious. I'll see if I could get you the name of it. I'll see if I can.
Yeah, I'd like to know. Man, this is tangent to that. I was driving in Atlanta on Roswell Road for serendipitous purposes of placing it in your brain many years ago, and I had my window down, and some guy was driving like an idiot, and I flipped him off, and he whipped his car up next to mine on the left, so he's driving, basically he's aligned with me on the left, and he rolled down his passenger window that was between me and him, basically, and he took this hot coffee, a large grande coffee, and he freaking hugged it across the inside of his car, like straight at me, so it went through his car, through his passenger window, between our cars, and then it hits my window, and the bottom of it hit the edge of my window, and the cup went spinning like a sprinkler in my car, blowing hot coffee through my entire car. I had coffee in the back window. I had coffee in the area, in the slots where the seatbelt goes in. I had coffee all over, of course, myself. Every corner of that car was filled with hot coffee. And I mean, he was a perfect shot. He could not have done it better. And I was like, motherfucker, right? And so I'm trying to see. I got his license plate. I called the cops immediately, and they said it was a stolen car, and there's nothing they could do about it. And the worst part of the whole thing was going home and then having to clean my fucking car for like 3 hours. I was so pissed off. It was the worst, dude.
It's hard getting rid of that smell too. You know it seeped in through
It was
the door.
milk. Yeah, it was milk. It was milk coffee. And it was a full cup. And when he hugged that thing, he held it upright and pushed. It's almost like he pushed it through his car at me, upright, and it went, through his car, out his window, between our cars, and the bottom of it hit like the back of my side window that I rolled down. Like basically just tapped the back and then spun through my car as it freaking came in. And like he could not have done it better. It was so pissed off.
Well, Mike, you you might be able to appreciate this road rage story vicariously then. It's kind of a revenge story that amazingly it involved me doing absolutely nothing and letting karma take its course. Essentially, we were just coming up on a lane, too busy traffic lane, and there's a point where cutters are trying to get on the freeway lane and try to do it the last minute because there's a long line of cars waiting. So here is like a big black SUV, like Uber driver. He had the permit on his bumper and everything. Is blocking one of the lanes because no one's letting him in. So guy in front of me honks at him. I honk at him. Not like anything egregious, just a simple honk, like you're being a douche. And the guy just goes red, like he's rage. And so a couple of cars move, kind of get between us, and then I pull up next to him while and I don't give him the bird. I don't even say a word. I don't even roll down my window. Nothing in aggression. I literally just looked over at him and smiled. And he is like, I couldn't hear what he was saying. He looked like he was probably speaking in tongues. He was so mad. So what does he do? He doesn't pay attention that the traffic in front of him has come to a complete stop because my lane is moving. So he tries to move with me in the next lane, right next to me. But unbeknownst to him, he's not paying attention, and the traffic has come to a complete stop. So not only does he hit the car in front of him, he hit it so hard, the car he hit the car in front of him. So he just caused a 2-car accident because he's yelling at some stranger who didn't even provoke him. Like, he was in the wrong lane. Right? I was on cloud nine the rest of the month.
Okay, you guys, I've got the info that you wanted. One is called Taking Road Rage to a Whole Other Level, SNL. The other one is Traffic Altercation, SNL. And then the third one is Parking Lot Altercation, SNL. Normally I would play like a 60-second clip, but I'm not gonna do it because the hand signals and the way they play it out are just so fun.
Hey, I'm gonna watch it.
So, a quick poll: how many people here take pleasure then in seeing the Just Stop Oil protesters get run over?
Who protesters?
The people who block the freeway, Just Stop Oil. If they get on the freeway,
You get Gotcha.
And they get run over? I've never seen anything. Is there a video or something?
There are a few times, where ICE agents running people over, where it's literally the person is trying to push through and the protester is in front, and eventually the person in the car has had enough and they keep going fast, a little bit faster and faster, and then the person falls to the side. A couple of people have been completely run over. So
That's kind of fucked up, actually, hitting people. No,
I would take no gratifications ever seeing that, ever. No.
I will say
It would never last in Boston. That's all I can say.
maybe
You would not. No.
Yeah, here's the deal. Like, I am routinely the guy that drives up to the last minute before I merge. Now, here's the deal. If you're gonna do it, you can't be a pussy about it. You have to fucking own it, which means 2 things. One, you find a space and get it in real time. You don't stop and expect them to let you in because they're not gonna do it, right? That's number one. You find a space as you're proceeding to that last endpoint. If you fail to do that, and it's very rare when I fail to do it on my own, that means you gotta be quick, you gotta look for it, you gotta hop in. I don't care what people think, right? If you're not able to do that, then you gotta eat it and fucking just go straight if you want to turn, or you gotta do whatever you gotta do. But you don't get to stop traffic for that shit. So if you're gonna play that game, you gotta own it and you gotta be good at it. Otherwise, stay the fuck out. Because I'll tell you what, you know, you can't be holding up traffic and expecting them to let you in. Fuck that.
But Mike, what you just described is the actual correct way to do it.
Yeah, because it's zippering, which actually reduces traffic flow. That's only if you're not an idiot and you stop and hold up your lane.
You're supposed to use both lanes to the merge point. And everybody's argument is like, well, we all know it's going in one lane, so why don't we all get in that lane sooner? Well, if that's the case, they would have closed the lane that much sooner.
Exactly.
They're supposed to get in line 5 miles ago. They would have closed it 5 miles ago.
And that's because Americans are obsessed with queuing, is what it's called, right? So there's actually I think it was Malcolm Gladwell. I think it was on Revisionist History. I'm not sure. One of those podcasts. And he did an episode on queuing and how Brits are like really friendly about queuing, or how Americans queue, and we expect it. We expect to stand in line. We expect other people to honor the line. In England, they don't necessarily do that. They don't swear by lines quite as much. So they just kind of mob and get in quick or whatever. And so he did a test, and he found that technically, say that you had one drinking fountain and a big line of people, the fastest way for the most people to get a drink, just the most people, just a pure numbers game, is that every new person who arrives gets the first dibs at the drinking fountain, and the line waits whenever somebody new arrives. So instead of going to the end, you go to the very front and you get the drink. In the end of it, if you do that for an hour, where random people are walking up and they're getting first dibs when they do, ultimately more people get a drink than if everybody stands in line one at a time. And so it's
part of what you're describing there, it's actually like there's 2 different layouts to grocery store lines.
Yes.
Right? Or like a shopping store line. The places that do it well are places like Marshall's and Kohl's, where they have like 10 registers that all serve one singular line. Because if there's a holdup at one register, the line keeps moving. And this is the way like truncated phone systems operate as well. The ones at the grocery store that is one cashier, one line, is literally to keep you standing in line so you look at all the dumb tchotchkes that you don't need. Oh, I need a lighter. Oh, I need AA batteries. Oh, I need a fucking People magazine. And maybe you make extra purchases. It's literally designed to keep you there longer.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I mean, and to what I was saying about that other way of doing it, just imagine how shitty that would make everyone feel. Everyone would be pissed off. Nobody would let that happen, right? Or like the dude walks up randomly after you've been in line for 10 minutes and walks up to the front, takes a drink. Everybody get mad.
That's exactly why this different merge doesn't work, because people's animal brain convinces them that someone is getting away with something that they shouldn't be, and they're getting more than they deserve, and they're getting more than you are because you were the conservative, reasonable person who got over early. And people take that super offensively and will fight and argue and scream out their window and throw copies and run into the back of other cars, all because they're getting where they're going 15 feet slower. It's insane.
Right, and as soon as I read this, it brings saves, reduces traffic by 30%. I feel like even if someone's mad at me, I'm doing them a fucking favor so they can just eat it. That's what I feel about it.
It's the same thing with lane filtering on motorcycles too. People lose their mind because they think it's unsafe and unfair, but it's actually categorically safer and more efficient for everybody when it's done correctly.
Oh, Stoker, I was going to ask you a question. You left the room before we were talking about motorcycles. My one question was this. You know how there's big chunks of rubber tire on the highway, sometimes?
Yeah.
If you hit one of those on a motorcycle, will it fuck you up, or do you just bounce over and keep going?
So it's super circumstantial. One of the things, truck drivers will refer to those as alligators, because tractor trailer tires have these big heavy steel bands in them. And what happens when you run over a U-shaped object that wants to be round? It tries to go round again. It will actually leap up and kind of bite around your tire. That's why they call them alligators. So in that circumstance, you're pretty fucked. And if you want to try to go around something, you can. But the safest way to hit anything on a motorcycle is straight, upright, and square. If you're in a turn and you're leaning and you hit something, you're in way worse shape. So what they actually teach you is don't try to avoid the object if it's unavoidable, because that's more likely to hurt you than not. And try to hit it upright, straight, and perpendicular to your tires. Depending on the motorcycle, my motorcycle especially, the tires are larger than your average passenger vehicle, which means I can actually probably stomach a bigger pothole or a larger object than your average car can. But if you're riding something like a, Honda 125cc little putt-putt, then you're less capable of taking those sorts of things. So this is also why speed is the enemy and slowing down is always your friend, because you have a better opportunity to calculate and choose other options.
Thanks.
That's the reason why they tell you, like, if a deer runs in the road, like, hit the deer. Because you're more likely to swerve, miss the deer, hit a tree, and kill yourself.
When I was like 16, my uncle took me to some drag races. There's 2 lanes, cars drag racing, both one in each lane. And they were funny cars, and they take off, and they haul ass down the thing, and right when they popped their chutes, a deer hopped over the fence and stood in the lane right in front of the funny car. And the funny car smacked the fucker just like going 200 miles an hour or more. Just popped the chute. And the deer just exploded, just absolutely exploded. And in a green cloud, basically. And the front end of it, from like the front legs back, was gone, but it had its legs attached to its neck and its head still. And it kind of kicked its legs on its side for like 5 minutes, and they came and they grabbed it. It had a rack, so they grabbed it by the horns and they drug it off the thing, and then they had to bring in a fire truck and hose the thing down, and then they had to wait for it to dry before they could go forward. But I just remember it was like in slow motion, like this funny car just, and you just see this deer hop over and just barely turned its head to look at him and fucking hit that deer for like 200 miles an hour. It was crazy.
Did the splatter pattern resemble anything of a coffee cup being thrown through 2 car windows?
Some people that look like a butterfly. And other people thought it looked like a demon. It all depends on, like, you know, what you see in it, I guess.
I would be looking at that coffee cup to figure out what Starbucks it was ordered from, and see if I could figure out the name on the coffee cup, and then I would hang out around that time at the Starbucks. Like, I'd go to jail. I'd probably go.
Same.
Oh, so fucking
I mean, if
I was
it's like
even
a
madder when the cop, I was even madder. It was a lady cop when she arrived, and she said, we already looked it up, and it's a stolen car. There's really nothing we can do about it. We won't be able to find him. That pissed me
Yeah,
off.
but it wasn't a
more.
stolen cop.
I know, that's true. I didn't even think of it. I don't know, maybe he did. I was so pissed off. I didn't even think about looking at the cop.
If that cup said Steve on it, I would spend the next 5 days standing out in front of that Starbucks, waiting and being like, is your name fucking Steve?
Yes.
I've had a few fucked up things. In Seattle, I had a guy punch the window. I was right out of the Marine Corps, right out of boot camp, thinking I could just take on the world. I'm like, I got all this combat training, I can kill anybody, I'm good to go. And I was on the highway, and some dude was fucking with me on the highway, and I probably flipped him off. I don't remember what I did, and pissed him off. And I took the exit. He took the exit. I was gonna take it in front of me, and then I took the exit. And then he slowed down on the exit and pulled off to the side, like to make me pass him. And I was hesitant, but I passed him, and he whipped it right behind me. And then we stopped at the exit. And then as it took off, he started hitting the back of my car. Like bam, bam, bam. He hit a bunch of guys in his car. It was like 3 or 4 guys. Started hitting my car as I was taking off, and I was like, oh, this is fucking serious. And so I tried to just kind of ignore him at that point. And I think I changed lanes to a lane on next to it or whatever. And at this point, we hit another red light, and I was parked in my lane, and then I had a car in front of me, a car behind me, and then on the lane on my left, he was 1 car back, so he was kind of my back, like kitty corner to me. And I didn't even look at him. I was sitting there, I'm like, fuck, I'm not gonna look back. You know, it's pretty aggressive when you're literally bumping your car into somebody. And all I saw was this movement out of the corner of my eye, and I kind of looked up to the left, and this fist punched through my window, my driver window, and I had tinted windows, so it kind of like blew a hole in my window, and all the plastic still stuck all the broken glass together, but there was a hole in it. And he's looking through the hole at me, and he's like, I'll fucking kill you, motherfucker. Do you understand that? And he motions back to his car, and the passenger had a gun, and he was like tapping it on his window and laughing. And I was like, oh, fuck. I think I'm sorry or something. I was like, fuck. I mean, I went from being like thinking I'm badass to like, oh my God, scared as fuck. And then all the cars, light turned green, all the cars left. The car in front of me left, the car behind me went around and left. Nobody fucking stopped to see how I was doing. I was just still sitting there. Everybody leaves. He pulls like one of those movie things where you go in reverse and like 180 or whatever and drive the lane direction or whatever. And I was just sitting all by myself, and I was like, fuck, okay, well that happened. And my brother to this day says like, man, as soon as he bumped my car, pistol out of the fucking out of the glove box. I would have had it in my lap in case anything happened. And then when he punched the window, I would have shot him through the fucking hole. And I was like, yeah, but then you would have been fucking killed because the guy in the car, kitty corner you, would have shot up your fucking car. And I'm like, so I'll never forget. I always think of that case as an example that if I had a gun, it would have escalated it. I wouldn't even know to look back at the other guy. And there'd be 2 dead people potentially. But because there was no gun and because I just freaking ate it, even though my life was threatened, nobody died. So everybody says guns, prevent violence. They can also escalate violence. Like, it's a perfect example,
Also a great example that not enough people have that experience in a way where like things could have gone really sideways, but it didn't go sideways, and that informs your decision making for the rest of forever. That knocks your auto with you and made you more analytical. There's so many people around who have that smell about their pistol through the window, and that's all they still do that shit on a daily basis.
Yeah, I really don't want to put people off anymore. I really don't. I decided years ago, it's just not worth it. I just can't predict what people.
There's a video in national news a couple of years ago of a couple of white shoveling snow in front of their house, and they're doing shit to the neighbor's kitchen, throwing snow in my parking spot or whatever. They're just arguing, and they're arguing. How's the house with a gun? And the husband says, like, oh, what do you do with that? And she shoots and kills him right in the street. She shoots and kills the wife. And this is like on the home security cameras. And then the guy goes on his house and runs right up. And she realizes, like, you don't know how bad a day or how crazy somebody might be. Like, it's some kind of grocery day, or, I always try to like, I'm not fucking grocery store. You know what I mean? It's pretty shot that you leave that back in my car, yeah, sure, whatever. But like, I'm going to Walmart to buy fucking eggs. Like nothing that can happen on the roads is for that kind of beef, that kind of bullshit.
Yeah, especially nowadays. John Kitover, you want to come up? Being a lot less than you going places with your crazy self.
Well, I'd like to read a poem, if I may.
Can't wait.
Can't believe this is so funny. Okay, this is called In the Muff by candidate Congressman John Kitover. Advice doesn't help lovers. They're not the kind of mountain stream you can build a dam across. An intellectual doesn't know what the drunk is feeling. Don't try to figure what those lost inside love will do next. Someone in charge would give up all his power if he caught one whiff of the wine musk from the room where the lovers are doing who knows what. One of them tries to dig a hole through a mountain. One flees from academic honors. One laughs at famous mustaches. Life freezes if it doesn't get a taste of this almond cake. The stars come up spinning every night, bewildered in love. They'd grow tired with that revolving if they weren't. They'd say, how long do we have to do this? God picks up the reed flute world and blows. Each note is a need coming through one of us, a passion, a longing, pain. Remember the lips, where the wind breath originated, and let your note be clear. Don't try to end it. Be your note. I'll show you how it's enough. Go up on the roof at night in this city of the soul. Let everyone climb on the roofs and sing their notes. Sing loud!
Made me horny, John. Thanks for that.
See, this is why we enjoy the presence of Mr. Kiddo.
thanks for that.
This is true.
Yeah, try reading a book on here sometime. You might like it.
Oh my goodness. So far, you're doing good.
Sorry, still doing good. He's also doing the dishes. So not so quick on
Oh.
Sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, things are good. Things are good.
Good. Is
Feeling
Mrs. Silver
productive
getting
today.
caught up?
Mrs. Stilgard will live here reading a book, and I think I'm going to do some meal prep to try to behave myself and not order Chipotle for the third time this week.
Yay!
Feeling a little productive today. Dishes and meal prep. Thank you again.
That's right. I still say they're the cutest couple on Clubhouse. Okay, not really on Clubhouse, but she's not on Clubhouse, but I just love hearing him talk about Mrs. Stolper.
Too normal and well adjusted. If you were to offer, like, hey, do you want to get on the internet and talk to strangers? You would absolutely fucking leave.
Oh yeah, my wife would never in a million fucking years be interested in this. That means we're all married to people better than ourselves.
That part's definitely true for me. For sure.
It's definitely true for me too.
I'd have never been on Clubhouse when I was married, for sure. He'd have strung me up.
Well, for me, I was a stay-at-home mom.
Yeah,
Me too.
that's right.
Now?
She says, but now? What?
I'm back outside.
We need Sun back in here. Sun was on one.
Oh, I can't ask you any questions because John's in here recording. I don't know what I'm trying to say. It's like I'm not word.
You can wave at me when you.
Give me 30 minutes.
Right.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, John. Oh,
But in fairness, if it wasn't for John's recording, how would we ever memorialize this, anthropological oddity in time? He's making a record of history for all of our favors. Thank you, John. You're doing the Lord's work. That's all sarcasm.
it's his art, Stilgar. His art.
I never thought of it like that. And you know what? You're right. Even though you may be silly, being silly, I mean, you never know it's gonna be valuable. Oh, no. the shower with.
You know, one thing I've noticed about Clubhouse is there's two kinds of people. The kind of people that admit to peeing while on Clubhouse, and you don't.
Which one are you?
Oh, I admit it. I sit on the toilet on Clubhouse. You poop on Clubhouse sometimes too, right? Yeah, it's tricky though, right? Because like, I don't want to do anything but wash my hands immediately after I'm done. I don't want to have to handle my phone. So then the worst case scenario is like somebody calls on you and then you have to pretend you're doing the dishes.
Yeah, that's tragic.
Yeah, if you haven't spent any time looking at my YouTube channel, there's a lot of videos on there, and there's a lot of accounts on there. But, you know, you are probably in one of those shorts.
This is probably true.
Hey, Serendipity, I need to talk to you for like 1 minute. We'll be
Okay. All right. You're not watching Kristen do anything. Thank you very much.
How many videos from Clubhouse do you have on YouTube now?
I'm not sure, but I've got over 20,000 videos up on YouTube and over 20,000 on Instagram.
How many subscribers do you have?
Across all of YouTube, it's like 5,000, and then Instagram is like a couple thousand. Nothing isn't really that interesting, but you know what is cool is on Google now is if you take a photo, it'll give you that option to turn it into a video, and it'll give you like 10 options on what you want the video to be. It's pretty cool.
Oh, that's crazy. I did not try that. I've not tried that. That sounds bizarre though. So it'll take your photo and then make a video out of your photo?
Yeah.
Like if it's say it's like a photo of a bride kissing the groom at a wedding ceremony.
Yeah, it'll
like,
make them
you
dance.
could say like,
Yeah.
I want the movie to be them walking down the aisle.
You can't say what you want. It gives you like 10 suggestions.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of Grok on X does that. There's a lot of AI that don't do that now.
But what I did is the mayor of Chicago and Pritzker, the governor, had a big meeting with like 100 people by the river, and I took that photo and it turned all of them into dancers, and then I played the Blues Brothers soundtrack over it, and I wrote, it's called Somebody Needs You, and then I tagged Donald Trump with an orange heart, and it got a lot of views.
I think I'm gonna go play with that.
You have to do it with a short. So you click short, you choose your picture, and then above it'll say, do you want to turn this photo into a video? And then yes, select your
And
option.
that's on Google? That's on Google?
YouTube.
Oh, YouTube. Okay, YouTube short. Do you want to turn this picture into a video?
Okay, you want to hear one more poem from Rumi? Eddie, Kristen, Mike, you want to hear another poem?
Sure, go ahead.
Yep.
On the day I die, when I'm being carried toward the grave, don't weep. Don't say he's gone. He's gone. Death has nothing to do with going away. The sun sets and the moon sets, but they're not gone. Death is a coming together. The tomb looks like a prison, but it's really release into union. The human seed goes down in the ground like a bucket into the well where Joseph is. It grows and comes up full of some unimagined beauty. Your mouth closes here and immediately opens with a shout of joy there. When I see your face, the stone starts spinning. You appear, all studying wonders. I lose my place. Water turns pearly. Fire dies down and doesn't destroy. In your presence, I don't want what I thought I wanted. Those 3 little hanging lamps. Inside your face, the ancient manuscripts seem like rusty mirrors. You breathe, new shapes appear, and the music of a desire is widespread as spring begins to move like a great wagon. Drive slowly. Some of us walking alongside are lame.
Y'all look at this room, you know what's going on, right?
It's a happy hour in the muff.
It's a train wreck hour. We're all going to watch it.
Where's the train wreck?
Right now?
In the hall.
Which room? Let's
Next
see.
door to the left, John. You should get right over there.
Oh, is there some shit going down in the hall?
Yep.
No,
Oh, I'm
there's
gonna take a
not.
look.
I created a room yesterday called All the Drama Has Been Crushed. If you can say it, it is not true. But I'd have to get on my burner account to see if maybe I'm blocked. Probably. Let's see. Oh, wait a second. What do I see? I see nothing. Nothing.
Let's
nothing,
air out
nothing.
some dirty laundry. Yeah.
I haven't seen JB in a day or two.
I haven't seen him in a day or two either. I mean, I do know, I there's probably some intentionality behind that. I think that the smarter idea is to just not participate, you know?
Oh yeah, for sure.
So I think they're trying to do that.
I'm trying to let it diffuse.
Yeah. There's a spectacular canceling effort going on too, apparently.
Well, you know, my accounts have been clipped, deleted, terminated, censored more than anybody on this app, and all I can say is, here I am speaking and breathing, recording and clipping everyone on Clownhouse.
This is true, but you're not curating spaces where you're trying to draw people. You're going to set spaces. So your experience with the hassles of reported clipping are not quite the same as somebody else's who wants to draw crowds.
When you get clipped, assuming it doesn't happen like when you're in a room and you just disappear from the room, I would imagine it happens when you're logged out and you come back in. Does the app just say you don't have an account anymore? Does it let you know, or it just doesn't work?
It does. Yeah, it does. You get a red banner.
But it's not long. You get a red
Get
bar.
like a red banner.
You gotta look. You gotta really read it.
Or whatever.
Oh, okay.
You gotta read it. Otherwise, you're like, what the fuck just happened?
John, you just own a bunch of iPhones?
No, they're all like $50 Motorola's, and they're 50 megapixels for $50, and then you just get a $15 1 month plan, cancel, don't do the renewal, and then you got a phone, a $65 good phone that you can sit here and film with and live stream on.
Because then it's just all Wi-Fi. You don't need cellular.
Yeah.
Well, how do you get the phone number to log into Clubhouse?
It's a $15 a 1 month plan for 30 days.
Oh, and then once you cancel, the number just remains.
Yeah, but you don't
But
even.
I have it up.
Yeah, but I wouldn't even do that anymore. I'm not buying any more phones because now I can just get a new burner number for $1.99, so it's pointless.
How many phones do you have?
I don't know, 60 maybe.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are they all laid out on a table and you just
No.
plugged in?
No, I got these little. No, I got a cell phone rack. You can go on eBay and buy cell phone racks.
And they're all running Clubhouse at the same time?
No, I'm live streaming mostly to YouTube and X. The YouTube accounts again have over 20,000 videos, and there's a lot of Clubhouse videos. Like it is the de facto Clubhouse library for the past 5 years. There's nobody else. And you know what I found out in the state of Illinois? Anything that you record, that's your copyright. It doesn't go the other way around. Not in Illinois. So that's one interesting thing I uncovered while I was doing this podcast with this guy George, who runs the Prairie Report, this newspaper. So that was interesting because he was very upset that I live streamed the interview as well. But it goes both ways. So, he's like, there's nothing I can do that you live stream yourself. He's like, but you didn't ask me. I'm like, well, we didn't discuss anything and we didn't sign anything. So, we were on a Zoom call that you recorded. So you tell me, I can't infringe on your recording, but I also have 10 of the same recordings, so it is what it is. But people would have to spend a lot of money suing you to prove that there were damages, and there's really no damages for anybody on this app financially. So anyways, this is what I'm doing. I don't know, this is like my next level game of Clown House. I can't believe other people are doing it. I would love to see a John Kitover YouTube account or a John Kitover Clubhouse account, like somebody recording me and publishing me. Like that's when I know I'm like starting to optimize and automate what I'm doing, because that would mean I don't have to do, that means people are doing for me what I have to do for myself.
There's only one John Kitover in the world, John. We don't need two of you.
Well, if I had an assistant, a secretary or a videographer working for me, and filming a lot more, like it would be even more obnoxious, but it would be fun to have somebody doing it.
Figure out any way to monetize any of the content, right? For the most part.
No, none of this is monetized on Google. None of the accounts are at the threshold yet.
Well, not even threshold, but to make some kind of product from clips of all the recordings that you have, the best of the best or something. To make little
the product is the campaign.
Ridiculousness of a fight in here or something like that.
The product is the campaign. That's the one big leap that's connected with my profiles, with my identity, because all of these recordings, are technically coming to Congress with me. So I've recorded every speaker, every topic under the sun. There's nothing that I have not heard which would be new, in the stupid book. So that's all I'm saying. In the Clubhouse book, because like everything on this app is it's a lot of drama, it's a lot of gossip, it's a lot of screaming and road raging, but I will submit that even the two little poems that I have read today is of higher value to you personally, intellectually, and psychologically than just about 99.9% of everything you've ever heard on this app.
John, I still think you need to take like 15, 20-second clips of really crazy moments on here, and then somehow get AI to animate those with characters, like character-driven cartoons.
Yeah, I tried that.
Moments.
I tried that.
Yeah,
It's
I
difficult.
do it because I know it would be entertaining to throw it on Instagram or probably TikTok.
There's ways to manipulate the algorithm on YouTube. I have like some tricks, but I've done the things that I've done so many times are, what to me works best. But I'm going to this meetup here in Chicago at the end of the month with this Polish guy who has a very big X account, and he's friends with Elon Musk, and this former CEO of X, and he's putting it together this like 1 day training seminar for marketing on X. So we'll see what he says. I'm sure he's going to have a lot of interesting things to say. He takes great photos with him holding signs at like key, basically, venues, cool places. He takes great photos. So, but I don't know. He works in politics. He goes to he works for campaigns, and you know, it's all about money for some people. But I guess, eventually when you have influence or art power or star power, like you get compensated for what you're doing. But I don't have any money to do this yet.
You call it Clubhouse Clips, and you start off with a logo that says Clubhouse Clips, and then whoosh, with like a hand smacking it away or something. And then you go right to two people fighting on Clubhouse, like with Jazzy, like laying into somebody, and you animate her as like just a crazy black woman, and then you animate whatever's going on the other side of it. You go back and forth, and then it just ends, and the next one's like Clubhouse Clips. Whoosh, again, that's a new one.
Listen, people view videos. You get views only based off of keywords. Like if there's not keywords attached to it, there's multiple variables that go into creating a video that will go viral in the algorithm. I can easily identify.
Whatever content, whatever subject is. So it's people fighting about, I don't know, Israel. If it's Jews fighting with Hebrew Israelites or something, those are your keywords right there.
Yeah, but
crazy Jews fighting with Hebrew Israelites.
That may or may not get rewarded. I mean, you'd have to go through my videos and sort by most popular, and then look at the titles and look at the videos and say, okay, there's a reason why these are better than the bottom tier ones that got no views. So that's one way to look at it.
I think they have to have an animation along with them. They have to have a visual fun aspect to them.
Well, it's mostly just 15-second clips of Clubhouse people, yelling at each other. Politically Correct with Lisa and Patty and Dr. AG. Those rooms are so toxic and so crazy because there's so much profanity that, to me, they're my new gold standard in terms of, profanity and derogatory remarks and insanity. I don't know, you could spend some time on my YouTube and watch Politically Correct here on Clown House, and you can see the madness that is politically correct.
I mean, what does that say about politically correct when I look at all the madness that's been going on in these other rooms? Like, that's crazy.
I don't know. That's why I think it's like, see, a lot of people they say they take breaks. Like, oh, I haven't been on this app in 4 weeks. It's like, lady, you've been on here 2 weeks talking nonstop. What are you talking about? You haven't been on this app. Most people are probably so hypnotized that their amnesia sets in. They don't even know they're on this app all day long. So, my point is, by not talking on here and just recording it, I left the house. I didn't even take my phone with me. To the gym. I had a great afternoon. I come back and boom, I'm still recording because the former room closes, but because of this clicker, it brings me right back into a new room. So I never have any dead airtime. I try to prevent, wasting having any dead airtime on my end as a recorder.
I've been enjoying Talking Apes lately. The last couple of days, I've actually really enjoyed their conversation.
Me too. I'm just like, wow.
They're not stupid, right? Like, I feel like some of the rooms people are kind of generally dumb in them. Like, Chillism is a more intelligent room, but it's outrageous. Talking Apes is fun and sometimes smart, and not necessarily outrageous, and they're not really rude. And I don't know, I really like them.
Me too. I've been enjoying them too.
I stumbled upon them recently. Maybe because I'm like generally following you nowadays, like I didn't used to. Maybe that's how I found them actually. So I'm wondering why I haven't seen them before, if they've been around a while.
Yeah, they have been around a while. But yeah, I've actually been really enjoying going into their rooms too. It's just like, sometimes like I've just got so much to do that like I just really need to be in listening mode and not like up trying to make sure I'm talking to everybody and whatnot. And it's a great place to go.
And it's a generally black room that appreciates white voices, which is rare. That's another thing. I've heard, and they respond, and to anything if I want to add something. They're super cool like that. I really like them, but it's generally a black room.
Yep, I think so too. I've enjoyed it. I thought their conversation today was they did really good given the topic.
Yeah, I thought it was more interesting than JB's a friend of mine, but I still thought it was more interesting than JB's room on the male versus female take. I thought they did a better job of it.
Yeah.
That was really interesting.
Yeah, I thought it was really good.
And they listen to reason, and they're influential. I don't know what that word is. Influenceable.
Yeah.
It's not they don't just stand in their ways and bark out bullshit and refuse to listen to people.
Yeah, and each other. Like they were
Yes.
there were times where like they kind of took one position, but then you could kind of see as the conversation went on and more people spoke, like you could actually see people kind of being like, oh, yeah, okay, I see that.
Totally, it's really unusual. That's what I noticed mostly about it. The biggest thing I noticed about it was that was happening. I was like, my ADHD keyed into the fact that this was unusual. Well, this is the
Raven girl that was in there?
Yeah.
She's a Bollywood star.
Oh, she is.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. She is a
Yeah,
Bollywood
she's
star.
smart. She's fun. I like this in her too.
Yeah, she does like probably their equivalent to like daytime drama. She's done a couple movies, but yeah. She's got like over 1 million followers on Insta.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
John, what's your thought process behind why you copy house names and people's names?
Yeah, what's up with that?
Because trying to point out the conditioning of Mojo or Roger Mayhem, because that's not a real person. So I'm trying to break and dehypnotize and decondition people by having some alternative spaces for people to reflect on why they're here, giving so much of themselves in conversation and communication.
Why people are here, like as in this house?
Clown House, yeah.
Well, this house too. Because he's duped in the mouth before.
Yeah, it's duped twice actually by him. Because Mojo asked that it be reported.
See, the thing is, somebody asked me, are you the parasite or the host? And I said,
That's a good question, because you're at the room. I wish I would have come like Mr. Ryu. Because you're both. You're totally both.
But that's fitting. I told them, I said, those are Kitovers.
See, this is a game, and a lot of people, I just wish they could view what I'm doing as a compliment to what they're doing. And if they were to run with it as they have ran in the past, we run pretty fast, pretty far together, and having all these extra brains in this room essentially creates a nexus of sorts in this political campaign, which needs money and needs action and movement and mass communication. So this app and In the Muff could be extremely vital in terms of managing this campaign, because imagine if chillism became like an actual politically organized room and somebody in there ran for Congress or mayor. Like they could potentially politically get together and really organize it, you know, because having all these brains and all these fingers and all these cell phones, it's a massive brain. So that's really what you would hope to achieve in any political movement.
Hmm. Interesting.
Yeah, it's all nodes and nexuses. I mean, that's the whole breakdown of the government and the chain of command from the commander in chief down to the congressional, you know, the senatorial, the judicial. Everything is like one huge, you know, giant network. But I'm saying in order to achieve a node in that network, having an app like this get organized and working together in a very intelligent way would be the ultimate goal of having a mass communication free telephone conference call app.
If that ever happened, it would also bring awareness to Clubhouse in a good way. It's largely unknown outside of
Yeah.
people who use it. And it deserves to be known more than it is, I think, but at the same time, it needs to try harder to be less disgusting, if that's what it wants. You know what I mean? Like giving people the ability to be anonymous, in my opinion, is literally about creating more drama, and that seems the opposite direction that I'd be wanting to take it if I was in charge of it.
Well, what's interesting being somebody who records, so there's so much content of me which is clipped and curated, topical, versus the live stream footage that I've accrued. The live stream footage is so much data and so many videos and so many effing hours that if you were to look at it, you'd say, this is crazy. There's 7,000 live streams just in this one account alone. And it's all of Clownhouse because, you know, I set it and I forget it. I'll come back in 2 hours, 3 hours. Some videos are 6 hours. Some videos are 24 hours. Some videos are 36 hours. So what I'm saying is there's just too much content, not enough substance.
Yeah, 100%. That is true, Ron. That's very true.
We have to get somebody from Clubhouse digging for something.
Yep. Unless they're trying to find ammo.
Yeah. I need some receipts. Fucking receipts. Ro, what are you doing? There's slippers.
White slips.
Don't mod me, everybody's blocked.
Don't mind me. Everybody's blocked.
You know, I've had a big fight with Adams over the past couple of weeks, really past couple of years. But Adams, at one point we had a truce. I'm just wondering, in the name of peace, stillness, and joy, can we form a peace and a truce today, right now? Can I apologize?
Look at my profile, John. You know, out of anybody, it's probably the most surprising that John didn't make the block list.
Wow. Good on you.
Good on you, John. Don't mind me. I've never.
I mean, John might be obnoxiously annoying sometimes, but he's far from dangerous. Blocklist is for dangerous people, in my opinion.
Goo, the little troll that runs around here sometimes.
Yeah.
Do you remember when he literally went through and blocked every conservative Clubhouse, and every time any of them tried to open the room, he immediately put it on the stage so nobody could get in.
So that's a good idea.
So fucking obnoxious. hysterical. And for the longest time, people couldn't figure out what the heck was going on. Like, nobody was going to the rooms. Every conservative on Clubhouse. Black, black, black. People silly. How you doing, Ro? He's playing Monica right now. I'm glad you came up.
Yeah, sometimes I want to be on here on the stage, but I don't really want to talk or anything, so I feel like that's a good way to do it. Just thumbs up.
Yep. Good. I'm glad things are good. I know, Mike, that's like why I land in rooms like Talking Apes. Because it's like, well, I mean, I want to be in a room, I want to be around people, but I'm just not, you know.
I mean, until recently, I was almost never modded anywhere, and I don't mind being modded, but it doesn't really matter to me. I mean, it matters to me when I appreciate the people doing it, like appreciate it as a courtesy or whatever. It's nice, but at the same time, I would never change because of it. It doesn't matter because I don't have the mind frame that feels like I value it very much. You know, it's nice to be able to say something and kind of have creative control when it's needed. You know, like that little default of creative control is helpful, provided the mod is acting appropriately at all times or whatever. I think it's helpful to have it, but for the room's sake. But at the same time, like we were talking, I think it was in the room yesterday when we were talking about how some people change when they have it, some people change when they don't. Like, I mean, if anything, I probably talk more when I have it, but I don't change it. I don't change, but if I don't have it, I usually just sit in the audience and don't talk at all, or I Skype in the comments.
Yeah. No, I totally get it.
Like Ryan gets modded everywhere because he is an active mod. You know what I mean? Like I don't consider myself an active mod who generates good conversations for content purposes. Like he's like kind of a leader in that sense.
There's so much responsibility. I have no problem leading a lot of spaces, but it's and especially with our group of people that we roll with on this app, they like to have these marathon rooms. Like to me, 2 or 3 hours, get me through my afternoon commute or my morning commute, and then shut down the room. That's why I love. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Punch Bowl on Twitter. Oh my god, it's amazing. So Margot used to be on the app, and I still talk to her every once in a while when they open up a night room and I go onto their stage. But she got tired of the drama over here, and they have a whole Punch Bowl conservative, Twitter where there's like 300-400 people, every single morning. They have, great music, like they have great topics, and most importantly, there's no drama.
But wait.
And I was in the fucking middle of answering your question. Can you be patient for the answer?
Before you answer my question, man,
Can you be patient for the answer? You have asked the question. May I respond to it?
I'm actually very patient with you guys for the last 2 days. I don't know what's happening.
May I respond to the question that you asked?
Okay, wait guys. Okay, I put 10 seconds, get it off your chest, and then go. Okay.
Well,
You guys are fucking wasting time.
Caleb, what do you say?
Answer. Go ahead. I'm gonna mute.
You ran away.
I was actually.
These people make me sick, guys. Wallahi, listen, these people make me so fucking sick.
Yeah.
Even like it.
Wait,
Bro, listen.
Wait, bro.
Okay, brother. You were talking more than me, but okay. Hold on.
Guys, hold on, man. I could barely hear Abu finish off, man.
Yeah, I know. Actually, for once, I was literally engaging with them and asked General before you guys joined. I was actually having a conversation.
I'm very skeptical of. I can hear the maniac in your voice, but.
No, man. because like you actually cannot have a conversation with them because they always beat around the bush and they don't give you a straight answer, and it's never a good one. You know what I mean? Go ahead, Ron. Yes, go ahead. Yalla, give us your.
I'm gonna say what. Not gonna go off. I was hearing was all I was hearing, bro. What I wanted to say was, bro, these people design us, bro. They make me sick. I met Israeli, bro. I literally met an Israeli guy, bro. Literally, I met so many Israeli people when I was out in Detroit. Each time he went up, the first thing that comes to my mind is Gaza and seeing those kids. And I go, should I call those guys, say, fuck you, piece of shit Israeli, be Palestine, or just like, you know, be professional because I don't want to like lose my job, right? This is how I make my bread. In order for me to make my bread, I gotta work. You know? Like I see Caleb, bro. What's he called? That other guy named Nathan, the Canadian or whatever. You know, they both, they wouldn't even call it a genocide, bro, but they will bring up something that happened 80 years ago, like over and over again, and try to force you to like accept it. And if you don't accept it, they'll go crazy on you, bro. You know?
But then, yeah, like the actual question that was asked, where like as a kind of cooked him, is that like who's the reason behind the increase in anti-Semitism and Jewish hate on the outside? And
Israel, bro, of course.
He'll give you a whole bunch of answers, but he wouldn't say the actual answer. Like he wouldn't say it.
Yeah, but can I just say something to your point? I think this is a question I've had, and I've actually looked up the stats. So yeah, there has been an increase in anti-Semitism, but it's nothing compared to the levels of anti-Black hate crimes that are like significantly higher in the States, and then it's Islamophobia, which has skyrocketed, and then I believe there's South Asian hate, and then anti-Semitism is somewhere in the 4th or 5th. But yet they like to make it about themselves. That this is what's happening to us. It's the highest level. It's never been this high. And I agree. When you conflate and you bring together Judaism and ethnicity together, you're literally now saying Jewish people are this when you can't separate it. It is the state of Israel who's doing what it's doing in the name of Jewish people. Anti-Semitism, blame it on fucking Israel and all the heinous things that it's doing.
But you heard him,
that's not gonna happen.
He wouldn't say that. Like he would say anything, but he wouldn't blame state of Israel for all this. He's a freak.
And then to deny the stats.
They deny everything, bro. It's unbelievable.
Ace, I don't see any Islamophobia. I see Islam hate. Islam hate.
Islam hate. The phobia is a really bad term. It should be phobia means fear. I think it's a stupid term. It should be Islam. Yeah, Islam hate. Severe hate.
I really was hoping I would see like a Torah showdown.
Would there be a Torah showdown? Hold on. Listen, Chief, if this is a so-called rabbi who is questioning someone else's Jewishness, because he got hooked in an argument by Eze, so now he's questioning how Jewish she is, and he's a rabbi?
How he died when he's like another girl. He never lived in the shoes of a Jew.
I mean, I blame Abu for the whole situation. I was stuck in
I had to come off of you for that one. You didn't want to ask him. I was like,
Negative, it's not anything negative, but it's a lot of weird motherfuckers on it.
No, there definitely are. There definitely are. It's, I don't know. Shitty people just gonna be shitty, I suppose. Was Pepe's room too boring for you, John?
No, I went to Amir's room where Caleb had a crash out, and then they laughed at him and made fun of Jews and Zionists and said how much they hate the Jews and hate the Zionists and all kinds of other ridiculous lies. Then I clipped it, put it on.
Oh, he has a room? That's interesting.
I'll put the link in the chat.
Who, Pepe? Slippers, were you talking about Pepe?
Yeah.
Yeah, airing out your dirty laundry.
Oh, well, good for him. I hope he spends the next several hours making another account.
Sounds like he bleached his tidy whities and now he's got them on the line. I sometimes like to play with my food too, Ro, believe it or not.
See, your problem is you can't tell the difference between food.
Did the Clubhouse audio glitch get you?
Such a shame.
What was he saying?
I don't know, the Clubhouse audio glitch got him.
See,
He can't say anything now.
this is what happens when you're censored.
Uh-oh.
You can't have the thought. You can't have the thought because they stop you before you can have the full thought.
What full thought?
Only you, John. Only you.
Oh my goodness.
Well, my dear moderators, since no one's saying anything, I'd be happy to read another poem.
No way is are you doing that? That's so mean. Don't do
It is a Clubhouse. Where it is a Clubhouse glitch. That's the way I is. No, I know. I know.
Really, John, he's doing it to himself. They're making it look like someone's doing it to him.
Maybe he is. Maybe he is. Because usually it's much faster than that. Like you get 1 or 2 words out and boop, you're gone. He was going to tell me the secrets of the world too.
What is Pepe's wrong?
It's airing out your dirty laundry or something like that in the hallway. 2 doors down to the left.
You'll like it.
Sounds like you're kind of crash and burning, son.
Russian.
You were so, yeah, you were like so peppy and drunk earlier. And like, you sound like you're gonna fall asleep now.
No, I'm not gonna fall asleep. I hate food. I'm sober now.
Okay.
I no longer want to eat your blood.
Thank you. Thank you.
I apologize for saying that to you.
You are forgiven.
Psych.
Oh my God. It just went from good to bad. Good to fucking bad. Baby, would you put him in bed already?
The vocalization is good every
I don't put him in bed. It's in my house. He's like 12. Did you hear him say psych to me? Like, I haven't heard that since my boys were 12. Psych.
How old are you?
Old enough to have 7 grandbabies.
For real?
Oh, real?
You look really young.
I'm 50.
Have you socialized with him? Yes, sir. Yes. Have you ever socialized?
They can say no, and then what? You don't gain or lose anything. You're seeing like 7
7 at the age of 50.
Right?
You had your kids when you were, what, 20, maybe?
Yeah. We started young. I thought it was not taken in 1971.
Like 3?
Yeah,
Five.
straight out of the Sudanese Liberation Army. Serenity.
I had 5. And yeah, we started right away. I got married at 19.
That's one thing I wish I did. I started when I was 30. I only got 1, but I always wish I started younger.
32. It's good both ways, but we had it when we were 33. Yeah.
I mean, we had this wild plan that let's just go ahead and start having our kids now while we're broke and struggle with the kids and all grow up together. And then by the time we get them out of the house, we'll be in a position to go and enjoy the world and enjoy each other and, you know, yada, 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 yada. And then he goes and dies. Like, what?
Answer my question.
When did he pass away? When did he pass away from?
He passed away 4 years ago, an asthma attack in the middle of the night.
Oh, random and sad. Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah, I found him on the nebulizer the next morning. So, yeah. This is very random and unexpected.
Was it because of COVID 4 years ago?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, no. It was just, he did not have COVID. The medical examiner, you know, at that point in time, they were checking everybody for COVID anyway, but no, he didn't have COVID. He just, he had always occasionally randomly struggled with asthma. I don't know.
Well, take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds.
That's right.
Let it go and say, I am serenity now.
I ought to be quiet though, you know. I don't want Jarl coming in here talking about me trying to play the white woman victim.
Well, it's the happy hour, you know, and it's always 2 for $1 drink specials. Oh, hey, Mother. Mother, you were very fierce today. You really defended yourself quite a bit today. Wow, you didn't put up with any bullshit on this app. I heard you.
Wait, what did I say? I forget.
You defended yourself, you know, very aggressively.
Yeah, Mama ain't raised no bitch, but I don't know what we're talking about. This happens so frequent.
Oh, you have to check out my YouTube.
I'll just take the compliment. I mean, it does.
So your mama did raise a bitch. She raised a bad bitch.
Yeah, but what argument in particular are we referencing? Because I can't.
I don't even know. John, what argument are you referencing?
Yeah, you were in Anson's room and you were fighting back. You're like, we don't need no fucking military officers telling us what we need to know. We already know what we need to know. And you were really pushing back against the military-industrial complex and all those white officer soldiers, Mother.
No, that wasn't me. That wasn't in that room. You have me.
Yeah, I got you on recording. You were vigorously defending your position.
So against but I said that I was fine with the military being out in most cities because of my personal experience. Like most countries that I've lived in outside of the U.S. have had military supported local officers. It's not really a big deal to me. So that's why I'm like, you're probably confused because that's always been my position. So it sounds like counter to my position. So
You'd have to hear the clip. You want to hear the clip, Mother?
Have you ever argued with Anson?
Hey, John.
No. Anson. Oh, you mean yesterday? Oh,
No, he's
yesterday.
Anson's an 80-year-old former submarine captain.
So you're talking about when I said that about the most U.S. recruits to the military being idiots? That's what we were arguing about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't about the military. Yeah, that was about him saying they were all like low IQ.
You misrepresented the entire argument, John. I had no idea what you were talking about, but now I know.
I didn't either, Mother. I was like, well, that wasn't the argument we had the other day, so I didn't even assume he was talking about that.
Exactly. I was like, what are you talking about?
John looks like a magician. He has like a magician mustache and all.
He is.
I'm also a hypnotist. I'm not just a magician. I'm a powerful hypnotist.
He looks like a magician with that mustache and all.
Son, I am a...
magician. John would be a very good magician because he's completely full of shit.
I'm a powerful hypnotist, son.
Damn, that was vicious, Mike.
I'm willing.
Mike's taking advantage of the opportunity that we're engaging with John. This is years of pent-up frustration coming out.
I don't know why I like John. I've liked John for a very long time, and I don't know why, and I'm embarrassed to admit it. But it's
Well,
true.
Well, the first time I met Mike, we read poetry for like an hour.
We did. I remember that. Yeah. And you got me reading Marcus Aurelius, which I really appreciate. Actually, I really like most everything of his.
Well, looky there. Winning friends and influencing people.
Sound like y'all fell in love.
Well, in the muff, technically for, some people, when they get inside of the muff, if it's moist enough, while they're inside the muff, someone might ask them, what is your secret recipe?
John, you know she doesn't like that word.
It's in the room title.
Moist is not in the room
It
title.
is not.
Moist.
Oh. I'm sorry.
Muff implies moist though, like it goes in and
Don't say that word.
The muffins aren't good if they're not moist, actually.
exactly. Who wanna drive?
Yeah, nobody likes to dry muffins.
You can find a city organization that just
I
lives inside.
No, Sin, nobody likes to dry muffins.
Especially with a 50-year-old dry muffin.
Right?
So I have a question for you guys.
Alright.
So I'm trying to plan where I want to go for a year-end vacation, and I'm trying to decide if I want to do 3 weeks in Brazil, or if I want to do a week in Spain, and then a week in Morocco, and then a week in France.
Hey, mother, hold on. Well, you want to come to me? We were talking about muffins, and now you want to switch conversations and trip. That's what I.
Yes.
I like the when we divide it up.
I'm glad you did.
Because vaginas don't make me uncomfortable. Like, it's kind of gross.
Hey, you actually came out of one, mother, whether you like it or not. You came out of one.
Stop reminding me of my traumatic history, okay? Please, and therapy for that.
Those are your roots. That's your foundation, sir.
But that,
Someone.
no, I was gonna say, if I was gonna do the 3 weeks in Brazil, I might do a week and a half in Argentina, and then the other week and a half in Brazil.
Mother, the other week when I was at the bar, somebody said, "Are you a faggot?" And I said, "If I was a faggot, I would be upset at what you just said."
I mean, if you were talking about this, I would think you were a faggot.
So Sean just put in the chat that Android users cannot speak right now.
Yeah.
Well, look at God.
I really fuck. It took 4 years.
Flash is at its best.
It's just, I think, the version of your phone or something. But this Android that I'm using, this is a Motorola that works. But you're right, my Android Mojo doesn't work.
Well, there you go.
Look,
That sucks.
are you gonna get offended if I share this with you?
Go ahead, Mother.
Okay. Are you streaming on YouTube?
Yeah, we're live.
Oh shit. Okay, I'll do this when you're not streaming.
No, now would be the best time.
But you'll never do it because he's always streaming.
Yeah, the now is all
Okay,
important.
so one day you came in here with your John Kitover PTR with the hat, and I was like, oh man, that old man's kind of cute. Who is that? And then when I found out it was Edmund, I almost physically threw up in my mouth. Like, gag.
Is it like a monthly thing where some guy makes you like almost throw up in your throat to make you gag? Like, does that happen to you monthly, weekly, yearly? How often?
No, like every couple days.
Well, I've heard amongst gay men on this app that they've got like jaw injuries from being gay.
Okay, you're sucking way too much dick when you have a talk. Or you're doing something that is like enormous, which most people don't know. Like, I don't know. Some guys have a thing for that. If your dick is plus after a certain size, that's like going anywhere. Don't want it to be more than 6-7 inches near me. Like, goodbye.
We're gonna go back to talking about moist muffins. No, I want to talk about that.
Well,
Mother, I can always fold mine in half for you.
Thank you. At least Mike is respectful. Like I have to use his mouth rather than me.
you know,
that tie down there is my Android account. It's working. It's actually working.
well, if anybody wants to try some moist Irish soda bread, link is in the chat. I figured out the secret for moist Irish soda bread.
Come on, you're gonna make her go away, and I love her. Don't do that.
I'm just saying, link is in the chat to the most delicious recipe you've ever seen for Irish soda bread.
John, go shave.
He said his Android was working.
I'm on a Motorola, but oh, well, whatever. Who cares? You know what? When I couldn't speak, I was like, you know what? This is the best thing that could have ever happened.
Clubhouse needs to get rid of those hall previews. It's screwing everything up.
Well, you know what is screwing everything up for a lot of people is their big fat mouths. And you see that fish on that wall there? You know how it got there? It opened its mouth.
Oh my goodness. Hakeem, are you there?
Thanks.
Okay. Did you speak with your Android? Did you actually talk through the Android phone?
I think I did.
Okay.
I'm not sure if you guys heard me. I was speaking to this one, then I switched to that one. I said something. Yes, I don't. I actually don't.
Okay. Because I heard you say at one point, my Android is working, but I thought you were.
Yeah, no, I was saying on this account. So yes,
Okay.
I got time. I'm not as good as John as you. I'm not as strong.
Yeah, all my accounts are pretty much shadow banned now on YouTube, so it's like I'm getting very little views, but surprisingly late at night, when I think an international audience comes on, my YouTube can get flooded with thousands and thousands of views, so I've just been setting it and forgetting it.
I think they're showing you stuff in Chinese prisons.
Well, I hope one day, Joe, you can maybe go get to visit a Chinese prison. Project however you want.
Thank you. Monica, where you been?
I have a Tuesday evening engagement every week.
Gotcha.
And then I went to go visit Chillazone. They scream it over there. It's much nicer here.
Monica, I know Mojo's not here to tell you how beautiful you smell tonight, but you look beautiful, Monica.
You think so? I think I need my nails clipped in my PTR, but okay.
Oh, look at Prince down there. He's all tucked in, looking professional like a pro terrorist.
Are we searching for a topic that we're commenting on people?
We're talking about what it's like to live in a moist place.
Like Indiana, the land of sweaty corn?
Wherever. Is that in the mouth?
He won't quit saying the N-word, and Serendipity is going, wait.
Wait, it's in the rules not to say the N-word.
No, muff.
Sorry. M and Mike. Sorry.
As in moist.
That doesn't help things, but you said it.
That disgusting word.
Well, if you'd like, I can read you a poem from inside the muff.
No.
That was quick. That was a quick no.
We talked about our favorite genres of music this morning, and I got criticized for an inferior poll, and then no one put up the new poll with the corrections. And we can talk about our favorite songs.
Yeah, Monica, what is your go-to karaoke song?
I said Don't Be a Buttercup, but I like Moody Moni, and I like Brown Eyed Girl.
You didn't even include rock as one of your options. I don't know that you're the authority to be discussing music genres.
I asked someone else to start the new poll after I screenshotted and took down the one that had Tom McDonald.
Oh my goodness.
You know, I don't mean to brag, but I'm gonna. I have a knack for making polls, and it should be recognized. My skills at surveys.
Wow. You're great at rising polls.
Time have math skills.
Making polls or dancing at polls?
Raising polls,
No, I think
creating
that, John.
polls. She's a poll creator.
John's the pole dancer.
Listen, in the muff, a poll and the muff are perfectly created for one another.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, is this late night in the muff and I got the time wrong? Because I thought we were still on happy hour. But if it's late night in the muff, I'm going to say goodnight and y'all have a good time.
No, remember, this is the Coin Chill Room.
Go happy hour, man. Grow up a little bit. It's okay. No one's gonna touch you.
No, that's not true. I've unfortunately been touched in the muff before, and I did not enjoy it, and people need to hands off Monica in the muff. No touchy Monica in the muff. Just saying.
You do not have her consent.
I paid for consent.
I'm trusting girls just let you do it.
No, it was they'll let you. When you're rich and famous, they'll let you.
Yeah.
Some women will. Some
Yeah,
women will.
the problem is none of us are rich and famous.
That's right.
No, that's not.
Thanks for confirming you are rich. You can just grab another month. Okay, guys.
Well, if the candidate
It's
congressman,
funny because even if I was rich and I was sort of perverted, I don't know what it would mean to grab a girl at her vagina. Like, that's a really weird place to just grab somebody. Like, it's so bizarre. It's just, that was weird.
If you listen to the quote, it starts with kissing.
well, sometimes, the muff gets grabbed. And it's all just about a question of how you grab the muff.
I don't know how you do it, like facing front and awkwardly reaching, or like reaching around from back. Like, I don't even get how that would happen. Pretty much ever. Seems odd.
Well, you should have some experience.
Can come from describing how to do this.
Well, especially someone you don't know.
Well, you need, first of all,
in public, like, what's the point of grabbing a woman like that? Is just weird as fuck.
It is weird. It really, if you really think of it happening in public to somebody you don't know, it's very fucking weird.
Yeah,
Rich or not, it's weird.
That's unacceptable. I don't know what's funny. That's unacceptable.
well, I have seen muffs get grabbed on the train, in the nightclub, even in the church. I've seen muffs get grabbed just about everywhere.
You gotta watch the people you hang around.
I've seen muffs just get grabbed just about everywhere.
Well, it seems he has a lot of direct experience.
Well,
Why are you always catching these people?
Joe, do you?
Where are you watching to catch all this muff crap?
Joe, do you like ranch on your pizza?
Never tried it.
And you call yourself a pizza professional?
Actually, I don't. Other people do, but I don't.
Well, you gotta try dipping your cheese pizza in some ranch one night. It's really delicious. It's very moist. A lot of fat. It's the fat that satisfies in the mouth.
No, I
That
do
might
like.
be, that might be a Chicago thing, John. The ranch on the pizza. That might be. If nobody else said that, that might be a Chicago thing.
It's definitely a Midwest thing. I do like hot honey on pizza. That is very good.
Oh yeah. Chicken, hot honey, jardinera. Oh, that's how you get to the mouth. Well, at some point, I'd like to read another poem to all you beautiful people in the muff.
Okay, hold on a minute. Oh, can you button get you again?
No, bitch. I muted myself.
I did not mute him. I did not mute him. I absolutely did not mute him. Oh boy. Damn, Pepe.
Thankfully, his room is not popping up for me in the hallway at all.
I guess he's in there trashing every conservative clubhouse woman known to mankind. I don't know.
Stop that in the band.
Yeah, he keeps. Yep, he's back again.
You got another house or the same house?
No, his house is gone. He's got like a public room. But yeah.
So you went from a house to a trailer?
Uh-huh. A mobile trailer.
I think he went from his mobile trailer to a car or a van down by the river.
Maybe. But like, don't you have anything better to do? Women get razzled by that shit. Like, just cut it out.
Central Park. We are so reading. Oh, I am sure I agree with you. It's not reading.
Edie, there are you away from your phone?
I'm here.
Grab him by the muff. Who did that?
Wait, people think audio floats are counted for.
Oh, I love you,
Uh-huh.
Damn, man. No, they ain't done like that before.
It's terrifying. Most Americans, like that. You know, I'm
Unless it's one of us.
Everybody love you. Everybody William Wallace.
That's right. Send the William some love down in the goose.
I was watching John Kitover's YouTube live. And then William appeared. Hi, William.
Wait, you were watching this round live?
Yeah. Yeah, it's in the chat. If you go to
Hanson's room yesterday. Oh no, Joseph, are you on an Android? We can't hear you. Sometimes it's just a Clubhouse glitch and you can leave and come back and then it will work. But I heard that Android users are having this issue right now. Try the leaving, like exiting Clubhouse and then coming back into the room and see if that works. If not, like I said, there is apparently a known Android issue. Oh, yeah. Are you on an Android? Yeah. I guess they've all been having issues with it all day long. We actually had somebody else. Sean. Sean's chat warrioring up right now too, because he can't talk either.
It's so good that Sean can't talk. Be quiet.
Not too much on Sean.
Shut the hell up, Sean.
You see what he's doing there, Sean?
He gave a shit about it, but talk shit in the chat.
You know, you could sit here and just say whatever you wanted to, and he couldn't say a word. Let's face it, I know if Kitover got stuck in that situation, I know exactly what I'd say to him to get him all kinds of triggered. I would just be like, John, if I asked you not to stream, would you accommodate me? And he'd lose his mind.
It is what it is, right? People have their, like what you do. You give everybody the same kind of energy. You can sit up here and you talk crazy to everybody, right? Which I can respect.
Not everybody.
Right?
So like,
well, you know what I mean. Like everybody's, like every race, every particular individual.
sure, but it's like, but if you've ever caught on to me,
They have a destruction. Why? Yes,
it's
it's
specific. If I really go out of my way to like really make fun of people like I did tonight, it's because
Here, I'm
personally
gonna
it's
send you
something
something.
that I
I
don't like
have
them.
no
But
idea about that.
when it comes to even how I will purposely like avoid cussing even in the presence of certain people, just because I know those people that really bothers them. So I will troll and give shit to specific people, but I have to find like where that line is for different people. So I usually, I don't just go off on anybody.
No doubt. I'm just sitting up. The only reason why I came up here was just sit up here and let you know that, look, there's a certain reason why certain people like that, like Abby, like Monica, like certain other people, there's a reason why a lot of people have issues with these characters, El Normo, so on and so forth.
What is? I mean, I can see it with El Normo because he has fun doing his debating. He does have, I would say, annoying debate tactics. But what has Abby said that's like? What is that? She stands up for Israel. I get that, but most of the conversations I've had with her have been more like and she like most of the conversations I've had with her have been more like I don't want to say too much. Trying to look out for the safety of Jewish Americans, which I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
No, there's nothing wrong with that specifically. That's not the issue. It's just the issue is, I just don't understand how someone can play victim when they try to. And I'll just, keep it.
I'll keep it short and sweet. I'm not gonna sit up here and go on a diatribe, but I just don't like how someone can sit up here and play victim while they themselves is actively taking advantage of certain people. You know, and I'll just put it that way. You know, especially when I'm related to a specific group of people you're taking advantage of. So that's all I'm saying. So with that being said, do you have anything to say about, let's say, somebody like Monica? Any negative things to say about that?
Well, she's not here to defend herself. But I mean, I know I'm saying things, but I mean, because it's my room and I'm deliberately doing it. But I would say with Monica, I think she knows how to walk a line in order for there to be like enough plausible deniability that she's not being, I don't know, racist, I guess you can say. I think she knows what she's doing, and it irritates a lot of people. A lot of people will say, well, either just come around the fence with it and say what you really mean, or I don't know, why would she constantly bring up like the topics she would bring up?
But you understand why she's despised by a lot of people on this app too, right?
Yeah, I mean, for that reason. She hits on a lot of, especially like with black people, she kind of, like with a lot of those topics, she would, say she walked the line, whether or not she was just like masking being racist or not. And I think, and I understand, because even I still get those, that impression of her.
No, I mean, look, I mean, it's cool to be a racist to me, as long as you own it. That's another piece of shit, morbidly obese, 350-pound, scumbag that'll sit up here and throw rocks and then hide her hands, you know what I mean? So I'm just saying, like,
Well, she's taken some time with me recently, so let's not talk about her anymore.
Yeah, not a problem.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just gonna drop down, but I was just giving you a couple candidates for people that you can blast as best.
Well, I do think, there's two groups on this app that definitely, I'll just say it, the Zionists and the pro-Palestine side, that you guys really don't like each other very much, and I understand why you guys don't like each other, but it's not really like it's not something I feel super personal about. Like, I don't feel like it's attacking my identity.
Oh yeah, no. I was just sitting up here saying, I thought you might have run in with that person because that person claims to be so-called conservative,
We
but
can go to sleep soon.
What makes you think she isn't? I've talked to her. She's definitely conservative.
I mean, look, mind you, I really don't play the political party game of conservative or liberal or whatever, moderate or whatever, but based off of the way she looks, all right, she looked like the one that leans left. Not saying that she wears blue hair, but she look like.
I'll say that she does like.
I don't look at it as whether it's a Democrat or Republican or idiot, but wherever there's crime, I think that President Trump should go to that place.
All the time in certain rooms, and like even yesterday, do you know who Tira, the attorney, is?
Yeah, I've seen her in the room before.
And she's like a pretty sharp woman, right? So is Abby, and she was definitely wasn't. I guess that one wasn't too. That was more about the Constitution and like the law, but it wasn't really left versus right. But maybe that was a bad example. Yeah, I don't quite see that part. She could be to the right of me even. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I've seen her in rooms multiple times going at it with people who would lean right, like Brad, like other people. I mean, what? I know you have an issue with Brad, or I don't know. I'm not paying that much of attention. Huh?
I think she gets along with Brad as far as I.
Paying that much attention. Oh hell no.
I'm serious.
No, I don't know about that. But okay, no, I mean, I'm just saying, like, she's, look, she's a character on here that, although she claims to be conservative, so-called, she has run-ins with a lot of different people that are so-called conservative or right-wing. I've seen him talk real bad about that bride, directly. So I'm just saying that I've seen other right wingers on here talk crazy to her because, at the end of the day, she fakes the fun, So
I don't I've not seen this happen. That's why I don't even know who it would be. I mean, I would have to ask Brad. I'm not familiar with any of this happening.
no doubt. I'll drop that. I was just giving you some candidates,
No worries.
The family's first defense is the Second Amendment. Help support the Second Amendment
So yeah,
by joining today.
As far as I know I was talking about some of the sluts that are on the right wing. Holy shit! Now I'm trying to think what I was talking about. Yeah, I was putting headshots on people because I'm bored, and this account will probably get clipped. I see all of the oh, we got resistance up here. This should be interesting. I saw a picture of you, resistance. The beard and all.
Yes, I'm the biggest threat to the Zionists.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Because
You look like you could eat all the food aid.
I also look like I could beat the shit out of Christians and Jews with impunity too.
Really? But didn't you get arrested for it?
I got acquitted also.
Oh wow. Why do you want to beat up Christians?
Because you got piece of shits like Marco Rubio who stayed the Palestinian children who got bombed by American bombs can't come over here and get treated.
So you're gonna take a shot at La Raza, your fellow hombres, because they support Israel?
He's not my hombre. He's a white boy.
Is he? Wow.
Yes. He's a white American. Nothing Cuban about that cocksucker.
Oh, his family's not Cuban?
If that's what they want to so-called identify, they look like white Americans' ideology to me.
Amazing. What is your plan to destroy the Zionists?
Well, our plan to destroy the Zionists is the once Bibi Netanyahu gets thrown in the Hague or gets killed, either or. Preferably, hopefully, he gets assassinated. But after that, we have to dismantle the Israeli government, the far right. They all got to get imprisoned.
Amazing. Who's going to imprison them?
The Jews, the Israelis.
Oh, so the Jews are going to lock up their fellow compatriots too?
Well, they're not their fellow patriots. They're the ones harming their country. They can't be patriots if they're bringing death and destruction to Israel.
So on October 7th, should they have just said, oh no, this is like, yeah, guys, just keep on doing what you're doing. Yep, go ahead, just kill people.
They let them kill people.
Oh.
Why did it take them 6 hours to get to the border?
Amazing.
Israeli literally allowed Hamas to go in there and kill innocent people just so they could try to steal land.
So on a scale from 1 to 10, how much did Israel deserve what happened on October 7th?
1,000.
Amazing. 10 times over the top.
Yeah. They deserved it. They deserve the attack. You're not talking about the guerrilla tactics though, right? You're talking about just the attack itself.
Yeah, just everything they did, just like in totality.
Well, no, see, that now you're asking a different question now. No. See, the attack itself is feasible, it's respected, but some of the tactics that we use are not. just like in the, when certain countries go to war, it could be a just war, but you have idiots within the army or within the government that do terrorists or they do inhumane acts.
Okay. What do you think about synagogues? Should those be allowed to exist? Are you cool with the Jews, or you just don't like Zionists?
Yeah, no, the Jews. No, I don't. I hate the Zionists. Okay. Like the Jews are fine. I hate the Israelis and the Zionist Jews.
Okay.
You do know there was thousands of Jewish people living in with the Palestinians prior to the colonial settlement of 1948. So the Jews were fine with the Palestinians.
They weren't always fine.
They were fine. They were there fine for hundreds of years.
Interesting.
Nothing was happening to them prior to 48. Nothing at all. It was those Europeans that came.
There was a few massacres, I mean, there's some fighting from both sides. I mean, I remember reading about that a little bit.
Yeah, because of European mass migration into the land and them trying to settle and take land. That's how the fighting started. Prior to that, everything was fine.
So if there was like an invading army going into Israel, would you join the fight against the evil Zios?
Yeah, of course. The Muslims versus the Zionists, yeah, we're supposed to invade them and take them out. They brought corruption to the Holy Land. They brought corruption to Jerusalem and Bethlehem and all these, historical beautiful places. They made that shit into Sodom and Gomorrah.
Well, I have to push back because I do think if there's going to be like anybody I do think Christians should be the ones that would rule over it.
Well, I don't think that would be logical, especially when we once again took out the Christian, supremacy.
Yeah, that's why we're going to take it. And yeah, so you guys ended up conquering it. So I think the Christians need to reconquer.
Yeah, they conquered justly though, because Christians were committing atrocities. You know that. The Crusades, they were wicked people. The Christians were persecuting other Christians, enslaving them, robbing them.
I'm sure, with the resistance movements, are you Dominican or Puerto Rican or both?
I am Caribbean. Yes.
There was the Reconquista of.
I'm not we're not from the white part though. We're the indigenous. We're not the Portuguese.
I saw your picture. You actually could pass as like a Pakistani. I saw your picture. I was like, oh, you have a big full beard too.
Yeah, I'm a Muslim.
Amazing.
So when you take on the culture, you resemble the people. What are we gonna do about the white supremacists in Israel though? How are we gonna stop? Yeah, you don't see how they raise their children?
I mean, more people are brown in Israel than white. I don't know.
Well, it doesn't matter what color your skin starts turning after a while because you're in the sun. Their ideology is.
Have you ever had a personal relationship with Donald Trump?
I don't really care about the skin too much because you do know they are white.
Have you socialized with him?
Americans that are white supremacists.
Well, I guess my question would be when it comes to the white supremacists that exist in Europe and America, a lot of them, they don't allow Jews to become members, and they'll have things like Israeli flag. You probably like these people a lot actually, and they'll use an Israeli flag as a doormat, and they don't consider themselves when you say the word white supremacist, it's kind of conflating it to who the term was originally applied to, which are not really.
Yeah, but it's different. Really with the white supremacist elite do deal with the Jews because they make a lot of money with them. You're talking about the redneck white supremacists, the KKK, all the the barnyard. They hate Jews. We know that, but they ain't got no power. They ain't got no say so.
Well, the elites in America, for the most part, they didn't they were not very welcoming, especially in the past, of Jews. They wouldn't even let them live in the, even if they had money, they wouldn't let them
Yeah,
live in
but
the
that's changed. The evangelical Christians are aligned with them now, giving them billions of dollars and, shielding them from prosecution of sex crimes and terrorism.
So are you, I didn't know you were part of that Palestinian news network.
Yeah, man, those are my brothers.
I mean, I do see the little guy that goes around and he like gets in people's faces, but I haven't seen you in any of those videos. So are you guys always ready? It looks like he's ready, willing to fight.
We're always ready for hand-to-hand combat, absolutely.
Well, here's what I would say about that. When you go across, like, especially people that are not, like, you can't always tell, but I mean, let's just say they're just like everyday Americans that are probably not Jewish. When you say, oh, do you support Palestine? And they just say, and they shrug their shoulders. I would say the last thing you want to do is be offensive to them if you're trying to win people, to your side. And you definitely don't want to make them feel physically threatened, because then they're going to start associating pro-Palestinians with being, violent and intimidating, and how would that work to convince people?
Well, we're not trying to convince people.
What's the ultimate goal then?
The ultimate goal is just to bring awareness that you white supremacists are not going to get away with this barbarism anymore.
Well, before you were a Muslim, would you have had a strong opinion, you think, on Palestine and Israel?
Probably not.
So, just think about before you were a Muslim. Then, like, these people.
I can't do that because then I'll be a savage just like them.
How are they savage if they're just not invested in it?
Because that's our culture here in America. We live like animals. We like our sex, drugs, and rock and roll. We really don't care about people's feelings. We're very shrewd. That's American culture. Not really caring about other people and their feelings and their plights.
It's finally.
I try not to think back on those days of ignorance.
I would say most of us care about the plight of I actually care about the people in Palestine. I don't want to hear about innocent people dying or anything bad happening to them. I mean, I think most Americans are like that, but I think most Americans don't have a sense of which side they should take.
Your awareness of the situation over there is not really even because of the Muslim Palestinians, it's because of the Christian Palestinians, because they're also being persecuted, and you have a connection to Christianity. So that's why you're also aware of it.
Doesn't rise. Videos, ties recommend.
Well, I would say, I do have gripes with how it's affected the Christian population. I would say it's obviously a lot different than what you see regarding the situation in Gaza.
Absolutely. But what I'm saying is that's what's brought your awareness probably more to the Palestinian issue, because you're like, wow, hold up, they're doing our people like this. On top of that, it's even more horrendous. So that's why I said it's probably that reason why you put a little more attention to it. Like you said, besides your humanity, that you don't obviously want to just see people being treated like animals.
Well, I'll just be frank about this part. I think the one difference between Christians is that, at least if they're practicing Christians, like what happened, like on October 7th, we could not do that. Like our religion would, at least today, our religion today, that would be just so against our religion that.
Yeah, but you do have Christian senators here in America and other high representation of states and legality that say some of the most heinous and disgusting things, such as starve them to death.
Who said that?
The Republican Senator
Randy Fine.
There you go, Randy
Fine.
Fine.
But Randy Fine's a Jew.
Yeah, but it's the whole point. He's still American, and you got people in our country to say these things that are part of the government. He's not the only one. There's tons of others, Christians, some Jews. They say these things openly.
I would say pretty much all around America, if you go to any Baptist church, they've brought up how Gaza needs to be wiped out because it's promised to the Jewish people and it fits into their apocalyptic prophecy.
Well, yeah, I'm not a evangelical Christian or a Baptist. I don't really agree with them on their end times prophecy stuff, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you resistance. You know how I will push back and I'll say that Israel's justified to have a response after October 7th.
Well, that's technically not true because once again, how can you be in a defensive posture at the same time as since 1948 always been on an offensive stand? It just wouldn't make sense. You're not really technically defending anything.
Well, I would say no. They were. So I would say it's kind of similar.
They created a condition to where their country, men and people, were attacked due to their apartheid and ethnic cleansing and their bombardment of another people. That's why that attack happened. It didn't just happen out of thin air like a terrorist attack. Like, oh, we just hate these people and we're going to attack them because we're sovereign, meaning the Palestinians, West Bank, Gaza, like meaning they were sovereign. They had their own, presidents, their own prime ministers, their own military. That's not the situation. It's a people literally being occupied. So therefore, you're an offensive stand. You can't claim that you're defending your people. You're not. You're literally bringing harm to your people.
I don't know why people struggle so hard to understand this. Like, Israel is America Junior. They don't need a fucking reason to go into Palestine. They do it because they can. They are the dominant power in the region. Yes, Hamas was a provocation, but this country needed to be eradicated in the first place, right? Life is not fair. The world is not fair. We know the Israelis really don't give a fuck about, whether or not these people are starving to them. Hamas is a threat. They're also a threat to America and the West. And we need Israel to do this dirty work right now and take care of this, right? Like, I think we need to stop beating around the bush. Americans don't actually give a fuck about this. We massacred, 350,000 Iraqis, destroyed their entire country. We have been involved in over 100 fucking wars in the history of the United States. We have massacred, turnover governments over across the entire fucking planet. Americans are not people who are kind or care about, diplomacy and the rule of law, blah, blah. That's horseshit, right? We go into countries, we do whatever the fuck we want, and Israel has just learned from its daddy, America. Now Israel goes into countries and does whatever the fuck they want.
Well, I just want to say this resistance. I look at it a little bit differently when it comes to. So you brought up. So you're talking about the territory and all of that since 1948. But I look at it when it comes to like what happened on October 7th. So I look at it kind of more similarly to 9/11, where you had a group that ended up committing the terrorist attack, and then you had America responding and targeting that group, which is kind of what they're doing, or trying to do. They also took hostages, which was obviously like, what do you think they're going to do?
That's absolutely wrong. The people who did 9/11 is not who America went after. They invaded two countries that had nothing to do with 9/11.
So Al Qaeda wasn't in. So you're telling me Al Qaeda wasn't in Afghanistan?
No.
And let's not forget the fact they killed 350,000 civilians in the process. So is what Israel's really doing that much worse than what we did? No, it isn't, right? Israel still has many more thousands of people to kill before they reach America's stand.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can't think of any country where if the attack was committed like on October 7th, where they wouldn't send their military after the group that did it.
But Israel didn't send their military. They ended up just carpet bombing the whole place. They're scared to send their military. They don't want to face Hamas in ground combat. They never have.
They do, but they end up walking into like human mousetraps, or they get their tanks blown up by like a $300 explosive device. It blows up like a $4 million
So that's
tank.
what the issue is, Pep. Israel is incapable of fighting a ground invasion against Hamas.
But the ground, you're making it sound like it would just be a battle fought with small arms fire, but even when it comes to the controlled detonations on the ground or from above, they realize that those, when they end up,
you're a smart, logical guy.
they are booby trapping them, and so the only way to set off, make sure there's no ordnance left, is to literally set off
but once
ordnance.
again, you're smart and you're logical. You're telling me there will be more casualties if they just did a more ground invasion other than a bomb, throwing bombs?
Yeah, definitely.
Exactly, that's my whole point.
No, there'd be more casualties, I'd say, fighting at a ground level.
Impossible. Impossible. Because the bombs, 3,000-pound bombs, blow everything up. If Israel, for example, in the beginning, if they would have told everyone, we're doing a ground invasion starting in the north of Gaza, everyone has to leave to evacuate. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people would have evacuated, and they would have never been in the way of the actual ground invasion of people.
But then why wouldn't they have
With bombs,
if that's the case,
flee anywhere.
Sure, but they did tell them before they bombed it. They told them to leave the north.
And hold on, Pep. You know there's reports that when they told them to flee into these areas, these corridors, they bombed them. The same corridors they said to go through. There's massive reports about this.
I'm not too familiar with which.
I'll put them in the list if you need to see them. Absolutely, they did. There's massive reports of when Israel told people to go to these safe zones, they would bomb them.
But they double tapped a hospital yesterday morning. Do you think that they're trying to clear explosives?
No.
Are they trying to clear explosives in the hospital?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't quite know what happened there. I only saw like one tweet. I never even read it, but it's something about an open window. I don't know I can't even comment on it because I don't know.
It was a camera on the roof.
You do know that there was something bad to happen, because why did the Prime Minister come out and apologize? What is he apologizing about?
Yeah, I mean, could it be that they fucked up? Yeah.
They fucked up since the day the fucking the invasion happened. They fucked up.
If you had an employee that fucked up this much, wouldn't you like fire him, stop paying him?
Have they fucked up more than another like first world military would have?
We're not. I mean, are we comparing it to other atrocities?
Well, I mean, were we that much like even compared to let's say the United States, where we didn't like level fucking cities and towns and there weren't like civilian casualties. I mean, I don't.
That's because the fighting ain't happened here in America, but they did level towns and kill a lot of people in Iraq and Afghanistan.
That's what I'm saying. We're comparing, like, I want to compare a first world military to another first world military where they've been in a.
Well, for some reason, America just never fights other first class armies. They haven't in a long time since World War II.
And Israel's not fighting one either, so.
This is my point. All they do is terrorist acts against countries that they know can't fight them.
Well, I don't quite look at it. If somebody commits a terrorist attack, it's the responsibility of the military and the government to protect the citizens and to go after those that have caused harm and seek to cause harm to their citizens. So I don't see in any world where. I mean, basically what it sounds like you're asking for is that the just and right thing to have done after October 7th, because they ended up colonizing, however you would put it, the land, they should have just, lick their wounds and just, allow them to be invaded and taken over and leave.
Oh, I'm not saying that. I'm saying be some real men. And next time, take your military with all this moral army in the world and your special forces and your special intel that they say is the best in the world.
then do a ground invasion. Don't be cowards and bomb indiscriminately hospitals, children's centers, mosques, churches. Like, come on, don't be that
The
cowardly.
special forces are like, they're like less than they're like a fraction of the percent of any modern military. They just do very.
It doesn't matter. They're entering a small strip of the Gaza. It's not that. So, seven under pressure. Okay, let's do we're 50% of them are all under the age of 18.
So let's do worst case scenario. Israel goes in, they massacre 2 million Palestinians, and now we have peace in the Middle East. Would that really be so?
There will never be peace in the Middle East because Israel's an expansionist colonial idea. They're not going to stop with just Gaza and the West Bank. So
they haven't expended shit resistance. Something to consider.
Yeah, exactly, because the resistance is too strong, but they've been trying for decades.
Israel is also
gave back territory. They gave back territory resistance.
They didn't give it. They left illegal occupation. Are you talking about the '67 war, like the Sinai?
Oh, glasses and
Yeah.
plastics.
Oh, so they gave back land. So for peace deal, which America pressured them to. So I mean, what's your point?
Tons of territory. Like, why?
It was all
territory that don't belong to them, so they ain't giving nothing back. It's not there. It's a gift.
Then why are they expansionists? What are they expanding?
They openly talk about annexing the West Bank. They want to take parts of Lebanon and Syria. They currently occupy a part of Syria called the Golan Heights.
How about the Shiva farms and all of those places?
Yeah, they took but wait. The Golan Heights they took because in the 1967 war, there were rockets rained down upon them from Golan Heights, and it's a strategic, bad place for terrorists to rain rockets down on neighborhoods. So they took that over.
Well,
and they gave most of that region back too.
Well, the terrorists are the people who occupy those lands, which are the Israelis.
So here's another thing, right? So Israeli, they're genetically mostly white, right? Like, what if it's just part of their
It depends on which, majority of them are.
Silence peasant when I'm speaking, okay? So the majority, they're not SB, right? They're not. Therefore, it is part of their genetics to massacre people.
No.
Right? They are going to continue.
You're
wrong.
Mother, this is mother.
Hello. Go on mute.
No, you stop for a second. You're saying something that's like, and this is really annoying when I hear people say that. As a white person, having to hear people call them white. Yes, there's a.
Go on mute.
Stop. So if you're only talking about the Jewish population there, less than half of them are what you would. They have, I guess you could say, large share of European ancestry, but they are more than half of the Jews are actually people who never left the fucking Middle East, North Africa. But then 20% of them are Arabs, in addition to the Jewish population. Like, it's a majority brown country.
Okay, are Arabs white? Yes. Are people that are Jewish people white? Are they north of the what is it called? The African? You have this weird woke idea of Jewish people. No, you're not gonna come up and become a Jew. Israel is not like I think he is, but the Jewish people are white. Is anything over it? Like every category, they fall into the white category, and they're mad. They're mad because they have always been one of the
I just did the research. I got ChatGPT. Technically, the largest majority of people in Israel definitely are European descent. It says it right here.
They are majority.
Largest majority of what?
The largest majority within Israel since its founding of 40 is European descent. It says it right here.
Sure. But they're a minority.
Then you have the Mizrahis. Then you have the Sephardi Jews,
yes,
which are the Middle Eastern, the Africans, and the Indians.
I get what you're saying, but you're not.
Correct.
Hold on.
And then you have 20% Arabs.
Oh my God! All right.
These are not the.
All right, amazing. So They may be the largest ethnic group in Israel. However, when it comes to the Mizrahi and the Sephardi Jews, and then you have the Arabs, they outnumber the quote unquote European Jews. So they're
Yeah, but you can't equate that to that 20% of the Arabs. They're not Jewish, so you can't do that.
You're so broader that it is fucking European resistance.
Like, I don't know what you're talking. Like when I see most of these fucking Israelis like on TV or anywhere, I cannot tell them apart from a fucking Arab. I don't like this is so silly.
Some of them you can't. You ain't lying about that, and that's because they adapted the culture. Remember, they stole the look, the food. You know what I mean? So they start. When you're
which one stole the culture?
The European Jews.
Okay, but when they end up mixing, but wouldn't the majority of Jews are non-white? Well, and they stayed in the Middle East and North Africa. Wouldn't they be eating the same Middle Eastern shit that everybody else?
No, that's not true because a lot of them have different cultures, especially the African Jews.
They don't eat food similar to that of Algerians.
Somewhat, some of it, yes, but some of them have also their African cultures of different kind of foods and languages.
I'm sure the Ethiopian Jews eat with their hands and a lot of lentils and beef and shit.
That's just a custom of people of religious faith. That's why.
There's no such thing as an Israeli dish. Simplified. I don't know if that's what you're trying to say. But I do want to point out that resistance, it's that actually the majority of Israelis are Mizrahi. But when you look at the leadership of Israel and all the founders of Zionism, they're all Ashkenazi. Majority.
Oh yeah, we know that all their prime ministers, they're all a bunch of Europeans.
So it says right here, it says 80%, it says 47% of Israeli Jews are of Ashkenazi descent. Globally, 80% of the world's Jewish population is Ashkenazi. So the majority of the Jewish population is white descended, European descended whites, right? You can get triggered all you want, but the reality is these are white people with probably curly hair, right? So now back to my fucking statement. These people are inherently violent white people, right?
You're not doing the math right, Nicholas.
And they are learning to massacre people through their genetic ancestry. They have picked this up from other Europeans, and they are just acting out according to their
basic.
You just proved the point that less than 50% of that country is Ashkenazi.
Well, no, it's less than 50% of the Jews in that country are Ashkenazi. If I recall correctly.
Yeah.
And then the Jews are only 80%, then you have 20% that's Arab.
So it's like hilarious that you're trying to like turn Israel into this white country when in reality it's like probably mostly people that have like lived in that region for like thousands of years. Their ancestors
back to that area. Was LGBT in that land until the European Jews?
What is the story of Sodom and Gomorrah?
47% is not a small minority. These people have been predominantly white this entire time. This whole notion that they're not white, even in Mizrahi, I would consider as white. If you're going to get triggered about that, they fall as white to my category. You just like retarded white people.
I mean, if you wanted to like look at colorful quotes, even I think Netanyahu even said something about, was it the Golani Brigade or whatever? I guess they were mostly ethnically non-European Jews, and he made some like off-color comment. I don't know, like the 80s or something. It's like, oh, but they'll at least have smart white officers or something like that. I mean, I've heard that in decades past they didn't. They did see each other as ethnically different, and maybe there's a little bit of.
They still do. There's still racism there. They still like that there. What do you mean?
I've heard today that's not really much of a thing.
No, it's like that. They even put the Ethiopian, the black colored Jews. They put them in the front lines and everything. They're not commanded. They don't hold shots. Ask some of the soldiers. They'll tell you.
This is the annoying part when you group like this large amount of people. Like when you talk about the Mizrahi Jews, if we're talking about the Libyans, the Iraqi Jews that are is Mizrahi descendant and moved down there. Those are fucking white people. If you're talking about the ones that came from Africa that are also descendants of Mizrahi Jews, those are obviously African people, right?
Do you think Iraqi Christians?
African ancestry as part of their DNA and significantly larger quantities. But we group them all together, and now because some of them have some African, you were saying that the majority of them are African, and that is flawed. The majority of the Mizrahi people are still white.
No, the majority of them have ancestors that never stepped foot in Europe. They literally are not. When people say white, they mean European.
I'm aware that most of these are descended from the Middle Eastern, Northern Middle Eastern. Those are all white people to me. Arabs are white to me. So this is a fundamental difference in viewpoint of do Arabs qualify as white, yes or no? For me, these are all
amazing.
Yeah.
I know. I would say that they're pretty brown, to be honest.
Arabs go from. I mean, there's some that are, I guess, white passing, but for the most part, nobody's. If you had to describe the person to like a 911 operator, you'd be like, what does he look like? Oh, Middle Eastern man, medium colored skin or some shit, and probably bushy eyebrows or whatever the fuck. I don't know. They look different.
They start getting whiter. Just quickly, they just start getting like they will get whiter in the Balkans and like in Turkmenistan and like that whole region. But like it kind of moves the further north you go. But like I wouldn't consider like Turkish people white, would you?
Yeah, I just came from Turkey actually, and these people were shockingly very European looking. Looking like pale skin. The entire fucking city of Istanbul was full of light skinned fucking European people. Yes, I would consider them as white. If you ever travel to these countries, you will realize that a significant portion of these people are just as white as Europe.
So you're missing out.
Also has a shit ton of European.
You asked me a question, I gave you an answer.
Well, but you're missing out on like thousands of years of cultural difference to like the Europeans versus like the Turks, the Ottoman Empire and everything to do with that. I mean, there's like people that would be closer aligned that would be black to the Ottoman Empire than the Turks would be to like modern Europeans. So you're missing out on many historical facts right now.
Cultural differences doesn't make them any less white, brother. I don't know what tangent we're going on, but I don't know how this is even.
Well, it's not just about their. God damn, it's not even. And part of the reason why I think it's useful when they say white, it's meaning European, is because they're outside of the borders of Europe. As you go into the Levant, Middle East, you start getting people that I would say phenotypically start looking a lot differently, but also they're culturally much different. The cuisine suddenly drastically changes. Of course, their religion drastically changes. Their language family, the Semitic languages that they speak, drastically different. And I guess when you used terms like, oh, they're just these white people. No, these are people that have been in the Middle East for centuries, or thousands of years actually, and they haven't left, and they literally, that's why, they were not eating bagels and like, what the fuck, mothball soup or whatever, they were, obviously a lot more similar to the other Middle Easterners.
Well, I mean, Pepe, like you could look at the Syrians, for example, and I would say the Syrians are like closer ethnically tied to Jerusalem versus Europe, because that's just the fact. That's their ethnic background. So it's like crazy that this person is like trying to make this point that it's what their skin color matters more than their ethnic background. It's like mind blowing to me.
You get offended at the concept that maybe Jewish people are white. And I think that's
well, you can say some Jewish people are white. I just think, but saying they're all white, that's not accurate.
Obviously, I'm not talking about
white means European.
I know Jews exist. I know Ethiopian Jews exist. They are not the majority. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the majority of the Jewish people.
Well, this conversation getting kind of retarded. We're just talking.
It is.
Pepe, do you think what happened at Waco was okay?
I'm not a fucking expert, but do I think that burning a bunch of men and women and children alive. No, that's obviously. I think there should have been a much better outcome.
Especially when they had surveillance on this guy when he left to work, when he came back, like it wasn't necessary, right?
Yeah, I would say that Ruby Ridge was unnecessary. I do think that this guy David Koresh guy was one real sick piece of shit. I mean,
Yeah, he was a kid diddler too, by the way.
Oh yeah,
he was like diddling all the kids. He was fucked up.
So very disgusting person.
So it would be justified to go after that one guy, right? Especially when you have surveillance and the technology to track him and stuff. So how is that different from what's happening in Gaza?
Oh yeah, that's a lot different. Well, first of all, like in Waco, Texas, they could control the environment. It's one compound in a state where they could see who's coming and going very easily, as opposed to like a highly densely populated area where because of their guerrilla warfare tactics, because of where they hide weaponry, because of their tunnel system, you don't know how do you really target. And these are tens of thousands of people, not one person. It becomes a whole different. It basically becomes a war as opposed to, I don't know, just trying to bust one guy.
Well, are you aware of how Israel procures its targets?
I've listened in. There was a couple people that had experience with this from the U.S. military as well. I know it involves intelligence, and then depending on who it is, I believe they also have what would be a ratio of how many people can you put at risk when dropping a bomb, for example. How many innocent casualties are acceptable will depend on like the number of people you're targeting, who they are, how important they are.
Right. It's called
there's
the
a chain of
Lavender.
command.
Yeah, it's an AI program. It's called Lavender, but they nicknamed it "Where's Daddy" because instead of targeting the militants when they're in combat, they wait for them to go home to their families and then they bomb the entire house. And a lot of the time, the AI system actually makes mistakes. They might get the same name. They might get a house where the militant had moved from. And the ratio is 25 for every low-level combatant and up to 100 civilians for a higher-ranking combatant.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't quite know how that's different for other first world militaries when they're in war. I know that a lot of people have talked about this after the fact. People that have served, where they know they ended up, targeting individuals and facilities with what ended up being faulty intel, and then innocent people were being killed. I know this happens. There's a guy, John Spencer. I've listened to him talk. I don't really. You have to understand, I know it happens, period. So just because it happens doesn't show me that, Israel's doing it the wrong way. I don't, do they do it worse than other first world countries? I haven't seen that. So I don't really, and it's not my area of expertise or something I really looked into, so I don't really know even how to respond to that.
You look at the ratio, like when 60% of the casualties are children, at least close
But that
to
doesn't
50%.
say anything.
Is that indiscriminate or not? Well, you compare it to other first world countries.
Yeah, including first world countries like in Afghanistan.
How do you mean it doesn't mean anything?
Oh sure, because especially Afghanistan, it was very common to be fighting children. Right? The children had guns.
Children of how old?
In Afghanistan, they could be as young as 10, 11, 12 even. I mean, they're a bit different, I would think, than Gaza, but I mean, we do know that there are terrorists, there are people that fight for Hamas that are under 18.
Hey, Pepe, when you say 10 years old, right? An average kid, black, white, Hispanic, Asian, you name it, right? You think the average 10-year-old can handle an AK-47 and go like freaking ham?
In Afghanistan, yeah.
The average kid can pull a wire and fucking blow up a bomb.
I think
we'll talk about Sudan. There's been hundreds of thousands of more people have died in that war than in the Gaza conflict, so I think we should talk about that one.
Well, that's unfortunately, it's just a bunch of dirt poor, dark-skinned Africans. In the part of the world, none of us have. Mainly done by the northern. If anything,
a lot of Arabs killing a lot of black people.
That's true. If you look at northern Sudan, I mean, it's kind of. I believe the Nile goes through it, and the top part is more desertish, but they have the river, and then South Sudan, as we get into like the more tropical areas, it's pretty it's very black, and there's been this has been going on for several decades, and I'm just being realistic. It's a place that very few of us have ties to in the West, and when we think of Sub-Saharan Africa in particular, we generally have a very low bar for what we think is atrocious. I feel like a lot of people have the sense that this is a place where starvation, disease, and war are just endemic to that area. Yeah, so we don't. I think that's the reason it doesn't get much attention. But you are correct. Like it is. We do focus more on Israel, and I do think that part of the reason why is because if you look at Israel, I mean, looking at the music festival, it almost mirrors America in a weird way. How the people are dressed, not necessarily how they look, but somewhat. But it looked like a modern country. Like you can kind of put yourself in their shoes. Like, oh my God, this could be. Imagine if this happened in America. And they had to deal with the savagery, and so we kind of.
Perhaps a better question is, if you fly from the top of Israel all the way to the bottom of Israel with a commercial helicopter, it's like 40 minutes, not even. With an Apache, it's like 9 minutes. Right? An Apache goes way beyond 200 miles an hour. Right? And why did it took them at least 4 hours to respond?
I don't know.
That is a very important question, don't you think? Like this tiny little leap of land. It takes you 4 hours, but every 30
I guess
feet,
I would ask this.
But there is normally every 30 feet there is an 18-year-old that stands there with a machine gun to blast an innocent Palestinian. Now like nobody noticed for like 4 hours. Like 4 hours? Is this sure?
I think that was kind of easy. I think that one's kind of a lot easier. So we have like troops that can be put on standby for deployment within 24 hours. I believe like some of the the different airborne grenades.
You know which two?
You believe that this retarded is an inside job? This conflict.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree.
You know which two big events have like, hold on now, Sam Rosen. What a name.
Not anything
okay, Ginger Red, calm your titties. You start lactating. Do you know which two events?
You dumb fucking moron.
Okay, time for your medication.
Well, there was a stand down order. There was definitely a stand.
Do you know which two other events had exactly that?
Not a fucking inside job, you dumb fucking.
Well, just let him get it out. I don't agree that it's an inside job, but just let him say it.
Do you know which two other events have like the similarities as the patterns of like these events? It was the bombing of the USS Liberty, right?
Oh my fucking God.
And it was the same thing with 9/11. It was identical.
All right. Well, I don't want to go into
I'm sorry, this is so cringe, but
I don't want to go into it. But I do want to. I want to finish what I was saying. So, like, you do have.
Really quick, Pepe. When you talk about cringe, have you seen your profile picture?
Okay, guys, let's not. So, okay, in the U.S., like for example, what we would consider ready for like rapid deployment, it's like 24-hour notice. Now, I would think is that obviously they have a good segment of their population that is active duty. I don't know what their how many of them, even their quick reaction forces, for example, how many of them were on base ready for like literally half an hour deployment? And they'd have to get kitted out. They'd have to, go in their vehicles or whatever to respond. I mean, I would think that would still, if I had to guess, Israel probably has to rely on their police to deal with incidents somewhat, even though they're different, so their military can, but they probably rely on the police for the response for the most part. So the fact that it take a few hours does not, I don't find it that surprising.
It takes you a few hours to have those men in the Apache helicopters to make a move. At first there's a couple of men with rusty, dusty AK-47s on their flip-flops and motorcycles from the mid-90s. That's what you're competing.
I mean, that's not what happened in certain areas.
It's
almost instant. But the response was actually almost instant in certain areas.
No, it wasn't.
And then certain areas that were more remote, it took
No, it wasn't.
That's what happened. That's
not what happened. It's not what happened.
I literally know a girl who her boyfriend, he was spending time texting.
You don't know no girls.
People about hey, here's where they are. Come here, you need to save us, this kind of shit. And then him doing that caused him to die, but also caused the responders to come fucking save them. So this whole fucking thing was oh, there's no fucking responders. They were so slow. It's because you're just a fucking retard.
Dude, Sam, during the Nova Festival shit going down, I was in contact with a dude that was there for a big boyfriend.
Was he cheating on you when you went to Israel?
Can I just
fucking dummy?
Yeah, no, he literally owed me money because I mixed the master the track.
He owed you money.
He sent me money for the mix and master. And I was like, dude, you didn't have to send me money for it. You're in a fucking shootout right now.
So he decided to call you.
Don't
He was in a
fucking
shootout. He's like, let me call my boyfriend for my last words.
I took him on the phone once.
Alright. Did you know that Muhammad raped a child? Did you know that? Muhammad raped a child? Where you were?
Yeah, did you know that?
Olympics
That child had hair as well. Muhammad raped children. That's kind of weird that he did that.
You came out as the strongest sperm cell.
Anyways,
child rapist. That's kind of weird.
hold on, Sam, because I get.
But guys, I'm getting really sick of this. Hold on, guys. I'm getting really, guys. I'm getting really sick of this. The jabs back and forth because we were at least having a conversation before. You guys know I can talk shit. I just I'm trying not to do that. Go ahead.
I'd love to have the conversation, but Ludwig would love to.
No. Let's, dude, Ludwig, he can't do that anymore. No, absolutely. Go ahead. I think Sam, were you trying to?
Sam was talking about Sudan, so I want to rewind back to that. And this really annoys me because, especially from the pro-Israeli side, and Sam, I love you, by the way. Thank you for giving money to that little black baby in Sudan because I answered your questions. But they don't care about Sudan. They just use this as a tactic to divert from the conversation being on Israel. And if you want to talk about Sudan, we can talk about who gives the RSF weapons, which is the UAE, which is a partner with Israel and the Abraham Accords. And the UAE also receives weapons from Israel. So Israel is directly complicit in the genocide in Sudan. And we can talk about that if you want.
Well, I'll have to look that up. I'm not familiar Israel backing up any of that. So I will have to do my research.
Yeah, just move
But I don't know that are they doing it necessarily to deflect, or I do think there is a level of hypocrisy where I do think people they do have a problem with Israel to begin with, whether it's because they're just because they happen to be Muslim and have a very strong opinion about Israel, or maybe there's white people that just hate Jews, for example. There's some of those people. Then you have leftists who kind of hate them because the same reason they bitch about, our country. But I do think, there's some hypocrisy there. Don't you think? Like,
Yeah, I'm saying.
Like, was America any better for what we did in Iraq?
Pepe, are you a right-wing populist or you're like right-wing imperialist?
I wouldn't really identify as either.
You don't identify with the populist movement where the new right wing is like can't see war, we don't want to get dragged into more wars. That is a repercussion of looking back on the things we did and recognizing that it's wrong.
But that was like a paleo-conservative view, and as well as like a libertarian right view. And I don't really care for the wars for other reasons, because I think they're a waste of money and they don't really do anything.
Why do we keep comparing it to what we did in Iraq when we know that it's
money?
For the taxpayer, yeah.
Yeah, you think they actually give a flying F about the average American citizen and the taxes that they have to pay? Do you know how? The government. You think they truly care? It's like, oh, let's not go to war because, like the inflation, it might affect the cereals and all. Like, no, they don't give two.
Well, people have to be re-elected, so that they have to kind of care about that.
They don't care, bro. In the 200, almost 50 years of the existence of the United Snakes of Gay, you guys have been at war for I think it's 30 years off or something, like 220 years, whatever it is. Like it's the predominant reason why you guys make so much money.
We get it. You hate America. You hate America. It's fine. Yeah, you do. You hate America. I don't fucking hate everything about
You hate women. That's why you're gay. What I'm saying. This is how America makes money.
I have a wife that you have a crush on, so that's the reality.
Nobody has a wife.
One thing. You hate America. That's the problem that you're facing right now. But I think that Pepe is trying to make a different point. Okay?
You're running out.
Well, the point that Pepe is trying to make is the fact that America has a different set of principles. Like, you live in Holland, okay? You live in a different country than America.
No
right?
shit, Charles.
Your worldview is very different to Pepe's point of view. I mean, for example, you guys, I don't know, live with your parents until death, apparently.
Yeah, I love my parents.
That's just like a personal perspective.
Sorry, your parents did you. I love my parents.
Yeah, but then also, like you live in Europe, which is dealing with like a rape crisis right now, which you probably shouldn't be very proud about. Whereas
let's talk
US,
about how the sex offenders are.
No, you're obsessed with Israel. Don't want to go to Israel.
United States. Let's talk about Israel. Sex offenders, right?
The point that I'm making,
Wait, you were making a point.
This message from FuseNet, the Family Early Warning System network from the US, nobody mentions it. They all mention the UN agency IPC, and then they say that Israel says that UN report is biased, UN report cannot be accepted. So they will write these two things, but they will never write or publicize what the US agency for on starvation and famine says about it. It says the same thing, and I've shared a link. I've shared that article over there in the chat for anybody who wants to read.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think the other thing to come across is they always deny that there's nobody's starving in Gaza, right? And this is a very known tactic in Zionists. And there's a lot of Zionist talking points from even in related to genocide, they'll deny the genocide, and they'll even deny the apartheid. have you been to the West Bank area when you went to Jerusalem? You've been to the West Bank, right?
No, I did not go. Because my husband didn't want to go, so I didn't go.
Okay. So if you were to go to the West Bank, we have Brother Jindip here, he lives in the West Bank. There's about 920 checkpoints in the West Bank. And so let's say if they want to get and these checkpoints are the only people that get stopped at the checkpoints is the Palestinians. The Israelis, the settlers, they don't get stopped at all. Because of Israeli license plate, they have Israeli identity, and so it's two sets of laws, for two groups of people. One, you got the Palestinians, the other ones are the Israelis. And that's where it kind of gets, so let's say if somebody wants to travel to a wedding 40 kilometers away, 50 kilometers away, right? In America, I'm in California, by the way. Here, 40 kilometers meaning about 20, 30 miles, it only takes me about 30 to 40 minutes. But over there in the West Bank, they would have to leave at least 4 or 5 hours before, because at the checkpoint, you never know. They'll stop you minimum for an hour up to 4 hours. And there's multiple checkpoints. And they even have checkpoints on flying a chopper. You see what I'm saying? And it's crazy. And there's a lot of organizations out there where it makes it apartheid. It gives you evidence. Why is it apartheid? Because there's two sets of laws. I'll give you one example. Let's say a Palestinian in the West Bank gets attacked by a settler. All right. Now, who should he call? He or she? They will try to call the Palestinian Authority, right? And they'll be like, nope, we can't come. We can't deal with them, right? And if they call the IDF comes around, protects the freaking crazy psychopath terrorist settler that's committing crime, that's pretty much raping the shit out of Palestinian. Palestinian resists. He gets arrested. He gets locked up in Israeli prison under administrative detention without due process. And this is the big problem for the Palestinians in the West Bank. And every time they release about 100 or maybe 50 Palestinians, they'll go in there and arrest about 500 of them without due process. And some of these, there's some of them are kids. Even just for throwing a rock at IDF truck, they'll pick them up, arrest them, and it will get renewed every 6 to 9 months. And sometimes they can be in there for about 2 years, 5 years, 6 years. The longest one I think I've seen was about 9 years without under administrative detention, without due process. And I was in a shock, But I think Leila is a Palestinian. She wants to add something really quick. And if you have any more questions, Ariel, you're welcome to ask us any questions, Or if you hear any arguments from the Zionist group, you're welcome to come in and say.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that I was going to add was that, so where I live in Gaza, it should only take you maximum about like 40 minutes, right? Like technically based off of the distance to get to Al-Quds, which is Jerusalem. Okay. And unfortunately, due to the amount of checkpoints that are there, and story back, a lot of my family members tried to go to Jerusalem for pilgrimage or like to see, our mosque and our holy sites and stuff like that. And a lot of our family members from Gaza would travel, and what should have taken them maximum anywhere between an hour, to 40 minutes, ended up taking them about 4 to 5 hours. Some people actually had to stay at checkpoint overnight in a little cell. Very, very similar to what you see in the United States with the ICE detention centers. And even after all of that, you could still be denied leaving Gaza. You could still be denied, entry into Jerusalem after going through all of that. And when Amir talked about how, there are people who are held without due process, who are held, under, who are held under, who are held administrative detention, that's the word. I actually have a cousin within my family who is right now being held under administrative detention. And he's been in administrative detention since he was 12. So the fact that children are getting detained, and you know what he did? He threw a rock at a tank, okay? that's why he's being held under administrative detention, and he's been there for about, I would say, like 4 years now, and he hasn't come out. So, mashallah, like, he should have been graduating, college. He should have been applying to universities. He really liked playing soccer. He should have, been playing soccer, but he spent some of the best years of his youth under administrative detention, all for throwing a rock at a tank.
Sorry to hear my sister. I'm so sorry. Yeah, sorry to hear that. One second, Rondo. So I'm about to put the link in the chat. Hang on. So when you go into the Zionist room next time, just ask them, why is Netanyahu funded Hamas? Right? Here's one. This is a Hamas one. I'm going to give you another article from their own source, and this is from Times of Israel. Ariel, this is a Jewish Israeli source that says the Hamas blew up in their face. I'll give you another article where Netanyahu is giving weapons to ISIS, Islamic State, that's stealing the aid for more than a year, and then sells it in black market, for triple the price or like 5 times the price. And then they kept on blaming Hamas for stealing the aid, blah blah blah, and they would do this all the freaking time, and then they'll go in there and try to go after. And all the stealing was happening under the IDF, under the IDF supervision. I'll put another article. If you can bookmark it, save it, and this is Times of Israel. I'm going to provide another article from Times of Israel about the ISIS thing. Go on. I just wanted to say to the sister, I'm very sorry about your brother. He doesn't deserve it, and I hope he can come out soon. SubhanAllah. These people, bro. I was gonna ask you, sister, by the way, how old was your brother when he got arrested?
So, it's my cousin. My brother, I have 3 older brothers, and inshallah, like, they have their own experiences with the IDF. We're American, so we get a little bit of a leeway, if you could say. Like, of course, by language. Of course, by language, when we go to Palestine, we appear like we're Arab and whatnot. But, so, like, the IDF, like, when they interact with us, they see, okay, like, they're Arab, they're Palestinian. But then we whip out the American passport, and they're like, oh, like, they start apologizing and stuff. But the person that I was talking about is my cousin, and he was about, I think, 12 and a half, closer to 13. If I remember correctly, it was about a week before his 13th birthday. And the reason why I remember that is because, like, I remember talking to him, a day or two. He's like, I'm like a little bit old. I'm like his big sister, right? So, like, I'm a little bit older than him. I remember talking about him, like, oh, what do you want from America and stuff like that. And that's like the last conversation that I had with him. I was one of the last people to talk to him, and I haven't been able to speak to him for the past 4 years.
SubhanAllah, that's so evil, bro. It's a 15-year-old child. It's crazy. I don't even have like it's crazy. Wow. Yeah, I'm just talking in the house, and my brother's thing is crazy. SubhanAllah. That's so evil, sister. Here, think about it, brother. I wouldn't even think in America you can arrest a person at the age of 12. I hear you, Rondo. So, Ariel, I put 2 links in the chat, ISIS and Hamas, and the third one I posted is for Rolo down in the audience. He says Muslims are the problem, Islamists is a problem. Apparently, I don't know if he's aware of it, from his Jewish scholars and rabbis, majority of them agreed to this, that thanks to the Muslims in Jerusalem, they were brought back to Jerusalem. Otherwise, no offense to anybody that's in Christian faith, the Christians, they wanted to kick them out. They do not like they did not like the Jews. But when Muslims, conquered the land, they took over. They brought the Jews back into the land. And by the way, Caliphate was Islamist, by the way, Rolo. I don't know if you know about this. You should be respecting, the Caliphate. You should respect all the Muslims instead of talking smack about it, instead of talking shit about Muslims in your rooms, in here, or in real life. And learn it from your daughter. Your daughter is pro-Pali. She's raising funds for the pro-Pali protest. I don't know where you get your facts from. You're just a dumbass, And what else can I call you? A kangaroo fucker. That's it. That's all I can tell you from Australia.
Lila, Are you there, Layla? Hey, Layla, are you there?
Amir, you okay? You okay?
I'm okay. I'm okay. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I get how you get it.
Islamist is a problem. Islamist. Did you read the rabbi? Did you listen to the rabbi?
Be able to ask me something like a conversation with you.
Ask. Okay, go on.
Are you okay? Look, nothing that I said is non-factual. The fact is that 90% of terrorist organizations that have been designated by countries just happen to be Islamist. I don't know why you're getting
Same talking point. Bring me something new to the table. We debunked your thing last time.
How's your daughter doing, Ru?
You never talk about from us.
She's still supporting
Hamas was funded by Netanyahu. ISIS is funded by Netanyahu. What do you want me to do? I gave it to you in a chance.
Your daughter is an Islamist, Ru.
What's an Islamist?
Whatever her things. All the IRGC, all Islamist terrorist organizations.
What is Islamist?
Does your daughter support Islamist?
And rape
Your daughter
and pillage and be able to conquer. This is what they do.
So Rohan, hang on. One question to you.
You want to talk about these things. You're going to be.
Yes, I want to talk to you. I want to ask you one question, Rohan.
Accused me of saying lies.
Okay, can I ask you one question, Rohan? I'll ask you one question. Yeah, were the Jews kicked out of Jerusalem?
About what I'm talking about?
Were the Jews kicked out of Jerusalem?
There's no script.
Were the Jews kicked out of Jerusalem?
Hajj. Do you remember?
By the Christians. Were the Jews kicked out of by the Christians in Jerusalem?
Hajj Husseini, who was the head of in Jerusalem, of Hitler. Right?
Okay, Lehi, a Jewish militia gang in 1940 to 41 worked with Hitler. You have to allow it transferred to you in 1933. Did it with Hitler. No. We're going before the Hajim and Husseini. We're going based on Lehi Jewish militia gang. They were working with Hitler. They approached the Hitler. Wow.
So you wonder why
Are you going to acknowledge the Lehi Jewish militia gang approached the Hitler in 1940? Are you going to acknowledge that?
So I don't know this.
Look, I don't mind acknowledging.
Do you support Islamism?
Do you support terrorist attacks? Do you support the terrorist attacks? The Jewish rabbi supports it. I put the link in the chat. If the rabbi supports it, I stand with the Jewish rabbi.
You can't say.
I stand with the rabbi. The rabbi. Hold on. Rabbi supports it. I put the link in the chat.
Okay.
Say it.
You're getting very triggered up here. Okay. I asked you whether you support Islamism. You couldn't give me a straight answer. Okay. So you support it. You support Islamism. And that's okay. You can say
what is Islamism? What is Islam? Can you elaborate 3 times fast, please?
Oh, okay. What is it? Well, I don't know. I mean, you know so much about Israel, about condemning Israel, about the history of the region, which you make up a lot about, which is really interesting. You've got no idea about what
Rollo, you're actually a Bob, bro. I swear to God. You're losing a Bob, bro.
By the way, I'm sorry, I'm going to go. I've got a life.
Do you figure run away,
Do you figure your mom, bro?
You want to do a drive-by. Run away.
Read the script and leave. Read the script.
Yeah, run away. He just did a drive-by on that. Disgusting.
Can I speak, guys? Can I speak?
Yes, brother.
One thing, Fayez, can I just make one point real quick, then you can speak? One sentence. We, as Muslims on this app or just in general in real life, please let's stay away from the word Islamist. It's a made-up term. It makes no goddamn sense. That's some shit that we have to stay away from. We can't normalize that word. It makes no sense, man.
Thank you, Mazi. Hello, Rohan. How are you? It's been a long time since this toilet cleaner spoke to you. Remember me, Rohan? Are you there? Okay, he's not. Or maybe he doesn't want to engage with the toilet cleaner. Doesn't matter, it's okay. The thing is, you know, this they keep talking about this, the Jerusalem high priest Al-Amini meeting Hitler. You know what? He met Hitler. I went and researched Holocaust Encyclopedia and Yad Vashem. Yad Vashem is the details that are kept in Jerusalem, in Israel, in the Israeli Museum. And both say that Al-Husseini did not meet Hitler to target or to incite him to kill Jews. First of all, the Holocaust started in the early 1930s. Al-Husseini met Hitler in 1941. And why did Al-Husseini meet Hitler? Because at that point in time, Hitler was a very powerful world leader. Okay, and the Zionists were already making deals with Hitler because the Zionists were not getting from the British whatever they wanted. So what they would do is go to Hitler and get him to support their cause, and thereby, weaken the position, weaken the hold of the British on Palestine. This is what they did. In fact, some of them went to the extent of making deals with Hitler, overlooking the Holocaust, the mass killing of Jews that was going on. In fact, there was a Hungarian Jew who made a deal with Hitler, and during the course of the negotiation, it came to knowledge. It was brought to his, or it came to his knowledge that Hitler was planning to murder 1 million Hungarian Jews. Okay, in fact, incidentally, the biggest Jewish population in Europe that was gassed to death was Hungary, one of the biggest. Okay, and this guy, his name is Rudolf Katz. He went on to negotiate with Hitler when the matter of 1 million Jews going to be killed in Hungary came. He did not take it up. He did not bring it back and alerted the world. He did not do anything. All he did was, look, this is a list of 1,600 Hungarian Jews that I want you to release. Let them escape. We will also pay you a lot of money. And he paid them because he was a very rich Swiss Hungarian.
Some people were to be driving across the border in Tijuana, and there's like a dead, mangled girl in the back of the truck, and they'd be like, "Oh, skills! Oh my God!" They'd be like, how horrible,
So,
it's. But I would say, we would have ended up abso-fucking-lutely. Our military would go in. You would probably, similar to 9/11, have you would kind of see like Americans pulling together and being a little bit more patriotic, and there would be a subset of the population that would be like, yeah, I'm going to join the military. Fuck this shit. How dare they do this? And then we would go in and we would not stop until the organization and the fighters and anybody that was part of that enemy organization was completely fucking dead. That's reality.
Okay, we talked about. Hold on.
When you think about.
Hold on. He asked me, and we actually talked about this last time. And you actually brought up Rachel Corrie, and I want to bring up in 2014 when Israel was bombing Gaza, because this didn't all happen and start on October 7th. The members of the town Seredot, which is not far outside of Gaza, it's an Israeli settlement. They set up beach chairs and grabbed their popcorn, and they said it was better than fireworks when they were looking upon the bombing of Gaza. We talked about Rachel Corrie, who was a white American volunteer in Gaza, who stood in front of a bulldozer in protest of a home getting demolished, and the bulldozer crushed her. Israelis started baking her face into pancakes to mock her. You can look at the Israeli Telegram channel, which has over 200,000 subscribers, called 72 Versions Uncensored, before it was taken down, of course. I don't know if it's still around.
I agree.
Violence begets violence. So you have this
I agree with you.
Violence? Really? Gunning?
Violence begets violence.
I agree with you. There's strange things.
The one girl got run over by a bulldozer, that's an excuse for genocide?
That's that's one example.
Josh, have you seen the red flooded window after the this fucking.
I'm gonna impersonate
absolutely
John.
Well, hold on a second. We're using. Hold on. We are using anecdotal examples. Okay. Yes. Do people do really cringe shit? Do I think it was really like gross of some Israelis? They would make these TikTok videos and they would like pour water from their faucet and be like, "Oh, look what we have." It's like, okay, I get it. You guys are angry. You know, I guess in the moment they're thinking a certain way or feeling a certain way, fine. But at the end of the day, though, you said how like these people were looking out and saying, "Oh, it's like fireworks." But what I recall seeing, and this is even before October 7th, is that every time there was a terrorist attack that happened, when somebody from Gaza ended up committing, I remember there was a mass shooting in a synagogue. I believe a guy with who was carrying ended up like neutralizing him. But what did they do? Literally lit off fireworks, passing out candies. They're celebrating. They're like, yay, yay. And so it's like, okay, if we have to be consistent because, like, and even how they were celebrating with the dead Jewish girl in the back of that truck, that is disgusting.
It goes both ways. Wait. Let me actually make a point of it. Wait, no. You guys are gonna talk about the bullshit. Wait. Let me make a new point.
Hold on. Ewan, I'll let you go next, but Ludwig, I was countering what Ludwig said. So you can respond to him. Yeah, you can respond to him, okay?
Yeah, you can just wait for your turn. Press a button.
Okay, just don't taunt, just a second.
No, I wasn't taunting. So what I would say is like you gave a perfect example with like West Vessel Street. What I was saying about like the example you gave with Mexico, right? What you're forgetting is this did not start nowhere near October the 7th, 2020.
Nobody said that it did.
No, exactly my point. It started on the 14th of May, 1948.
Nobody said that it started on
It started before that even.
Alright, just let him finish. Because I already have rebuttals that I'm not gonna give. I said Owen can go next. You think normal, you can go after.
You go all the way from the 14th of May, 1948, all the way to October the 6th, 2023. That's decades, my friend. Decades of innocent men, women, and children getting slaughtered. Women dying at the border that are delivering a baby that are not being allowed to cross the border. Right? And we have like an ungodly amount of these stories more. And then to be like upset about like October the 7th. And by the way, I don't approve it. I don't support the killing of nobody.
Well, you're not upset.
It's overrated, right?
You're not upset.
Just let him land. You guys need to go next. Just let him land.
So if you're looking at this, and then it's sort of like, well, October the 7th, that's what was surprising. You've been slaughtering these people for like 75 years. What's really weird about it, this eventually was going to happen. By the way, with the approval of, the state called Israel, because they waited with at least 4 hours to respond. So, the blood is on their hands. It's your fault, El Normo. It's your Israel's fault.
All right. So hold on. Ewan's gonna go, and then El can go.
Well, you know what? Gaza is your fault.
Okay.
Those dead people, your fault.
El, save it. El, I will let you go for a few minutes uninterrupted. You can say whatever you want, and I will not allow them to interrupt you. But please let Ewan go, and then El Normo, the floor will be yours.
Alright, Pepe. What I will say is that you should, and this is just for you, I don't care what the rest of the fucking room thinks, to be honest, but you should probably be looking at what Elon Musk is tweeting about, talking about England, for example, with the fact that you have girls pulling out knives and axes to defend themselves from migrant people who are threatening them. This whole country.
You don't get to interrupt, Ludwig. Let him say what he's gonna say, and then El Normo.
So the country that I live in has become the rape capital of Europe. There are 73,000 rapes a year, and every woman that I talk to is fucking afraid in every town that I go to. I travel around. I know people. I know lots of people where I live. I speak with Polish women. Like I speak with all sorts of other women. I just had recently a conversation with a Polish woman. But what I will come to the conclusion with is that women are fucking scared of what's going on in this country, and not only that, but there's a massive flag waving movement where people are putting flags up all over the country, and that is literally the beginning of it. And the UK is going to turn into the beginning of a major movement, probably across Europe. And Ludwig, I mean, it's sad because you live near like Holland, or if you live in Holland, where a woman, she was 15, underage, just got raped by a migrant, was let out 2 times on bail for raping women within the past week. So like it's sad.
He was
the state of affairs.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, he was. He was let out. He was let out. It's disgusting. It's all over Twitter, man. It's all over Twitter. And I've seen it. No, literally like official news outlets are like reporting on it. Yeah, let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. Just mute it. Well, I can fucking finish my point.
Okay, go ahead, bubblehead.
Okay. So the number one issue right now that is becoming.
Okay, faggot.
So the number one issue
Just trying to wrap it up.
In the UK and the rest of Europe now is becoming something called a migrant crisis, and it's becoming major. And the US has to worry about it as well. It's going to happen to you guys. I know you guys shut the borders, but it's not in that way. And this is what Europe is trying to warn you. And this is why we literally have fucking Trump's people showing up to the UK right now, interviewing people. So we have a major issue on our hands. Okay? The UK is supposed to be someone. I'm sorry. Let me.
Oh, okay, we're trying to wrap it up. You and I agree on this. Like, and we've talked about this a million times. Like, we do agree on it.
I know, I'm like 2 seconds away from wrapping up. But the fact that, like, people like Ludwig, who lives in Holland, where this 15-year-old got raped.
Ludwig, you can't interrupt. Just like I told them, you can't.
I apologize.
Where the police don't care, that's the problem. The people that don't care about these rapists getting arrested, the people that fight back against it, those people, in my opinion, are the fucking enemy. And I'll land that. They're the fucking enemy. If they don't care about that, that's fucked up. Underage girls, dude. That's it.
I agree.
That was it.
Go ahead. El Normo, don't say anything about Ludwig. Just make your point. I know you can do that. And Ludwig, that means you interrupt. No, Ludwig, that means you cannot interrupt at all. You get to go next, but Ludwig, you cannot interrupt. Okay? I will not let him.
Pinky promise.
A pinky promise. You get to go uninterrupted after him, but you gotta let El Normo go uninterrupted.
I made no false promises. I'm going to do my best.
Okay.
If you interrupt, then he can't go next. Is that fair?
No, I'll just, I don't want to have to move people, but just, guys, please, geez, it's not that fucking hard. Go ahead.
I'm delighted that this ignorant convert mentioned 1948. May 14th, Israeli Independence Day. You know what happened on May 14th, 1948? Nothing. Israel declared independence, and the world recognized it without one single shot being fired. But wait, what happened on May 15th, 1948? 5 Arab nations attacked little Israel, just 1 day old, filled with refugees, weak little Jews from refugees from all over the world. area, enormous. Plus two militias, one of local Arabs and one from Pakistan. What were they doing there? I wonder if that was a religious thing. And what happened to these 5 countries and 2 additional armies that attacked little Israel? They got their bloody asses kicked.
Why do you have so
What
much
was their
to
point when they attacked? What was their point when they attacked? Oh, they told you what the point was. Bloody annihilation. They put it in writing. Extermination. What does that sound like? Genocide, perhaps? And they failed. And they attacked again in 67 and in 73. And what happened? They got their asses kicked. So now Israel has become, by winning a series of wars, the regional superpower, the dominant power in the region after finally kicking Iran's ass. And by the way, it deserved it for a long time as the world's foremost sponsor of terror. So yeah, Israel has a right to demand that its neighbors not be terrorists. By the way, Hamas is not a legally recognized government. They slaughtered the legally recognized government, the Palestinian Authority, in Gaza. That's right. They slaughtered the only legitimate representative of the Palestinian people. Fancy that. They're illegitimate. The Arab world wants them gone. The Arab League said it. Arab League said it last month. They want Hamas out. Surrender. Put down your weapons. Give the hostages back. This is the Arab League speaking, not me. This is not a Jew telling you this. This is the Arabs telling you this. Give back the hostages. Put your guns down and get the hell out. I'll land it there.
So,
I get it.
Are that right? Quickly, Pepe, what I want to say.
All right, I'll give you guys like a minute. I'm gonna start timing you
Give me
fuckers.
59 seconds. I'm good.
Okay.
This guy was talking about this poor girl, 17 years old. She got killed. I'm not sure if she got raped as well. So that's not even certain for him to speak about, like, oh, she got raped and whatnot. We do know she got murdered. We do know there's a 22-year-old man that got somebody stealing a motorcycle. Welcome to Amsterdam. We do know he's 22-year-old. Nobody really knows where he's from because they don't have no documentation. So for you to even claim that he has been arrested twice and he's been released twice, it's completely false, because if that was the case, a single fingerprint or a DNA sample would have proven. So the fingerprint or like a DNA, something would have already proven that he's been arrested before, which was not the case. So nice try, you and bubblehead. Oh, I slipped.
Okay, go ahead. I'll give you a minute, 30 seconds, because you are. Hold on, let me. Goddamn, fucking shit. All right, now we're going. Amazing. All right. Go ahead. Josh.
Maybe say something for 30 seconds, and I'll be right back.
I can say something.
Go ahead, Johan, if you want to say something. Dude, let's keep it to Israel. So that's what we're talking about. We can talk about the migrant crisis, but in all honestly, the migrants are coming from all over, and it's not. I don't think it really has much to do with the conflict in Israel.
Okay, so in response to Norma in 1948, there were things that preceded this. By the way, the UN didn't recognize Israel as a proposition, not a declaration. So the Arabs had every right to reject it. But prior to the Nakba, there was the Deir Yassin massacre. Right, so when Israeli soldiers from before it was the IDF, there were terrorist groups known as the Haganah, the Stern Gang.
My bad.
They were the King David Hotel. They're actually the first ones to do terrorism in such a way in the Middle East. The Deir Yassin massacre it happened, and they raped and killed women and children along with the men. So when the Arab countries saw this and they saw that Zionism was taking a hold militarily, decided to do an intervention. Zionists will call it an invasion that came out of nowhere because they wanted to kill all the Jews or whatever. But it was exactly that. It was an intervention to prevent further massacres and further displacement that was already happening there by the terrorist groups, Stern, Abinah, and what's the other one, Bergen.
Let's call it what it was. It was a genocide. They said we want to annihilate the Jewish state. They said they wanted to do a bloody extermination. I'm quoting them. I'm not making this up. They said it in the newspaper. The head of the Arab League. It was a genocide. It was a genocide that failed. They had those words that I just told you in that way.
But is it
bloody extermination? They wanted to exterminate the Jewish state.
Let me ask
Bloody
you a question.
annihilation. They say it all the time, by the way. It's not the only time.
Well, sure, but let me ask you a question, Zach. Okay, I'll let you answer, and then Alan's on stage. I'll let him say what he wants to say. And so when it comes to, holy shit, I do think that when it comes to, okay, so it was a Jewish state. Do I think that you were going to get people that saw these people that were coming from outside of the area moving in? Do I think that they were being nativists? Sure, maybe they didn't have a country. It was just it was a colonized piece of land before, but they didn't want them there. And yeah, maybe them being Jewish was probably a big deal. I personally wouldn't doubt that, but I mean, was it that they wanted to exterminate them, or is it they wanted to just get them out of the land?
They said in words that they wanted a bloody annihilation, an extermination. And they say all the time they want to push all of us into the sea. What do you think from the river to the sea is in Arabic? I'll tell you. In Arabic they say, from water to water, Palestine will be Arabic. They want to end the Jewish state. It's genocide. It's a call for genocide. Now, regarding the Arab nations, listen, they got all the land, they got all the oil. Jews never said, oh, we want some. If we were looking for money, we would ask for some of the oil. By the way, go take a look at the map of Israel, which is tiny. It's the size of New Jersey, as everybody knows by now. It's like the fourth tiniest nation in the region, because we don't have any oil. So, they got all the land. They gave us one tiny little plot, and it was good. If they had said yes to the UN plan, then the Arabs, who are now calling themselves Palestinians, they didn't call themselves that at the time. These Arabs, they have a little land just like Israel. I mean, we could have them side by side, the same way you have North Korea and South Korea side by side, right? North Korea is a dystopian nightmare where there's frequently famine and starvation. And South Korea is like a model nation. In this equation, Israel is South Korea, a modern, technologically advanced, prosperous nation with a higher per capita GDP than most countries in Europe. And you have these Palestinian Arab guys who have no economy. They live on aid. We sunk more money into so-called Palestine than we used to rebuild Europe after World War II, than the Marshall Plan. Except at the end of the Marshall Plan, we had Europe. It was all fixed up. They had economies, tourism, products, peace. They had peace. These guys, we sunk all this money into them. And what we got...
Okay, stop.
Alan is waiting.
And what we got... Hang on, Lucas. And what we got from it was... October 7th. Terrorism. 500 miles of tunnels. 500 kilometers of tunnels under Gaza. This is their great achievement.
Beautiful engineering. Beautiful.
But here's the problem. They didn't let any of their own people into the tunnels. Because they want them to die. Because they wanted them to be killed by bombs. Because they want their people to be shaheeds. They say it all the time. Just listen to them in Arabic.
I've heard it, and I won't pass it on to Alan, but I will say this. That is absolutely fucking atrocious that we had to send them, that we had to send those fuckers foreign aid, and the amount of, engineering and money and that into getting their weapons and the tunnels. I mean, come on. Nobody wanted to help the Palestinians to be a bunch of savages. No, we were not supporting them to be resistance fighters. The international community was supporting them to basically try to help them prosper. So that is bullshit. But you have to agree with that.
Prosper with being stuck in between three walls in a cage. How do you prosper?
All right. Well, go ahead, Alan.
A thriving society.
The blockade decimated their economy.
They had the hospital, they had hospitals, they had the economy.
They didn't start with Hamas. They blockade because they're violent.
Well, okay, well let Alan. Alan, I said another fellow Armenian. Go ahead. When I say fellow Armenian,
When they go to Israel, become doctors, they go back to
all of you
Shut the fuck up already, Johnny.
inferior non-Armenians. Here I have now declared supremacy above all of you. So you cannot refute anything I say. there you go. Except for you, Ludwig.
Thank you. I was waiting.
Wait, I didn't hear what he said.
I can't believe it, lady.
I said,
Did you say Armenians are superior?
Yeah, I did. I declared.
No, wait.
Armenians
Yeah.
use them as a battle to be honest on Clubhouse.
Yeah. All right. So here I go.
Country's dead, like everyone's out of the country.
What Norm, the history you said was correct. And yeah, absolutely. They kicked the other nation's asses. Okay? That is irrefutable. Flash forward though to today, and then within the last, 10, 20 years, the way the world perceives Israel's actions as an underdog, and the way it perceives those actions as you put it, the regional superpower, are two different things. And people, and Israel and Jewish people keep defending themselves or using the arguments as if they are the underdog. And it isn't, and it hasn't been for a long time. And that's a problem. Now, I'm not going to get into the whole back and forth between Palestinians and Israel and any of that. I don't want to address that. I'm only talking about the perception on the world stage. I don't think you can argue that if you are landing punch after punch when your back is on the ground and a bully is on top of you, it's very different than if you are on top and the bully is on the ground and you're landing punch after punch. At a certain point, people are going to look at the person on the top, regardless of whether it was the bully or the victim, and they're going to say, hey man, that's enough, stop punching the dude. And so, and I think it's an important distinction that people miss in all of this, and it's a distinction that I've tried to make in various different ways when this subject comes up. Because to me, and I'm sorry, maybe it's because I'm psychic, or maybe because I understand things in a different way, but October 7th, I knew Israel was going to, that this was the last straw, and Israel was going to bring its full force down on Gaza, and it would decimate that. And I knew that that would be, as far as the world stage, that was a losing proposition. Now, what a better solution is, I don't know that there is one. And I think that was the whole point, to go to Israel into that reaction. much in the same way that the United States got goaded into a war in the Middle East after 9/11. I mean, it's sort of like, well, you kind of have to do it because you can't look like a pussy. So we have to kick ass over there. But then, did we win? No. Bin Laden got exactly what he wanted. What he wanted was to make Americans paranoid. That's what he wanted. And he won. So, those are my comments. The last comment I'll make is we don't need to compare Jews and Muslims or Islam and Judaism and say that, well, yeah, Jews are better than Muslims or Muslims are better than Jews. I mean, what's happening in Europe, that's been going on. I mean, the grooming.
Have you ever had a personal relationship with Donald Trump?
Muslims are committing in the Middle East. That bullshit and that scumbag and sadistic
Have you ever had a person?
by Muslims have been going on, and it's the European leaders' own fault. That's something at least since 2005, the whole fact that Muslims are raping English girls and gang raping them and grooming them and mutilating and attacking people with acid and knives, that's been going on for a long time. And the British government and now the European Union are condoning it. Why? Because they're sadistic pigs and they deserve to all rot in hell.
Amen, brother.
Perpetrators. So,
Go ahead.
no, that's, I'm done.
This is the same thing against you.
I took the concept of intergenerational, what is it called? Intergenerational trauma. So the Jews were victimized.
No,
now they
that's
get
not real.
victimized.
No, we're not talking. No, but that's not what we were talking about.
They need to. Why don't you just kill them all? Like, why don't we just repeat?
Oh my God.
Wipe them off of that.
Yeah, we weren't even talking about that.
At this point, you might as well. Like, let's get it over with. Just wipe them off.
What you're trying to say.
You
can't even choke a person out because you're so gay all the way. Get the fuck out.
I'm gonna start calling you fascist.
What do you mean?
There's a fascist on stage.
I just want to say, Alan, I think you had a very eloquent way of saying that, and I agree with like 90% of what you said. But I'm going to agree with you, but also disagree on the subject of Israel. Is it the guy on the bottom or the guy on the top? Yes, you're right. Israel has emerged as a regional superpower. But that's as of June, when we had our 12-day war. Because before that, we were fighting proxy wars. So if you go all the way back to the period after Israel declares independence and then kicks the ass of those nations to try to wipe us out, it became a proxy war in the Cold War, meaning the United States was behind Israel to keep the sort of the Western power in the conflict, and Russia, or I should say the Soviet Union, was backing the Arabs, and that was the play there. And then the Soviet Union imploded, and so the United States was the only remaining superpower. And Iran, shortly thereafter, stepped into the vacuum and became the greatest sponsor of terror in the region. So there was actually an existential threat, Alan, from Hezbollah to the north. They had a lot of missiles. It's just that Israel was counting them and knew where they all were and then exploded them before they could attack and overwhelm the missile defense system. They were supposed to attack at the same time as Hamas, but they didn't trust each other, and Hamas rushed it. So there was an existential threat, despite the fact that Israel has emerged as the regional superpower. And also, we didn't know that Iran was a paper tiger. We didn't know that they would be that easily defeated. At least I didn't know, and you didn't know. So Israel went into this, I would say, as first among equals, shall we say, on some level, but has emerged, especially with U.S. backing, as the superpower. The U.S. doesn't want to get involved in this. The U.S. is just going to sell Israel the weapons and let Israel be the peacekeeper in the region. And the other stuff that you said that I kind of agree with. I'm not anti-Islam, but I am anti the destruction of the rule of law and decency, the kinds of things that you're seeing and that you're talking about around the world. think that there's this weird sort of fake coexistence going on that's then going to turn into a real subversion and a destruction of the values that we hold dear. All of our freedoms, free market, free to dress the way we want, express ourselves the way we want, and trade the way we want. We're worried that Islam is doing one of these weird kind of jihads by passport.
Yeah, it's weaponized.
Can I jump in? Wait. Okay, could I jump in with that? So Norm, I have a question for you. I find that when we get into these conversations, especially about Europe and the UK and stuff like that, you don't really want to talk about it.
I do agree. I do kind of agree with you. But I do think that when it comes to, you say we should not talk about Muslim, and Alan was kind of saying Muslim versus Jew. I get it, but when we talk about and even this is kind of why I didn't want to diverge from the Israel Gaza conflict, because it is somewhat unrelated. But I will say the people that, and I've been seeing this a lot online, a lot of the people that I think are hostile towards Westerners and Western values, that are pro-Palestine, they're taking on both the far right and the far left positions in particular, in order to propagate their cause. And if we look at the far right, they're going to be far more likely than others to say hey, wow, these migrants are a problem. And of course, they always have this convenient excuse. Well, it's okay, so the Jews are kind of pulling the strings. Amazing. And it's just okay, but I don't want you in our country. They're dude, we wouldn't have to be in your countries if it wasn't for the Jews. The Jews are, causing you guys to cause instability and, I don't know, wars and Middle Eastern countries, and if it wasn't for that, we would never come.
I wouldn't say it's the Jews though. Wait.
But no, these are what the pro-Palestinian people will say. Muslims in particular will say to people who are further on the right or even right wing. Hey, even though they're literally coming into Europe in droves, they're hostile to the native populations of Europe. They will say oh yeah, the only reason this is happening is because the Jews and or the Zionists is usually how they'll put it. They're they're goading the United States into all of these Middle Eastern wars and destabilizing the place, and then they have to flee, and then we're coming to Europe, and we get it, bro. It's we don't want to have to come to your countries. We would love to come back to where we came from, and they it's kind of there's so much subversion that happens online, and I've seen so many people just eat this shit up. You have these cockroaches like Suleiman, Khaleesi. She blocked me. I called her a lot of choice words. I don't know. I kind of get what you're saying, but
just really frustrated.
You like to be
I'm kind of frustrated at this point, Pepe, because I don't know. I look at every social media platform, and it could be and on left, yeah, of course. You always think just when this conversation comes up.
I know this is what is. I mean, you did change the topic, to be fair, but and Alan kind of touched on it. Alan, I don't have a problem with Muslims. I've made it very clear. Prince, Mikhail, any of the Muslims that I've talked.
I'm sorry. Hold on.
Optimize service and process for your team. Manage service end-to-end in a single platform. Secure a qualified local process server.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So, my name's
as always, I'll give you guys an update on what I know as of now. So approximately 2:30 this afternoon, we received multiple radio calls, shooting calls at this location. The location where the shooting occurred is behind me, in front of the market. At that time, our officers responded to multiple radio calls of victims being down. We did locate ultimately 5 victims so far. But they all suffered from various injuries. They were all transported to local hospitals. And as of now, we haven't had any victim who has been pronounced deceased. It's an ongoing investigation. Our investigators are here, our detectives are here. We continue to scour the location for video, for additional witnesses, for additional evidence. And so we will continue investigating this investigation with whatever resources that we need to. One thing I do want to mention is we don't know the cause yet of what happened here. As we continue interviewing some of our witnesses, so we might get more information. We are looking at it from a gang-related component, and so that we have our gang officers here. We have additional gang officers working the streets, conducting follow-ups, trying to gather more information.
Is gonna be the one who's targeted, and then Iran might join.
I know Iran is saying like they believe strongly that an attack is imminent against them. So yeah, and I have heard what you said before, from news sources also. But if there's a deal that's worked out this way, you know, what happens to Iran, because Hezbollah protects Lebanon, but at the same time, I think shape. I mean, I don't know how you feel about this, but since the early '80s, Israel has been antagonistic and outright murderous to Lebanese people. Since in the occupied Lebanon, and they have not drawn a border between Lebanon and Israel, meaning Israel.
Across the board. So, I mean, it's like, look, you're dating a girl, she's nice, she's good in bed, but any other time, you're fighting all the time. Sooner or later, you just have to realize, okay, this ain't gonna work. It's time for a breakup. It's not you, it's me, and end the relationship. And people in these countries don't want to acknowledge that.
Well, I agree, Alan. Would you, to an extent, if we're looking at throughout history, it's not. You guys know that I don't personally have a problem with Jews, but even like Christians' history with the Jews, I would say, and of course Jews are different because it's not a proselytizing religion, and their numbers are pretty small. But I would say like our history with Jews, it's just like they flourish, and they'll often do like way better than Christians in many of these blips in history, but then they also are like demonized and we don't get along with them, and sometimes we do really mean shit to them, like which is kind of a precarious situation for Jews, because it's like, what do they do? They're such a small minority. Where do they go? How do they navigate the world where they can't? They don't have the numbers or like a place that can be a quote unquote safe place other than a small little country like Israel.
Well, yeah, which is why I'm grateful that we have a regional superpower.
When we had our 12
shit. Like, honestly, it's like the leftists and the fucking jihadists or whatever that want to come after Jews. It's like, you can't fuck with us anymore. That's like the greatest feeling in the world. Do you think that Jews could feel that way in like fucking 1928?
Well, I'd say this, the unfortunate reality for Jews is just like, imagine there were populist movements all over Europe. the USA, everybody.
War because
say, man, fuck Israel. Fuck, you know,
modern military, they just get very.
I mean, Jews would be genocided, literally. Their safety, because of how small they are in numbers, it does rely upon their ties in the international community. Quite frank, you have to be when you're like, Jews are like 0.02% of the population.
If you look at
Just to do the chicken feed where it's like remember your ancestors, but it's like Andrew Tate driving.
as a whole, you can barely even see Israel. It's like tiny. That's like the reality of the situation.
Well, I guess
it's branded.
No, I get it, and I guess my reality, or not my reality. I
Just
guess
to do the chicken meat. Well, this is a revolution. And I think
Jews
it's
are
like
in a precarious position because they have not been treated the best by anybody, really. If you were to go back centuries, just they have their nice the moments in time where they're treated very well, but then they're also treated very poorly. It's if I was gonna look at like long-term survival of Jews, that's like very tricky because I'm not gonna say. I don't mean this in a mean way, but I don't think Jews are.
Okay, trigger warning. This is a very upsetting
Otherwise,
thing.
Christians would have, and Jews would have always gotten along, which was not the case. Wherever Jews have been in proximity to Christians have always outnumbered them and had the majority of the power.
I'll have a whiskey, please.
And
cheers.
Well, I mean,
it's always been very spotty.
I'm not a spokesperson for this app, so we'll probably hang seconds, but like, Christians and Jews have not gotten along.
Where's Tom go?
Every point in time. But what I
You
would
never let
say
Spain
is
go
that
on.
if you go down to like
He never go on a plane.
philosophical sense of like
Well,
what
he did.
are your morals,
And he go off
what we
again.
consider to be more.
Now there's no record of him getting another flight.
No, like I'm
I
talking
can
about
only
just
assume.
like the physical region of
You're still in
Israel
Spain.
versus
Jews.
any of the countries that are
Sure, Jews are I would say, religiously in terms of.
Now, what do you think?
I don't know that much about Judaism except for what I've.
This phone call he made was leave for other things. I told him. Tell me again.
No, I get it.
Just leave that son. He didn't do that.
Obviously,
I
Israel
didn't.
is
I mean,
far
he didn't do
more
that. You did.
similar to Europe or the United
Don't come
States
here.
than any
I
other
know what you're trying to
place
get
in the
at.
Middle East. We all agree on
Don't
that.
come see me. Offer me a job. I suggest, please. Let me come to you.
What did it cost?
I'm not lying, Ted.
What do you mean?
It cost the Abraham Accords.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I mean, if you look at the Abraham Accords, right? So you have Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, who I have friends now there. You look at Abu Dhabi, you look at a bunch of different other countries that are signing trade pacts to like become trading partners with Israel. That tiny fucking little parliament, right?
This phone call he made for
You're
me.
looking at that and you're going like, what the fuck is going on with that? Why? Why is
Gilly.
that place so important?
Listen,
The reason
I've had enough of this
I would say
conversation
is
bollocks.
I think that Israel and the Zionists, or whatever you want to call them, because I'm a Zionist.
Like a train hitting each other. I mean, it seems like it's pretty disruptive.
Just like ethnically Jewish. I just think that they're more moral than the rest of the region. They're less fucking troglodyte than the rest of that region. So you have other areas or
Modern
regions
military.
that want to
Emerged as a regional superpower. But then as of
It's not because of the Jews. It's
emerged as a
because,
regional.
like,
And we're at 610. I want to get to $1,000 today. Roboto shop. Thomas Massey
how do you make money?
has his own Thunders around. We just hit 37 trillion costs. So we have to listen in.
Amazing things. Instead of, well, let's look at our religious backgrounds and fucking fight each other. Like, do you realize that, like, for example, the Gaza Strip, it turns out there's a massive gas reserve under there, right? Do you realize that in 2005, when Israel cut off all contact to the Gaza Strip, they could have gotten people in, found that gas, and turned Gaza the Palestinians. You realize that, right?
They didn't cut off all contact things. It's under international law. It's still considered.
They knew that there were fucking huge gas reserves
Well,
under.
to be fair, though,
Wow.
like even
And then it's here,
there's like
what's up,
the
I think
the
we should
Boston's
listen
are
to
given,
music
you
again.
can go like 5 miles out to sea or some shit. Like they're not.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
the blockade
Do you know what? Do
decimated.
you know what, Joe? Do you know what? That's okay. Do you know what? I agree. I don't think that it was totally right, but there could have where they could have created a multi-billion-dollar economy just from like fucking dinosaur farts, and it wouldn't have even been that hard. It's not that hard to fucking drill for gas. Honestly, it's really not. Could have fucking shipped it out to Iran. Iran would have it. If it was that important, they would have made it happen. So like, I don't understand this entire point of like, oh yeah, they were, oh yeah, completely cut off and they couldn't do anything. No, they were the most gifted people by like fucking. They made $45 billion in fucking international aid. Like, fine. Israel has become a bit of an economy and they're doing very well.
A large group of people
But I mean,
that
you guys
are
looked at what they were doing.
irrational.
They were like, oh yeah. I kind of agree with those people.
That's not necessarily
They're
how
not
it
like,
started.
oh, like fucking modern military marriage and women.
That's not how it started.
Have you ever had a personal relationship
The
with
fuck is his name? Sacha Baron Cohen did this movie. It was based on reality. It had to do with the Mossad agent that was he infiltrated the Syrian government. And he was communicating with Israel, using some kind of radio frequency. I forget. I watched this years ago, and basically the Russians were there with the Syrians trying to like geolocate where the frequency was coming from. They ended up finding them, and they ended up executing them. You can look up like Mossad agent executed.
Did a lot of comedy.
In Syria.
Just popped the chute. And the gear just exploded. Just absolutely exploded.
Where Israel was like invaluable to us, shit, up until like, especially 35 years ago, was they sided with us. They were not under Soviet influence like like their surrounding neighbors, and so and of course if you look at like the piece of land that they have, I mean, it's pretty.
Emerged as a regional superpower.
Especially when it comes to,
when we had our 12-day war, because before that, we were fighting a proxy war. So if you go all the way back to the period after Israel declared independence and then kicked the ass of those nations and tried to wipe us out, it became a proxy war. And the Cold War, meaning the United States, was behind Israel to keep sort of the Western power in the conflict, and Russia, and what I should say is
personally, and I don't want any of the Zionists to get mad at me and shoot me. Like, it looks to be fair, they were spying on Israel when they got attacked. You know, the USS Liberty attack.
When Marshall was
they
so
probably did it intentionally, but once again, I don't have a super strong stance on that. There's just no way I can fucking prove it.
My personal take on things is that people are too hung up on historical things these days, and I kind of find it retarded. Like,
Well, I'm not hung up on it. Yeah, but I'm not. No, it happened in the late 1960s. But
So
I'm not hung up on that.
history doesn't matter anymore. So, but these are the same people like can't stop
I don't
talking
think
about.
that you should throw out all history, but like the obsession with history actually makes you guys like focus on something that isn't relevant to like today's world.
Well, I do think that, and this is like, okay, so when it comes to the amount of like espionage Israel would do, like our telecom system, they were basically able to like tap into telephones, do it was crazy how much they infiltrated the United States up until 1911, or I'm sorry, 9/11. Jesus Christ, sorry, I was reading something. Up until 9/11, and they ended up arresting, I believe, like a couple hundred Israelis and sending them back, you know, because they were looked at as being, you know, spies. There is like an existential crisis, I believe the Israelis in particular felt that is in a way like real. I mean, these are a super small global minority, and it's like, how do they navigate the world? I don't know. It's like people, I get annoyed at the fact that they have like APAC and all of this shit, but if I was trying to just like, I don't know, at least assure the survival of my people at a minimum, I would have to like, I would really have to go out of my way to, I don't know, do things that other groups of people wouldn't do. Like, I don't know, have groups like APAC. Like, how do they?
So how many Israelis got arrested again? A couple hundred.
Something in total. I don't know if it was arrested, it was detained. Because you have to understand, these are foreigners. So I don't.
Yeah, of course.
So being detained is different than being arrested. So that, you know, but a lot of them were sent back. I don't know, but when it comes to our telecom system, like, yeah, they absolutely.
I mean, what do you think
infiltrated that in the 90s.
What do you think happened to the rest of the diplomats in like that entire region?
In which region?
The whole Middle Eastern region.
During 9/11?
Yeah, so a few hundred Israelis got sent back.
Okay, I mean, if I'm just being realistic,
I'm just talking about like there was a war.
Sure. But
the next day.
if I'm being realistic, the Israelis have, you know, quite a bit of smart people. These other countries, even Saudi Arabia with all their money, and they're not known for being, you know,
they're trying to make it attractive for Westerners, so they come to them now.
Yeah, but they're not known for being like. I'll just say this: especially the Ashkenazi Jewish population seems to have some very intelligent, crafty people, and they're able to, you know, they're kind of a force to reckon with. And so, do I think any of the other groups in the Middle East are even closely as capable as them? No, not even. Like, the other groups in the Middle East aren't even capable of competing with Europeans in general.
force to be reckoned with, I guess. But with that being said, I don't know. No. I look at it as I think that 9/11 was somewhat of an inside job. I don't think it involved Jews, though. I think actually it involved
the full confession tape of them.
Yeah, I don't think it involved Jews either. I completely disagree. No, I've seen. Yeah, I didn't hear you, but we've debated this, and I completely.
Pepe, let me ask you one question. You gonna join my room next month?
Yeah, we can. Yeah, I'll join it.
It's gonna be like 4 or 5 hours. We're gonna go from 8.
You're gonna lose your hair that bad.
How do you explain like Odigo? It's like what they used to, warn Jews that were working at the World Trade Center not to go, or like the Israelis that were
That turned out to be completely debunked. By the way, that never happened.
Not really.
No, it was completely debunked.
And the Israelis
That never happened. So 3,000 Jews that didn't show up to the World Trade Center on 9/11.
It's not 3,000. I don't think it's 3,000. But
No, it was 3,000. That turned out to be.
Okay, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna grok this right now. Okay, because I'm gonna close the room in a minute, and I'm willing to bet. Let me look up grok. What percentage of the people killed on 9/11 were Jewish? Just because of the hold on. Just because of the location, I promise you that disproportionate a number of these people were going to be Jewish. Number one, because of which building they were working in, because of which city is, because of the level of education that Jews tend to have in comparison to other Americans. I'm willing to bet the percentage of people killed on 9/11 was disproportionately Jewish. Would you disagree?
It's the second highest population in the world where those people live.
It's New York City, obviously.
Well, it's maybe.
Oh, there we go.
I guess listen.
I've been to the memorial and I've seen Jewish names.
They like to do finance and stuff like that.
Do you speak with a little bit more testosterone in your voice? Thank you.
What about the agents that were working? What about the agents that were working for this sketchy urban moving company? They like.
Yeah. Okay. I'll tell you what. Go to the I believe it's the Highway and Transportation Safety. I forget, but just if you look at their most wanted, you'll get like 10 pages of like 95+% of these people are Jewish. Now, for whatever reason, there were Israeli individuals that had moved to the United States. They would have these moving companies, and what they would do is he would ask for a quote, and they'd say, well, to move from here to there with that amount of shit, okay, $3,000. And then, all of a sudden, it'd be like, nope, it costs way more now, and we can't deliver your shit until you give us another $3,000. It was basically, it was these guys were absolute pieces of shit. That's why they're wanted. So they did, for whatever reason, there were Israeli criminals that came over here and they did this scam. Now, when it comes to these individuals, okay, you get a woman, this is an Asian woman who she did not have an American accent. She called 911. She thought they looked suspicious.
What looks suspicious for the people that are listening?
They seemed like they were celebrating, the attack of the Twin Towers.
You're missing a very important element.
What is the important element?
That they have camcorders and they were recording the event.
Yeah. Okay, but I had a camcorder like.
Were you jumping
fuck,
up
like
and
6
down?
years before that.
Were you jumping up and down, high-fiving whoever was with you as if you won the lottery? If you would see the second plane coming in? I should say drone, but we can do that on the...
Yeah, if the Jews wanted to hide this shit and make sure that it was covered up, they definitely wouldn't be high-fiving each other. You can actually look at what happened in Palestine.
So what I wanted to say...
Wait, let me finish my point. celebrations that were
That has nothing to do with the Mossad.
Well, no, he is bringing up a good point because, like, if I was caught up in my
Palestine.
well, hold on, but Ludwig, if I was like caught up in my spycraft and I wanted to be a good little spy, the last thing I would do is be on foreign soil, high fiving and laughing, saying like, "Oh, yes, yes." I would literally just want to go unnoticed and not draw attention to myself.
Can I finish the story for like 59 seconds? So after this lady made the call from New Jersey, police traced his car down and pulled the car over. Turned out to be that 2 out of those 5 individuals were actually Mossad agents. How do we know this? They were kept in custody because, the suspicious act of like the camcorder, right, jumping up and down, celebrating, turned out to be Mossad agents. 2 of them, they got old, 5 of them got arrested.
They did not confirm they were Mossad agents.
The master has mastered nature, not in the sense of conquering it,
the police station, right?
The master has mastered nature.
2 out of those 5 individuals turned out to be.
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day, but I have no supporters. Please don't scroll.
Being in custody, a phone call came in. Release them right now. They got released. No charge, no nothing, right? Being sent back home with the next plane back to Israel. Now here comes the craziest part. A certain period afterwards on national Israeli news, those men were invited. Everyday talk show like Jimmy Kimmel, whatever the fuck it was, right? And those 2 Mossad agents literally said, and we have quite a few Jews living in Amsterdam, so I can I'm almost done. I know you gotta wait because you want to like talk shit about Muslims all day. So those 2 individuals sitting with their faces just normally not blurred, no nothing, right? They're literally saying, we were sent there to record the event. End of discussion. And there is so much more. There is so incredibly much more evidence and proof that without any possible doubt, you can say for the full 100% that this was an Israeli operation. And I'm going to elaborate all the details, and I'm going to elaborate almost done. Ewan, I'm almost done. Okay.
It's on TV.
And I'm going to reveal all the receipts with all the proof, not just theories, no, all the proof, who was all behind it. So I'm cool with like Who Wants to Deny It Now, at least have the character to join my room next month in, I don't have to mention which state.
You also think that you should look into the Israeli spy ring in Florida, the Israeli art students in Florida, who are saying FBI agent.
Yes, but back in 2001, when the attacks first took place, that was one of the things that was brought up that I absolutely ended up reading about, and it was reported on the news at the time. They did. So these art students that were quote unquote said, "God damn it, Ludwig, you're Mike." They ended up selling. They were quote unquote trying to sell their art in federal government buildings. That's how they were getting access to them and so forth. I mean, do I think Israel was conducting espionage against the United States at the time? Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so there you have already something that's very alert, right? But when you say like art students getting access, right? You should look into like which floors they had access to of the Twin Towers. It was precisely the floors where the drones, and you gotta laugh because I'm saying drones, I'm gonna elaborate that in the next month, right? I'm going to explain to you why those were not planes, but those were drones, right? It was exactly where the drones slammed into the buildings, right? Mind you, that on the 10th of September, 2001, right, the elevator company that was doing all the maintenance of the Twin Towers, miraculously, just one day prior to it, filed for bankruptcy, disappeared. The documentation was all fraud. They never traced down.
Right. It's getting retarded. So I think that wait.
You're interrupting.
Let me say, I think that 9/11 was like a fucking sketch.
Well, hold on.
Ludwig
I'll let
is
you go.
saying stupid shit.
I know. Okay, you can
It's a very disturbing outcome. I can give you another example.
You
Like
can
obviously
let him finish and then you.
And so it's not then if you look into this messaging Odigo, right? And there's more exactly the people that and I gotta say quite a few things like not that I give a fuck, but it's a different story. They actually did get messages not to show up at work that day.
Certain ones.
Evidence of this. It's not.
Certain ones, and then you have like the Rothschild who wasn't in that day. You have Larry Silverstein and his two kids who were there every day, but they weren't there. That was
comical. You have to go to the dermatologist, remember?
yeah.
He literally had a
Look,
and not to forget when I right now, of course, almost after 25 years, I know exactly how to say it, right? When he had like a phone call coming, I'm almost done. Julian, press the button. You got so many buttons in front of you. Act interesting. And exactly on that, on the day itself, right, when the Twin Towers had already collapsed many hours later, right, this Larry Silverstein is literally saying on an interview that he had a phone call from the firefighter chief, right, whatever he was. We had such a terrible loss of life. We decided to pull it. Like, pulling it means literally pulling, like pressing the button, bringing the building down, right? You know how many months it takes to prepare a building of that size, right? 47 floors, the Solomon Brothers building, building 7, right? To prepare that, to bring that down, right? In exactly the way we saw, which was like controlled demolition. So there is not even a question that the United Snakes of Gay was involved in it. They were. And they did that hand in hand with Israel.
God damn it, my Jewish handler said I have to shut this down. Guys, I do not want to be brought to a black site. Excuse me, I'm sorry, these Jews have me so flustered. I do not want to be brought to a black site, so I have to shut it down. Ow, Rabbi, stop! Ow! Ow, stop!
Cities, blue cities, black people, that's it. They found something that stuck. And now we're talking about it. And now we got black people. It's amazing to me. And I'm reading the chat, and it's amazing, Queen.
Gaucher is when they would do the most land grabs. They would steal the most land and put up the most settlements. And this, so I can't imagine what they would do if there was full normalization and Palestinians were not included. What happened in Gaza would have happened to the entirety of the West Bank. It would have had to. There's nowhere else there's no other equation where Israel would be able to have, normalized relations. And when they say normalized relations, they're meaning goods are going back and forth between Israel and the Gulf countries. This is what normalized relations means. It's very profitable for all parties. But knowing this, is there an equation where there's normalized relations, so there's no reason to keep the Palestinians around, and the Palestinians would be in the way of making a lot of money with the Gulf states?
this is why I believe
But why
the
can't
resistance
PA
is necessary.
But why can't the PA be involved in that? They're like legitimate. They've managed to support Hamas for 20 years. Like, why can't they be part of this like economic growth situation?
So the PA is so extremely corrupt that they have single-digit support in the West Bank. They're extremely corrupt, and
What about this
work.
hypothetical reform PA that everyone talks about?
That means no PA. Reform PA means there won't be a PA, which is fine, and I think Mahmoud Abbas recognizes this because now that's been strategically placed on as a condition. Elections means no PA and no Hamas. Like, people are not going to vote for the old guard anyways. Hamas already said multiple times, including in writing from the last ceasefire agreement, that they will not be a part of the government. They invite a board, a technocratic interim government to be formed, not from Gaza, but from all of Palestinian society. They are not looking to be on the board or lead it. I think they said they wanted one position temporarily, but not a leading position.
Do you believe that? Do you see them as genuine in this?
Yes, because in the 2010s, they've tried to get the PA to come in and administer and be the government in Gaza. The Al-Qassam, which is the resistance, they did not
went
want
from
to be.
pushing people off buildings to wanting them to rule. There's still not.
Yeah, it was. This was pushing people off of buildings. If you read, and this is mainstream media, not conspiracy theory, Bush had sent over after Hamas won because they were so corrupt. I mean, they built a casino in Jericho. They were stealing money from the Palestinian people. I mean, keep in mind, the PA and Arafat were thrust upon the Palestinians. We did not ask for them. We did not. We welcomed them.
But did you guys ask? Like, I don't know if you're like. I feel like Gazans now feel like Hamas is to blame for their ruin. Like, there's literally like it's. Not that it's their fault that Israel.
Where did you get that from?
So I don't know. I just see maybe my social media algorithms are warped, but it does seem like a lot of Gazans are fed up with Hamas and blame them for the destruction of Gaza. Like, even though obviously the Israeli government is the one that dropped the bombs, they feel like Hamas miscalculated with October 7th, and now literally a society that, even though it wasn't ideal, is flattened to the ground.
Like, can you show us an example of what your algorithm shows you about people?
So I just see people in Gaza like cursing out Hamas, like saying we're done with
Hamas. You have to remember.
No, not even mass protests, just people just being like after an attack, like what the fuck, like Hamas, like why did you do this to us? Why are you keeping hostages in our neighborhoods? Why are you putting us in danger? Like they just feel like they're being used.
My social media, I don't really use it, yeah. But shut the fuck up, you fake rabbit. Shut the fuck up. Come on around, fool. Okay. So you were so actually you're saying there's people in Gaza that are not protesting? There's people in Gaza not protesting? So the only protest that happened in Gaza. You can't even accept the Gaza people.
I just see individuals, like you see individuals, it might be anecdotal, I do see individuals who are cursing out Hamas.
No. I'm just reading. Palestinians, Palestine, influencers inside of Gaza, people inside of Gaza, and I never really came across a video or a post that says people inside of Gaza are against Hamas. Of course they are against Hamas.
I'll share some.
Show your.
Stop. Wait, Abba Baida. Can I share? Hold on, Abba Baida. Can I just share? And you guys can but I don't want to dominate.
I don't want to dominate with you. Like,
let me just. Hold on.
Check your back channel.
Hold on.
why are we devolving into this? Hamas, we are using the word Hamas here. Before October 7th, Hamas ruled very loosely. People were not, Hamas had their sort of political base, but it is one of multiple political bases. And as a matter of fact, Fatah had a political base in Gaza. So criticism of Hamas was before October 7th and continued after October 7th, which is natural if you have multiple political.
They had the We Want to Live campaigns, right? We Want to Live protests that ended up with brutal suppression in Hamas, right?
I wouldn't say that they were. They were last year. I think the end of last year, they had people filming these protests. They were very small, and I think they were aimed more at the Israelis saying that we want to live, and saying, okay, if it's Hamas, then we reject Hamas. Now stop killing us. That was the point of those campaigns, that we want to live campaigns. But the we want to live was a planned out, structured. I don't want to call it propaganda, because people do feel this way, that the war should be over, but they also know, in black and white, like they know for certainty, because everybody sees it, not just in Gaza, but in Israel. They see the obstacle is not Hamas, but is Netanyahu. I mean, keep in mind, Hamas accepted.
I think Netanyahu and Hamas are feeling each other's. They're aligned in their interests, right? Both want war continue, and they're.
No, Hamas signed a ceasefire agreement, which they abided by, and the way that Israel broke it, they decided to break it, is to bomb tents.
Let's be honest, both parties are
acting bad faith. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm asking you, how is it, what can you point to that tells you, okay, Hamas is acting in bad faith?
Well, so why are they hiding underground while civilians are dying and then saying, yes, it's worth the risk? The civilians don't approve of this. I sent like 16, I can keep adding, but there's like dozens and dozens of links from my social media feed of Hamasniks saying Hamas ruined our home. Fuck you guys.
So when Israel killed the leader of the resistance itself, Sinwar, where was he? Was he hiding? He wasn't hiding.
Right, so that's an argument they make, but he didn't. So that's one narrative of the video that came out of him.
No. Where was he? He was actually, I don't know if you got the story. He was in the south, Rafah area. I don't think it was in Rafah, but he was literally fighting for most of his time, and especially for at that time days, and he was fighting the Israelis along with his squad or team or whatever you want to call them.
I would one second. You read
it's not just them.
And the links that you sent, the person that is speaking or the people that are speaking against Hamas are the ones who suffered or had a family member that was killed, and the rest of the crowd is silent. Did you notice that?
There were also protests where it was like a group of people, but like I said, it was anecdotal.
Did you notice?
I did. Listen, I know that's why I called it anecdotal. It's anecdotal, but like it does seem like there is opposition to Hamas in the Gaza Strip. That's the whole thing. Because anecdotal only says it's individuals, right? But I do see small protests and individuals cursing Hamas very publicly at their own.
But that was happening before, because you have, remember, and that's why I said this to you at the beginning. We are using the word Hamas to describe the resistance. However, the resistance encompasses a myriad of political parties. So a lot of them are against Hamas. Have always been.
This is cannon fodder. Like, you think they like to be cannon fodder for the Hamas cause, for the Palestinians? They just want to fucking survive, right? They're fucking kids. They want to survive. Why would they want to be cannon fodder?
Killing them. Who's killing them?
No.
Israel's killing them, but they know they're dealing with a genocidal maniac militia, so why would they continue to provoke them?
So what do you suggest?
Because October 7 was a
How do they
huge
provoke them?
provocation. It was a major escalation of what happened.
But what happened? I think you said this before, that we're to exchange hostages for Palestinian
This
hostages.
is true.
In
Yes.
October. In October.
Yes, but October 7 was a huge provocation. Let's be real here.
3 times they offered it.
Edward, you don't think October 7 was unjustified?
All the hostages and come to an agreement.
No. I'm not saying that. I have my own theories of what happened on October 7th. We don't have to get into that. And these are only my theories and not fact. But what is fact is when October 7th did happen, Sinwar told the hostages, and the hostages repeated this, the ones that were released, that you're only going to be here for a few days.
Yeah, I did read all that. And I did see the recent report in Israeli media that showed that Hamas had offered to release some, and the Israeli government wasn't receptive because they were so bent on revenge, right? There was a new TV.
Yeah. So why would Hamas? So Hamas went in. They captured the soldiers. They went back. They captured. They went. And the area was nobody was securing the area for over 6 hours on the Israeli side. Hamas had already left the area, and we're now going.
So what was the
going to the military.
Edward, what was Hamas's goal? Because I'm very confused about their goal. I had that one article I floated around that everyone thinks is just hearsay, which is fine. Maybe it is. But then, what is their goal with invading Israel in this manner?
The goal in this specific case was Hamas understands, Palestinians understand that in Israeli society, a soldier that's captured is worth way more than a civilian that's captured. Way more. So Hamas was going after these small intel bases in Israel, which they did get to, and they captured the soldiers in them, along with the servers that housed intelligence about Gaza, and they took it all back to, including the soldiers, and these are all soldiers, back into Gaza.
I disagree. I think Israel's been willing to pay a lot more for civilians.
No, it's not the historical.
Then why did they make all these compromises to release civilians?
Okay, if you look at the last ceasefire agreement, soldiers are worth more on paper than civilians.
Yeah, but they only look vulnerable. They only have kids out, and the old
people. Well, soldiers are worth more than kids.
Buttercup, do you know how many Palestinians were released from Gilad Shalit?
Yes.
Is that the one soldier that had over 1,000?
1,024.
Hold on. Same.
That's usually 600 is sort of one.
So basically, 1,000 Palestinians' lives.
Well, no, it's not even that. It's the fact that the civilians in the ceasefire agreement, and you could look at the last ceasefire agreement, Buttercup, and see the ratios. The ratios for civilians were lower than the ratios for soldiers, to exchange soldiers.
But because of political will, they're willing to let soldiers rot for a lot longer than civilians.
Well, no, you could say that, but if you go back to other similar situations with Hamas, when they captured a soldier, and when
Israel means Hamas is willing to release them for less. That says more about Hamas than it does about Israel. Israel is willing to make more compromises for children and elderly and women than it is for the male soldiers. But it says more about Hamas that it's willing to release.
What compromise? Because a compromise, I would buy that argument, okay? But you would have to show me that the compromises for women and children is different than the compromises for the.
Who decides what the price is? It's Hamas ultimately, right?
It's a negotiation, but it's.
But they're holding the cards. They're holding the hostages, and they just say yes or no.
Lebanon, Hezbollah did the same thing with soldiers. So
What I'm saying is Hamas, in their interest, would want to capture soldiers, not civilians. So the fact that they did have civilians and they didn't know
like
they
it's
were
so
doing it.
casual. Like they just had babies among them. Like they wasn't.
No, that's what I'm saying. So they captured
People
soldiers.
accidentally capture fucking babies and scream them.
So no, they captured soldiers. They went back into Gaza, and then they realized that they had civilians among them.
They realized a fucking baby
Yeah.
was among them. That's so
Well,
garbage.
the soldiers.
Have you ever had a baby?
Hamas. Buttercup. When they
Oh, you're toddler. They're not subtle, okay?
Got it. But were they with Hamas? That's the thing.
So you're saying it was the civilians that accidentally captured fucking babies and screamed their asses off all the time.
So that whole area was empty.
Like, have you met a toddler? Like,
No, it's not casual.
Thank you.
It wasn't casual. Hamas went in. They did what they had to do. Now, if Hamas was out there to kill and massacre people, they could have done. There were thousands of people, and they had complete control over the situation for hours. They could have done so, but didn't. They moved on to get those soldiers, and they went back. Now, when they got back, they did have civilians, not Hamas, the people that went to capture the soldiers, but the civilians did end up in Gaza. How they ended up there now? That is the question.
It's a big question.
Yes, the area was.
Who accidentally didn't notice that a toddler was
It's not that they didn't notice. They were grabbed on, they were grabbed.
I don't think you're explaining it to her right. The people who took the soldier were Hamas. The ones who took the civilians were not part of Hamas.
And they immediately handed them over to Hamas. So what did Hamas do? There are certain ones that they released immediately. Those two Americans.
No, that's not true, Buttercup. They did not.
There was multiple gangs, Buttercup, that did what they did.
So which gangs took the babies?
So look, there's PIJ, there's other
No, there's not gangs. No.
Break it down.
The gangs are
dozen babies.
I heard there was a data. There was about 3,000 or 4,000 actually jumped in, and there was different gangs. And do you know that some of them were civilians, by the way?
Yes, civilians, and I.
Yeah, there's.
Are also culpable. So maybe don't reinforce.
Well, so there were gangs. So there are gangs in Gaza. It's not this like Hamas rules with an iron fist and there's nothing there. There's organized crime from the Sinai leading through Gaza into the Negev Desert in Israel. Now, were there other parties there? The issue that I have here is that first, Hamas did not know where the civilians were. Why would they not know if they planned this whole operation? And if it was their well-trained, well-disciplined people that went in and did their job, and then all of a sudden, we have civilians. Where? Who has them? They're all over the place. They're with this clan.
I think it's pretty clear they didn't anticipate the rave that was in the middle.
Well, no, that's true. They didn't. But Hamas did not stop. When they broke through, they were shooting, at soldiers who ran into the rave, and into the kibutzes, and were shooting from there and then shooting at them. But they ran through and went and did their mission, got the soldiers, and came back through. Now, keep in mind, over 6 hours, this whole area, not a single is IDF, no forces, no police, no nothing. So it's completely open. Who went in? All we could say is, at this point, because we don't know, we have to wait until the war is over, but we can say this, that Netanyahu funds and has a relationship with one of an ISIS affiliated group that was locked up in by Hamas for drug trafficking and human trafficking. They were released and given uniforms and weapons by Netanyahu. That's not me saying this. That's Netanyahu saying this. That's Victor Lieberman, who broke the story, that said this. So they had an ongoing relationship with ISIS-backed what they call jihadists. Okay.
What happened to those babies?
Abu, there was about 30 kids that were taken hostage by Hamas.
What happened to them?
30 kids.
They were returned. Oh, yeah.
They were interned in hostage deals.
Wait. There were 30 kids. Where do you get 30
I was
kids?
going back to her to ask her to send something that says.
There's no 30 kids.
Where did you get the 30 kids from, Miss Buttercup?
There was a couple of children, but 30. Unless you're counting anybody under 18, maybe. I don't know what the makeup was, but
I don't know where the 30 came from. This is my first time here.
No, bro. She's talking about Sherry, the two kids of Sherry. So I remember that video when Hamas released it. They went and they want to take Sherry. They don't want her kids. I don't know if you guys saw that video. I will look it up. But she begged them to take her baby. She asked them, I will not go with you without my baby. So that's her choice. They don't want to take the baby.
What's the source that she begged them to take her baby hostage? Provide a source.
He's on video. Yeah, look up the video.
Sherry, her name, I think Sherry. She's a redhead. And she was crying. She said, no. She
Sherry, the famous Kfir and the two redhead boys. Where's the source that she begged them to take her kids hostage?
Oh, yeah.
Not hostage. She want to keep them with her.
Brother, she's asking where's the video that.
Oh, I have to look it up. Yeah, but it was only two kids. And if you know,
there was a toddler that was released, the 4-year-old. There was a bunch of smaller children, 7-year-olds that were filmed by Hamas with hostage videos. There was a bunch of teenagers. What are you talking about? There was kid that was helped and.
Where's your source? Where's your source? 30 children. Where did you get? Where's your source?
I'll provide a link, okay?
Yes.
I have a question. So, obviously you dislike Hamas, but do you understand that it's not a vacuum? That the reason why Hamas was
100%. I just don't think they're serving the Palestinian cause, and I support the Palestinian cause. I want them to have a state and independence.
Right. So they said they're not going to be part of the Palestinian state. They didn't want anything to do with it. They said this a couple of times. They're just resistance. This is a bunch of young 21-year-old boys who are orphaned who went and decided to be part of Hamas because Israel killed their parents.
Right. The members of Hamas, I don't blame them for joining, but I'm talking about the leadership and their larger plans. Let's be honest about it. Were you calling me a bitch or someone else?
I'm calling someone else, but if you want me to call you a bitch, I have no issues doing that, to be honest with you.
Why?
Can't you see in the chat that I'm talking to someone else?
Yeah, Buttercup, I don't think you're really in any place to criticize Hamas, with all due respect.
I'm not criticizing Hamas. I just know Palestinians who oppose Hamas. That's all.
There's a guy who used to hang out in these rooms. His name was Philip. And when people would come in,
Honest, you're breaking character right now.
When people would come in with these critiques, I'm not breaking character. I'm still an honest Jew. I'm just remembering the old rooms. Philip would say, if you have access to Israel, pick up a goddamn sledgehammer and go break down the fucking wall. If you support Palestine, leave Hamas alone. Nobody gives a shit. What do you think about it? That's what Philip was.
Did you say Iqbal?
Yeah, what's the thing? If a person is starving and they finally get food, you don't worry about their dining habits. You feed them. Worry about the dining habits later.
And another interesting thing too is to critique what kind of hostages Hamas and the Palestinians took. We could all do a mental exercise right now, okay? Let's pretend you're in Texas, okay, or Louisiana. And let's pretend the Venezuelan army comes in and they start occupying parts of America that are around you, all right? You're an American, all right? Are you gonna, and then Venezuela puts kids and civilians on the front line of the occupation, and you're getting slaughtered, massacred, raped, starved, etc., as Palestinians have been doing for 100 years. Are you gonna differentiate between their civilians and soldiers? You're gonna say, fuck these people, and do whatever you can to get them to go away.
Okay, so now we're endorsing that's one thing, but taking of children is very hard to justify. Same with the Israeli government, who takes Palestinian teenagers who throw rocks.
And I don't agree with this, by the way, Buttercup. I'm not a Hamas supporter per se. I don't believe in the ideology, but I support the resistance. So I just want to make that clear.
So I'm trying to understand that nuance. I think you're trying to express a nuance here, Edward, that I don't fully understand. Because Hamas has brought ruin onto the Palestinian people. A lot of Palestinians I know see them as a blight on society. They want, a more pragmatic approach.
Buttercup,
So I'm curious
that
what
could
the
be your
nuance is.
algorithm. That could be your algorithm that's
So,
I mean, it's not one or two or three videos. There's a lot of people and my close friends who I hang out with all the time.
Okay, I want to answer this.
Hold on, Edward, hold on.
Well, she was talking to me, so I want to answer her real quick, and then you
Okay,
can
let me
answer.
get a word in edgewise when you're.
Yeah, no, of course. You can talk definitely after I say that, and I'll be quick. Buttercup, your question again, sorry.
So yeah, I'm just curious about this nuance. You draw a distinction.
Oh.
I just know a lot of Palestinians personally, and all the videos I shared of people who are fed up with Hamas and how they set back the Palestinian cause.
So he's saying set back the Palestinian cause. It depends on how you look at the war. Is Hamas looking at the war from the ground, where they know that they can't they can't strategically win on the ground? They don't have air defense systems. Or where are they fighting the war? What is their objectives? Their objectives from the beginning, because they had GoPro cams and they wanted to show the world what was happening, them breaking out. Their war was fought in cyberspace. It was fought in the hearts and minds of people around the world.
But you talk to people Palestinians on the ground, they're like, but we're not your cannon fodder. Our kids are not your cannon fodder.
We're not saying that. They are more dead. I can tell you this for certainty, because I talk to people in Gaza. My father's wife is from Gaza. My brother and two sisters, half brother, two half sisters, are their families in Gaza, and I send them money every month. Not to them, but to those in Gaza, their families. And I can tell you, they're not blaming Hamas for what Israel has done. They distinguish the difference. They're asking themselves, because they don't know on the ground. They don't know. They're asking themselves, is it worth it? Did it make a difference? Because from where we're standing, it doesn't look like it made a difference. But they are not on the outside and have the luxury of
your
being able to say.
relatives doesn't think that it's helping their cause. Their life is better now.
So you're looking at it as their life is better now. The life
They
wasn't
like
better
living in
before.
tents and suffering from this genocidal maniac government.
Their life was not good before this, and they understood.
But there's no comparison. Living in houses versus living in tents. And
there is a comparison. There is a difference here. You're coming at us from the position of saying.
I haven't seen any Gazans saying, I think Hamas was right.
So you're coming at this from the position.
Can you provide one video of a Hamas saying Gazan saying, Hamas was looking out for us?
So Palestinians
Why
are not
don't they
coming
let them in the
from this.
tunnels? Why do they keep them above so their kids die?
Because you can't.
Why not?
You would suffocate. They're not built that way.
So the hostages survive fine. Why don't they let the kids in there?
Why do you get bunkers?
Why don't they build shelters for their own people?
Why didn't Israel attack the tunnels directly, send soldiers in there to retrieve their hostages instead of carpet bombing Gaza? Why don't we talk about that?
They did carpet bomb Gaza.
No, I know. I'm saying instead of that, if Israel really cared about their hostages, Israel
Israel doesn't give a shit about their hostages.
Why?
Or Gazans.
They don't. They don't give a fuck about their own people, and they're using them for greater purposes. I've been listening to this room for the past hour that Edward's been outlining. Okay, so just you Buttercup. I think the way the mental exercise you should do is you say, okay, so I don't hear anybody saying Hamas is great in Gaza. Okay, now what? So what should Hamas do? Be like, you know what? Our people don't like us. Let us lay down our weapons and let Netanyahu just force exodus us into the Sinai. What is the option?
And
We need to talk about that because you leave it like a mic drop, like they don't support them. So ... And what? This is the only resistance these people have.
Their kids are
If you want to do a mental exercise, do a
they
mental
would have been
exercise.
suffering before.
Resistance is not worth dying, their whole family dying.
Listen, but they
How
would
do you
have died.
know they're not going to die anyway?
They would have died
For 8
anyways.
decades.
No, but they would have died
Not
anyways.
if October 7th didn't happen, they could
Oh
have.
yes. Oh yeah. Wait.
They
You
could have
gotta
been
look at
different.
No, Israel would have still killed, and it would have been worse because nobody would have
Israel
known
has
about
a,
it.
like, they do the
You're
fucking.
hammering October 7th awfully hard. And what Israel has done to Gaza since October 7th is they've killed many multiples, orders of magnitude more civilians. Why
Exactly my point.
counting down on October 7th? Do you want to do a root cause analysis? Don't start at October 7th. Go back
Everyone
further.
agrees about
Go
the
back to
occupation is
Nakba.
horrific.
But don't leave it as a one sentence. Let's deep
But
dive into
October
that.
7th was a major escalation that caused the death of 60,000 children.
Listen, Buttercup. I don't know what your background is. I don't know if you're Jewish or
I'm
what your
an
background is.
anti-Zionist Jew, okay?
Okay. So listen to me. Here's a mental exercise you should do. Imagine exactly the reverse situation. Palestinians are empowered by Americans. Jews,
Misha, some of my best friends are Palestinian. They come for Shabbat all the time.
For 80 years, they've been fractured. Okay, how do you think the Jews would eventually have fought back? And would you, as a Jew, if this entire situation were reversed, would you also be being like, hey, on October 7th, why did you Jews fight back? Think about that a little bit. Do that mental exercise.
Over 700 actual civilians that died, which is unfortunate, on October 7th. The rest were military.
Well, it's unfortunate. Tell me why.
There's 700 civilians died. I mean, that doesn't...
Why are you concerned about them? Who cares? It's for the cause, right?
Victor, you hear the... No,
You sound crazy.
Okay. A lot of them actually died by IDF, not by Hamas.
Yeah, the Hamas directive. We got to talk about that.
You know, so...
Let's talk about mowing the lawn. You know about mowing the lawn?
Yes, I know about mowing the lawn.
Why you only talk about October 7th?
I was protesting mowing the lawn in 2014 and 2012.
Mowing the lawn's been happening since
But the
05,
protest didn't
bro.
help. What helped was October 7th. That's
You
what...
think it helped?
No.
16,000 dead children is not helping.
Listen, we are now closer than ever to protecting our people forever.
At the cost of 16,000 kids.
And that's
Fuck you.
the price that Israel is
That's
willing
not
to
the
have us
price that
pay.
you're willing to pay for
No, not
violent
us.
resistance.
We didn't do it. No, we didn't do it. Israel did this.
Zionists and ask them why are they killing the 16,000?
Yes. Why does it cost us this much for our freedom?
It's like the case of the bully.
I
It's like the case of the
support the
bully.
Palestinian aspiration for a state.
We don't want your support. Why are you addressing us with all these killings? We're not killing them.
You put them in a situation with a genocide.
You didn't put anybody in a fucking situation.
Hold on. They calculated. They miscalculated. That's what I'm saying.
Buttercup. I know you're being biased right now, right? You're being biased. And I would protect you, but you're being biased. You cannot, these are the victims. And you're saying, well, maybe it's like if a woman is being battered, right? Oh, well, you know how your husband is. You know how your husband is. And
No, it's called being long-term. Listen, Hamas is not looking out for their long-term strategic interests, just like Putin is not looking for Israel's long-term strategic.
You fucking
Are you a
idiot.
military strategist?
Long-term strategic interests.
Are you a military strategist?
Buttercup, whether you realize it or not, you're like the Diet Coke of Zionists. You still got a little Zion.
Okay, well, that's fine. I don't take it as an insult. I don't give a shit.
Better not, bro. Fucking idiot.
Wait,
What the
shush.
fuck are you talking about, bro?
Wait, come on, you're not gonna.
Guys,
don't do that, man.
No, nobody did.
No, nobody
I called her a bitch. I called her a butter.
Come on, Abu, we don't attack women and children. Come on, man.
What the fuck is she fucking?
Calm down, brother, calm down. Calm down.
Go fuck about the
Zionists. She does talk to the Zionists. Hold on. Let's, Mayfriend, you want to say something?
I want to make sure I understand Buttercup. So Buttercup, are you saying that Hamas strategies is in line with Bibi's strategies? Is knowingly or unknowingly?
100%, and not and knowingly. Actually, there's letters between them because both of them benefit from continued violence and war. Both of them benefit from Sinwar and Bibi have communicated with each other about how it's mutually beneficial to continue to have violence, the cycle of violence. I'll provide a source, actually.
He communicated this.
Hold on, guys. I need new voices. I gave the mic to Mayfriend. Please don't come off the mic.
So thanks, Andrew. I just want to make sure. So you are saying that there are two sides, and there are crazy people in both sides, and these crazy people are resonating each other, and both, like, let's call these crazy people the right, the most extremist, fundamentalists of both sides, and they have hold power, and they're enabling each other.
Yes.
To grasp the power by, like, fueling these wars.
100%. Thank you.
Intention. Okay, so I understand you. It's not that you're like doing Zionist propaganda.
No. I'm sympathetic to the Palestinians more than Zionism.
I just want to say that I agree with you in a sense that there are these crazy people in Iran, which I'm originally from, and they hold the government and they just like hate United States. And there are these crazy people in the United States which they hold the power and just hate Iran, and they are fueling each other. So in that sense I understand it, but I don't know about others.
Okay, can I ask a question, please? How are you guys?
Haaretz I just want to say something about Haaretz because it's in the comments. Haaretz has put starvation and genocide on the front cover every day in Israel, which is a very provocative thing to do because all the Israelis are in denial. They've all served in the army and they don't want to believe what's happening. So for Haaretz to do it is very brave. They've been maligned and smeared by the government, and so to smear Haaretz as a Zionist rag is completely inaccurate. Haaretz is at great risk to their own reputation, consistently talked about genocide and starvation in Gaza.
Can I ask the question?
Yes.
Before you ask your question, can you put the link for the 30 children that you mentioned earlier?
Yeah, I'll find it.
Yeah, discuss later. If you can put that down.
First time I hear about this 33 children. Even if they killed by the badge. And Palestinians don't have a badge. At the same time,
What's a badge?
a badge, yes.
Like a helicopter. Oh, okay.
How many Palestinians? How many
Apache.
Apache, yeah. How many prisoners or whatever, Israeli prisoners and Hamas? How many they killed children, as you say? While Israelis they are killing children every day. How many Israeli children or prisoners with Hamas killed by Hamas? None. Right? Even they are feed them food more than Gaza. This is the difference between the behavior of the IDF and the behavior of what you call them terrorist Hamas. Right?
Well, we could see the videos of the Palestinians that were released from the last exchange and how emaciated and how I think one of them lost a limb and the abuses they suffered. And you contrast that with the releases of the hostages from Hamas and how they were well fed. They looked like they were well taken care of. So can we posit then the mentality, of both sides would would show up in the way they treat their prisoners of war or hostages. And if one side is treating them badly, then you could, I think argue that side is, has a system that is systemic in treating those, treating other people, without treating them inhumanely. So
this is the Islam what they said for them to treat the prisoners. This is Islamic Sharia. But those Israelis, they don't have even Sharia, they don't have decent anything because they think that this is.
I would love to debate Buttercup one day in a room. Buttercup, you're still here.
Yeah, Edward, who said that? Edward?
Yes.
Edward, I really enjoy talking to you. I think you're really intellectually honest, and I think you're really smart, and I learn things from you all the time. I would love to talk to you sometime.
Thank you, and I think you're also smart, and I also think I'm amazing too. So we both are on the same page.
Oh my
Thank you so much.
god.
And Wednesday thinks I'm amazing too. Oh my god, I got these fans. I love this.
You're so modest. You're so modest.
Chat shows 36 kids that were kidnapped.
You see that?
Butterfly.
I posted a link in the chat with 36 kids.
What is taken? Alexa is already claimed that one. So
Yeah, then the 3 kids kidnapped and returned back, feeded the good, and returned back, right?
After a month, though, you still took kids hostage for a month.
That's
It's fucked up.
That's tough, right?
Babies?
Why are they killing every day our children?
100%. I think it's overshadowed by Israel's war crimes, and I've criticized it every day. And I get harassed by the pro-Israelis every fucking day over it. But that doesn't change the fact that Hamas did kidnap, and those other groups did kidnap 30 kids. Let's be honest, 36 kids.
Yeah, they returned them back, right?
Eventually, but you still traumatize a bunch of kids. That doesn't change the fact that killing 60,000 kids is worse. No fucking shit. But that doesn't change the fact that 36 kids were kidnapped. Let's be honest. We can acknowledge 2 truths are true at once.
Yeah,
So one is about 100 times worse than the other. That's the.
Yeah, it's so pale in comparison. And let's not
100%.
even forget.
And then
Let's
I'm
not
more
even
worried about
forget.
Israel.
Let's not even forget the football numbers that the little kids get when they get in prison in these Israeli jails.
100%. 100%. I agree, but that doesn't change the fact. Let's be honest. You said only 2 kids were kidnapped and 36 were. Let's be honest about that. It's okay. We don't have to lie about the number of kids in order to acknowledge the horrific actions of the Israeli government. The Israeli government is criminal. They've committed a genocide. I've said that 100 times. That doesn't change the fact that 36 kids were kidnapped.
Buttercup, I'm curious, why are you pounding this point in so hard?
Because, they just asked me to send a link and they denied. They said only 2
Okay,
kids were kidnapped.
but before, none of us brought this up.
Yeah, they did. They literally asked me to provide a link. They said it didn't happen.
No, not bring up the link, just the fact that Israeli children were kidnapped. Why are you bringing this up?
Because you asked me to provide a link, and so I did. That's why.
No one in this room said 36 children were.
Everyone in this room said 2 kids were
Can
kidnapped.
you please provide us a link? You said they were kidnapped.
It's literally in the comments. Read the comments, Taco.
I'm not. Okay.
Buttercup, how do you
Talking about?
100%. 60,000 kids is worse than the 36 kids, but you asked me to provide proof, and I did.
Buttercup, how do you suggest they go about it?
It doesn't. I don't think. It's not a value judgment. It's not a judgment on character.
No. I'm not saying
simply providing evidence that you asked me to provide.
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example of 3 different revolutions. One, Native Americans, slavery revolt, and 3, South Africa. In order for those 3 things to make noise or have any kind of effect, I mean, we already know what happened to the Native Americans, but
that's another argument. You asked me to provide proof that they kidnapped kids.
Let me finish. For those revolutions to happen, or those revolts to happen, there has to be a fight fire with fire mentality. There has to be a match of
ferociousness. It can't just be like, oh, we're kumbaya, we're gonna sit behind and hope for this peace and justice to happen to us. No, you have to fight. It's bloody.
I understand the position.
All three of those revolutions were bloody as fuck.
I understand. I've heard that position before. That doesn't change the fact. I wasn't arguing whether or not it was right or wrong. I was simply stating a fact. They asked me, they said that only 2 kids were kidnapped, and I said 36 were, and they asked for proof, and I provided it. I'm not saying whether it was right or wrong. There's no value judgment here, no moral judgment here.
Simply providing the evidence that you asked me to provide.
Now, but before that, you were being immoral. You kept like, I remember you cutting Evelyn off. But you ever thought, just thought, you ever thought that the reason why some of those children were being kidnapped is because Israel keeps on kidnapping the Palestinian children? So maybe like, oh, you want to know how it feels to take care of?
I was just talking about that. I literally condemned it. That the Israel kidnaps kids that throw rocks. 100%. I agree with you. I never.
Right. So, do you ever think the reason why the Israeli kids were kidnapped is because the Palestinians are tired of their children being kidnapped? So how about you feel the same thing we feel?
Yeah, so Wednesday, exactly. This is the problem with if you're familiar with people who live in Palestine and Israel, what happens is it becomes this endless cycle, and they're like, you kidnap our kids. The problem is when you commit a genocidal act or you commit a war crime, that doesn't justify another war crime. That's what ends up in a cycle of violence, and people keep dying. And for people who live there, it's really, really problematic.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Can I just finish? This is the first time in a long time that they have struck back this, and I don't even think they even thought it was gonna even happen. Like, I think they were fucking surprised, to be honest with you. They didn't expect the raid thing to be there. It was just too perfect. Ours and the IDF, and no one from Israel was there, but that's something else. My point is, this is like the first time in a long time that they have been able to stand up for themselves. You can't, like, I don't know. Violence beget violence, but you keep on punching me in the face. You keep on punching me in the face. I'm supposed to take the punch.
No, where's the
I think
question?
are
you in the toilet? Are you in the toilet? Where's it?
Now, hold on. Wait, Fran, I was next. Wait, Fran, hold on. You done, Wednesday?
I am, thank you.
So Buttercup, Nat Turner had to do what he had to do in the slave revolt. He was looked at as a terrorist back then. Now he's looked at as a hero. Mandela, same thing, was looked at as a terrorist. Then he ended up becoming the president of South Africa. The Native American chiefs who scalped the people and killed them were looked at as terrorists and now are revered, and there's football teams named after them. You understand what I'm saying? So they had to do what they had to do, and you can't just lean on the 36 children, 40 children, 50 children, 60 children.
It doesn't change it from being a crime against humanity. You cannot take children hostages.
It's a net. Oh God.
National standards are not applicable today, right? We have international law.
History is history. They had international law.
It doesn't mean you can erase international law.
During apartheid, they had international law. It wasn't that long ago. Apartheid ended in the early 90s. It wasn't that long ago. So you gotta understand there is no justice without us. There's no peace without there being justice. There has to be justice. And
so that's fine. You support the kidnapping of kids. That's on the record, right?
Nobody's gonna do that. Hold on. You're not gonna do that with me.
Well, then what are you trying to say?
You ain't doing that with me.
Be clear.
You're going in circles. Well, I asked you what do you want them to do? Obviously not, you idiot.
I'm asking you. You should be endorsing it.
You're sitting to ignore everything that happened. You're sitting to ignore everything that happened before
Either you endorse it or you don't.
You October 7th, you're just like Taco said, you're just hammering home the things that happened during and after October 7th, seemingly forgetting everything that happened before. If a bully keeps punching you in the face and saying, look what you're making me do to you, look what you're making me do to you, or grabs your hand and punches you in the face, look what you're making, why are you punching yourself? Why are you punching yourself? What is that person gonna do? They're gonna retaliate. That is the only way to win in a revolution. This is gonna vote, and there has to be things done. I don't endorse any violence at all. I'm a pacifist. But I'm not going to sit back and say that they don't have to do what they have to do to get their freedom.
A million Algerians died to win their freedom. So I mean, unfortunately, this is how our global system.
It's called solidarity. Just learn the word solidarity. If you're really in solidarity with the Palestinian people, be in solidarity with them. Don't sit there on your throne and say, "Oh, this is crazy. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that?" Stand in solidarity if you're really going to be in
Israelis
solidarity.
tell me the same thing where they killed 60,000 kids, right?
No.
So
Which side do you want? So which side do you want? So which side do you want?
I'm saying all the kids.
You can stand in solidarity. You can stand in solidarity and still say things are wrong. I'm not standing in solidarity with the Palestinian people and say things are wrong.
All kidnapping of kids is wrong. 100%. All kidnapping of kids, Palestinian or Israeli,
Do
human
you
rights
stand in
equal.
solidarity with the Palestinian people? Fuck you, what, bitch? Who the fuck you talking to?
No, Mazi,
Mazi, calm down, brother. Calm down, Mazi, brother. Come on.
Who the fuck you think you're talking to? I didn't curse at you once.
Mazi, think about this.
All kidnapping of kids is wrong.
Are you in solidarity with the
Whose
Palestinian
life is your
people? Answer that motherfucking question.
Gee, Mazi, think about this situation. Hamas is inside Israel. October 7, inside Israel, humiliated everything they hold for their security, but not taking children, not taking women, just taking some soldiers back as hostage. Like, would it be?
They would have had the moral high ground. They would have had better arguments.
Think about it this situation. Don't like the point that she's raising. Think about it this way.
But the
They-
fact
they-
of
If they
the
want
matter
the
is
moral high ground, just
that
don't kidnap kids.
you
retarded, bro.
You guys realize that this person could be a fucking Zionist just here to gaslight, troll everybody. You can't trust these
Bro,
motherfuckers.
and plus,
You cannot trust them.
and plus, bro, and plus, Abu, we can. She still hasn't said that she's in solidarity. I asked her 3 times.
Amir, am I
You
invited?
you can be.
Call him.
You can be. I don't give a fuck what Amir says. I'm talking to you. I don't care. Amir is not your lawyer. I'm talking to you, and I'm talking about you. Abu.
I don't think you're a lawyer, but it's his opinion, Mazi opinion has a different opinion.
We can, Abu, we can stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people and still say, oh, I must have maybe did this wrong, did this right in our opinion, did this incorrectly. But still, if you stand in solidarity, say it. Why can't you say it?
I've only said it, Mazi. I've said multiple times.
Shit,
Mazi, have you not been paying attention? Mazi, I've literally been fighting Zionists for 10 for the last month.
Calm down. Calm down.
Killed by, that is 7 October of Israeli children and, families. You know how many they've been killed by this helicopter Apache? Do you know that or not?
I've read about it, and I think it's a bit exaggerated by the pro-Palestinian.
Of course.
But I do think that Israel is a genocidal. Listen, I'm the first to call them.
They killed you before killing Palestinians. Not killing Israelis before killing Palestinians.
Yes,
I'm just saying, what do you expect?
They do have that policy, yes.
It's not right that 36 kids got kidnapped, but what do you expect? What do you expect that somebody was terrorized?
I think this is a
Hold on,
nuance and a thin line we disagree on.
So can we just can I just say something about this to both Monty and Buttercup? So when it comes to the ICJ, war crimes are on paper they're considered equally on paper. But when it comes down to it, the war crimes from an occupier versus war crimes from the occupied, with certain constraints, but they're not weighed the same. An occupier's war crimes are weighed more heavily because they are doing it in the context of occupation, as opposed to the occupied who are committing war crimes to be able to free themselves of the occupier. So in court, so on paper they're equal, but in court, the political and moral issues come up, and Israel being an occupying force would be in a major disadvantage when it comes to the war crimes question.
Because they created that environment.
No,
they created that environment.
Within reason, like Palestinians can't go around just killing as many Israelis as possible. I mean, it's within reason. So each case is taken and looked at when it comes to occupation. Looked at separately, like uniquely, and so we can't equivocate the war crimes of Israel and the war crimes of the Palestinians as weighted the same. They're not weighted.
Can you provide evidence? Can you provide the law that says that it's weighted differently?
Well, this isn't so. The law says that it's weighted the same, but it's not the law. It's the application of the ICJ over the last 60, 70 years.
Statistics.
No, it's how the ICJ has seen and has ruled on what an occupier has done versus what the occupied has done, and they've always leaned towards
If you're
the
looking at
occupier.
analysis that sums it
Yeah,
up.
there's multiple analysis that I could see if I could find one. Yeah.
I'm curious. I want to learn. I'm curious. I didn't know there was a different application, and in my experience, I thought the law was equal on both sides. But this is new to me.
Yeah. But this isn't unique to the ICJ. Like civil proceedings here in the U.S. Like if you go to court, you could have the same laws, but one side would be found more, let's say both sides broke it, but one side would be found more liable because of the circumstances. So
Is it because Israel created that environment?
Yeah, because of the occupation, automatically.
Right.
And that's what the ICJ has ruled on before, like in South Africa, and other cases that the occupier has more of a responsibility when it comes to war crimes, especially given the fact that they're an organized nation and can prevent war crimes, and people that do not have the same resources and are not a nation. It's more difficult for them to be able to police this type of activity, and at the same time, how are they going to fight against an occupier? So if you're occupying, it's similar to they call it the bloody hands concept, the legal concept here in the U.S. If you come into court and you're suing, but you have done things wrong or illegally in the past, then your credibility has gone down. Like your credibility is less good.
Can I just say something? I'm so sorry that they say cum jokes to you, BB, Buttercup. Sam, what are you doing? What are you trying to convince her? She's a grown woman and she wants to be here. She will be here. You of all people talk bad about black women because you are hateful to your own people and you don't like being a black American. You just said several seats down, sir. Fucking weirdo.
Question for you. So, can ICJ even go after Hamas? Hamas is not a governmental entity. There is no Palestine. I thought ICJ only can go after governmental, personnel. Cannot go after non-governmental personnel. So Hamas cannot even commit a war crime Palestine because there is no government of Palestine recognized internationally. You see my point?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, they can only go after states. You can't go after Hamas.
So I want to ask about do you think after all what happened, Palestinians have the right to defend themselves and resist? You think that or not?
I think, of course, I think the Palestinians should fight for their just right to sovereignty and their own state and their freedom of movement and rights under the law, 100%. Whether or not use violent resistance is a question.
No, just a minute. You said defend. This is what Hamas doing. From 7 October.
Yeah, but sometimes.
So I think there should be guardrails. That's all.
You think they should violence?
So you are not.
With guardrails, they don't have guardrails.
Guardrails.
Guardrails like don't kidnap and kill children. That's all.
Again. Oh, what?
The fact is, they don't have guardrails, and so we need something.
Yeah, but you
want
have
to
the right to kidnap children. All children kidnapped since whatever.
100%.
Hold on a second.
The Israeli government is criminal. They're war criminals, 100%. That doesn't justify. If you want to have the moral high ground, don't kidnap and kill
So
children.
how to fight the criminals? By criminals.
Yeah, it's not that you have the moral high ground. It's not.
Yeah, you have to be criminal.
It's not your long-term strategic interests.
Yeah.
Are you a military strategist? How do you know what it is?
Military want to be
I say the same thing to the Israelis. It's not in their long-term
So what
strategic
is
interest to
happening
commit a
in
genocide.
Yeah, what is happening in Gaza now? They have
100%. I tell Israelis every fucking day it's not in their long-term strategic interest to commit
Yeah,
a
but they are
genocide.
killing Israelis. Hamas now, they are killing Israelis inside Gaza. So do you agree with that?
Of course, they're defending themselves. Why would I disagree?
Okay. Thank you very much. That's the whole point.
What are they supposed to do? There's kids fucking raining bombs. What are they supposed to do with
Hold on.
Of course they should have defense.
Hold on. Edward, didn't we? I feel like we had this conversation. You had this conversation this morning with or yesterday morning with Resistance, and Resistance said that what some of what was done on October 7th, especially taking women and children, wasn't very Islamic.
What that when they took taking civilians is not Islamic?
Women and children.
Yes, no, it wouldn't be. And that's one of my issues too, because Hamas is a religious group. They're not like ISIS. They're not like they don't just go around killing people. They do live by a strict moral code, and they, I just can't see them taking civilians. And like I said before, the economics alone. If you know a soldier is worth 25 to 50 times more than a civilian, why would you waste your time taking civilians? Just if you're pragmatic about it. And so these are the questions I have. Like, I'm not saying Hamas is innocent. I'm just saying, there's a lot of red flags that.
But one second, where in Islam does it say that you can't take women and children as captives in a war under strict?
Yeah, absolutely.
You can't. You can't take civilians.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can take them, but there are.
There is a dalil, yeah, brother.
You can, and there are strict rules behind it, so you can't harm them. This is a very strict rule that when you take them, you cannot harm them, but you can use them. But they need to be released. You can ransom them, and they can be used for to exchange.
Yeah, even if you take soldiers, you are not.
Where did you come up with Islam says that you can't do that? No, you can't. It's a war, right? Isn't it a war?
Well, I might be wrong.
Isn't it a war?
Well,
You can do it in a war, but again, you cannot harm those non-combatants.
Yeah, they did. They haven't harmed.
Yeah, non-harming, you cannot harm non-combatants. That's definitely an Islam.
Yes, it's a very strict rule. It's not
the 21st century, the 21st century morality laws that most majority of people not accept.
Religion doesn't change, brother. Like it doesn't matter what century.
I mean, like there are a lot of Islamic laws which are immoral right now. Like for example, multiple wife or slavery and khanis. So we have to be a little more realistic. I believe.
Yeah, but
I'm not you can be a little bit more realistic, but you can't come up and say that in Islam.
Yeah, you can't change the rules, Abu. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, you can't change it. Yeah.
they exchanged the prisoners all. They came back safe and even treated better than cousins. So
No, I mean like think about that this Bibi is doing this genocide based on some biblical Malak, whatever it is. That's why like
Amalek.
Israel is not Amalek. It's the most hated nation in the world right now. So, but it is based on their like religion. Technically speaking.
Who's Amalek? Sorry.
Oh, you don't know who's Amalek? That's what Palestinians are dying with so easily. Amalek were a tribe based on biblical texts and
Can somebody explain in Arabic? Amalek, what is Amalek?
No, it was a tribe that in the Old Testament, I think, where they were told to kill this tribe, men, women, children, animals, everybody, from head to toe, top to bottom. And then Netanyahu held up this scripture and said in a speech that we have to treat the Palestinians like Amalek, kill them all, men, women, children, everything.
Yeah, but this Netanyahu is not even religious at all. Not fucking.
He's playing to the base. He's playing to the right-wing base. He's like, he was historically a moderate, not a moderate, obviously, he's like a fucking war criminal, but he wasn't like the far right messianic lunatics who want to like occupy and like settle Gaza. He was just kind of a pragmatist, and then he just aligned himself with his base. And so when he talks about Amalek, he's speaking to this religious Zionist base, which is like really extreme.
Yeah, vote for me.
Look at the definition.
Exactly.
And look at what's happening in Palestine.
It's just like this is just I'm providing you with some of the like the political backstory.
So, Abu Abaida, I wanted to correct something you said. So when it comes to hostages, no, it's absolutely forbidden. I think what you're referring to here is after a battle, if there are women and children and elderly that are left and they're taken, then you can either set them free or ransom them.
What's the difference? Edward? That's the same thing.
The difference is you cannot go to take.
How do you know they went to take? Maybe they went to get their money.
I'm talking about the Quran. I'm not talking about what happened on the ground.
You can't have the intentions to specifically
target or take them. You can't
specifically target them.
Yeah, you fighting the soldiers. There's some people left over. You take them. They in prison. Prison is over.
I don't know.
After the fact. Yes.
You cannot harm them. You cannot kill them. You cannot mistreat them. Any of that.
So I want to ask you also, Buttercup, about another question. What do you think about the Zionism going on in America, controlling the whole fucking politicals? You like it?
You mean the narrative, like calling everything anti-Semitism? You mean? Is that what you're talking about?
No. The whole United States, belong to those AIPAC or whatever.
Okay, so AIPAC is a lobbying organization which is funded by wealthy interests, including many like Jewish organizations, and they do advocate for Israel's interests above maybe like it does have immense influence over politics, and I think it's evil. I think AIPAC is evil. Is that what you're asking me? I think a lot of Jews would admit that AIPAC is evil, just like people who gun owners think NRA is evil because of our political system, which allows big interests to control our politics.
So do you think that a lot of Jewish like you, they understand what's going on? They support your idea?
In my particular social circle, yes, but I would say it's a big problem. It's probably like 40-60%. If 40% of Jews are critical of AIPAC and critical of Israel and frustrated with this dialogue, and then probably 60% still blindly, reflexively support Israel no matter what it does. And so, but you're seeing a turning point, like you see in New York City, we elected a pro-Palestinian mayor, right? That shows New York City is the most Jewish state is the most Jewish city in America. And historically, right-wing Jews have had immense influence in New York City.
Well, no, he didn't
Well,
win
so
yet.
he has the nomination, he's effectively won. But the
He's
fact that
about
he's
to
able
win.
but the fact that he was able to convince these right-wing, pro-Israel, reflexively pro-Israel organizations that like his politics is worth overcoming whatever worries they had about his political views shows that there's a shift in the way Jews are thinking about this thing. So I do think American Jews are shifting. I wish it was more because in my own family, I get very frustrated with sort of the denial about serious war crimes that are happening there. But I think overall, I'm seeing a shift. Yeah.
But do you feel that you're safe after all this shit happened?
Safe in what way? From Jews, or from
the people, normal people?
Normal people?
That you are the same like the 60% with Iraq. You think that but a lot of people, they don't know that there is 40% against what is happening.
They know, and they call us traitors. They call us Nazis. They call us anti-Semites, and that's okay because we're comfortable with it. We're comfortable in our Jewishness, and we're confident. And I don't know if you've ever seen me in the Zionist rooms. They question my Jewishness every day. They call me anti-Semite. I don't care because I'm confident in my Jewishness, and I know I'm taking a moral stand.
But I commend you because it does take courage to stand up against people in your own community, even when you're on the right side. So I do commend you for speaking up, speaking out. As Muslims should do when if there's Muslims committing genocide or doing something very evil, we should call that out as well. And then the second point, it's really sad when a Jew is called anti-Semite for their views. I think Norman Finkelstein is one of them who is a very intelligent man, is well versed in all things related to Palestine and Israel. And I listened to a clip where he was called anti-Semitic. He's like, how is that possible for
his parents survived the Holocaust? It's ridiculous.
I do want to add one thing, Edward. You said, or somebody said, so Amici Eliyahu was one of the Heritage Ministers. You know what he said? He said these people that are under mass captivity, they're actually prisoner of wars. Well, what's your take on this? I mean, anybody can chime in. Do you guys think that they're prisoners or they're hostages?
Wait, who said that?
Amici Eliyahu, it's a Heritage Minister. Yeah, Amici, I don't know how to say it. Amichai Eliyahu, he's the one. He's a genocidal psychopath. He said it. He said that whoever's under Hamas captivity, they're actually prisoners.
What's the context? I don't know what you're talking about. Because if he's a right-wing minister, why would he say that?
Yeah, he said that. There was a Muslim Times of Israel. Let me put the link.
He may be being honest about the fact that everyone who's still held captive in Gaza were serving in the IDF. Is that not right?
I don't think that's his intention. I'm confused why he would say that, because he's like one of the most far-right fucking retarded ministers in the Israeli government. Why would he say something that supports the Hamas?
I have a theory. He may, if you say civilians, then the Israeli public may want negotiations. But if you say they're military, well, then soldiers can be sacrificed, because that's kind of the point of soldiers. They fight each other.
So I want to read the article to understand the context. Maybe that's what he was intending, but I'm trying to understand how that fits with his far-right psychotic idea.
He might be saying, like, there's no need to negotiate more for hostages, because they're not really hostages there.
Yeah, I'll read it out to the room. I post a link in the chat. It says, Minister says hostages should be labeled prisoners. Their release delayed until war ends. MHA Eliyahu, prisoners of war are only dealt with after victory first. Hamas should be defeated. Yair Golan, the government decided long ago to sacrifice the hostages.
Exactly. So he's saying, don't worry about returning the hostages. Those are soldiers. They're going to be sacrificed.
You're right. This is
we
consistent.
need to kill everyone.
This is consistent with the far right, which has placed defeating Hamas over the hostages, and they've come full circle. They've come from like, oh, what about our hostages, to let's fuck the hostages. Like, we don't care. We mostly care about killing Hamas, and that's been a very divisive topic in Israeli society.
So, can we say that these are prisoners, not hostages anymore?
Yeah.
Because they're soldiers?
No,
I mean, I don't know.
not-
I don't
it's
have
not-
a judgment call.
I'm talking about from the Israeli side.
What was
For
the
the
question
Zionist
that you
narrative.
asked?
So,
Sorry, what was the
so the Zionist narrative is, right, I put the link in the chat. According to this heritage minister and his psychopath followers, they believe that these people are prisoners. They're not hostages.
Yeah, but we're going on a fucking genocidal fucking psycho based on, we're judging based on his opinion?
So Buttercup, you fight the Zionists or the Zionist thing?
I do fight the Zionists, but why are you using this guy?
It's because you would use the Zionist talking point.
No, I wouldn't say that. I only use credible sources, like credible.
This is credible. He's a heritage minister.
He's not a pragmat. He's not a pragmatist. He's a fucking psycho that don't
He's a
take it seriously.
government official. Yes or no?
Yeah, but mainstream Israelis don't seem as mainstream.
I understand, but government
He's
official.
not useful to me. That's all. I'm saying I appreciate what you're saying, but I don't think he's useful for the argument because even Israelis acknowledge that he's a fucking psychotic genocidal maniac.
Yeah, but I agree with this. You think Ben Gavir is not just
100%. I don't use him as a source either. I use people that are pragmatists and centrists and.
Moshe Yaalon, they look at him as pro-Hamas. He's the one that said ethnic cleansing and, they
But
look
he
at him as a
wasn't, yeah, but no, because he was a defense minister for many years. He's much military experience. He's a pragmatist, right? He thinks about Israel's long-term national security. He doesn't only think about bailing out Hamas. They see him as like a legitimate authority on military. Amichai is like a clown that was just put in there like a lackey for Netanyahu to keep him in power. No one takes him seriously. That's the difference. I only cite people who they take seriously, like Moshe Yaalon or Gallant, who said that the war should have ended a year ago, right? These are reputable, grizzled.
Crimes as well, right?
He is. He's a war criminal. He's a monster. But I agree with him that the war should have ended a long time ago, right? We can agree on one thing and disagree on others.
Yeah, but they don't respect him. If you go into the Zionist group, they don't respect Moshe Yaalon.
They don't respect Amichai either. They say, oh, he doesn't represent us. That's what they say about him.
But they respect him because all of these psychopaths that are in there. Like,
Unfair? I mean, I've talked to them about it and they excuse them, but they don't respect them. They say, well, he's not really a Kahanist. They'll say shit like that.
The point of mention is that the difference between what Mish is asking, the difference between hostages and prisoners of war, and generally hostages are people are presented.
Yeah, the broader thing, I agree. I agree that the Palestinians taken are also hostages.
Yeah,
Because they are.
100%.
So basically yes. That's the thing because.
But I don't think Amichai is going to support my arguments with the Zionists, honestly. Like, I think I need to use sources they see as credible,
Buttercup, are you an Israeli Jew or an American Jew?
American, but I have family in Israel.
What's your view on Zionism?
On Zionism, I believe that it's not sustainable and it failed in its efforts to. There's two kinds of anti-Zionists. There are those that think that it was flawed to begin with, and there are those that believe that it's failed to, it was this dated thing. It happened. We can't change it, but we need a new model that's more sustainable. So I've expressed this many times that we need to create a new state that gives everyone equal rights under law. I'm kind of pro one state, but if people can't get along, maybe it's two states. But ultimately, it's urgent to me for both Palestinians and also for Jewish sustainability, for Palestinians to have equal rights under the law and to be able to have freedom of movement and agency and sovereignty. Like, it's fucking urgent, and it's for both the Palestinians and obviously the Jewish history and our Jewish reckoning. Like, it's unconscionable what happened here in Gaza and what happened for the last 80 years.
Yeah, so do you believe that you need Zionism to be a Jewish group?
No, of course not. Judaism way preceded Zionism by thousands of years. Who gives a shit about Zionism? This is a modern movement.
Well said. Yeah, definitely. This is modern movement, late 1800s, espoused by David Herzl. Actually, there's other Zionists, not years before him, but he's known as the father of Zionism. This is not to equate, because that's what the Zionist organizations want to do. Zionist lobby groups, human rights organizations like ADL, quote unquote human rights organizations like ADL, they want to equate Zionism and Judaism. They're inseparable, and that Jewish Israel, the state of Israel, is inseparable to Jewish identity. Hence the flag burning controversy last week ago. So But no, I mean, a lot of Jews, like Buttercup and others, we've heard from others, you know, here at Clubhouse, other prominent Jews in the media, scholars.
We're repulsed by this. We feel like Zionism, like when you attach your religion and your culture. I know some people have sentimental, like have strong identity and cultures in religion and are religious people in this room. When you attach your religion to a political movement, which doesn't make decisions based on morality, they make decisions, usually one immoral act over another, you tarnish the religion, you tarnish the culture. So it's tarnished thousands of years of history, which, especially coming out of World War II, and it's really repulsive to me that we've attached ourselves to a political movement that has engaged in these war crimes. It's tarnished our culture and religion, and it's horrific and it's urgent that it needs to stop.
I would feel the same as a Muslim if Zionism was, a Muslim ideology or espoused by some Muslims. Dan's coming here. Are Palestinian prisoners hostages now? That would be the most debated thing I've heard. What would be that instead of having them as hostages, hostages or religion, you're secular, you don't care about the religion, something like that. Well, Buttercup, you can address the second comment, but the first comment, because that's directed towards you. The first comment, well, yes, Dan, Israel has a history of taking hostages, Palestinian hostages by thousands over the decades, far outnumbering the number of hostages Palestinians have taken. Palestinians have responded to Israeli terrorism by taking hostages as leverage. Zionist government of Israel takes hostages, Palestinian hostages, as leverage against Palestinians as bargaining chips. They've taken hostage, for example, Muammar Barghouti, right? You can call him prisoners, but he's a hostage. They take hostage kids. They lock them up. They threaten their parents. They want to silence them. They use them as bargaining
100%.
chips. Yeah, so that's helped me understand better, Dan. And then Buttercup, you might address his second comment.
I just want to ask, but
wait, hold on. Before I ask,
question.
Can you outlet?
What was the second comment? I missed it.
He says, "Our religion, Buttercup, you're secular. You don't care about the religion. Stop playing."
You can just respond in the chat. I mean, you don't have to respond here. There's people who want to speak.
Yeah.
So can I ask a question, please?
And Sam says they're Jewish when it's convenient. So
you can chat. Respond to it in the chat, brother. This app is made for the voice chat. We're not here to respond to every message.
No, I'm just saying for Buttercup to respond to that.
We have a big stage here. We need people voicing.
Oh yeah. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
If you're not on stage, you're a dimmy.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, what's up? How y'all doing?
Yeah, go on, one.
Yeah, I just want to ask because she's a real Jew. Do you have like a grandma around you somewhere?
A grandparent?
Yeah, no, old people from Jew.
Sure.
Yeah, because I wanna know. Have you heard about something called 80 years curse on Jewish people? I don't know.
I've heard this theory. I just it seems like superstition to me. I haven't heard it from Jewish people. I've heard it from Arab people that are friends of mine.
Only from Arab, right?
Yeah.
But can you ask?
Jewish people don't talk about this.
Even your old people?
No, they don't talk about the 80-year curse.
Very
I mean, I'm just being honest. Like, I don't really believe in superstitions like that, and also it's not part of the Jewish tradition. But I have heard it from my friends who are Palestinian, who said, "Oh, did you hear about this?" Like, they've asked me this a lot.
Yeah, but.
And I never heard of it. I've never heard of it in my life, honestly.
But your old people, they don't.
No. And actually, I wanted to. This actually, what's his name? I think Dean asked me, or someone asked me what Sam was saying about whether I'm like a real Jew. I'm like more Jewishly literate than 90% of the people who live in the Zionist room. They don't know anything. Like, I grew up with a very traditional Jewish background, and I'm much more familiar with the Jewish texts and Jewish history, Jewish culture than any of them. And so whenever they try to challenge me and tell me I'm not a real Jew, I end up they fucking lose because they can't take the heat. Like, they don't know Jewish tradition and scripture the way I do. And so they always try to, instead of debating me on the issues, they just come after me and tell me I'm not a real Jew because it's like very threatening to them that a Jew would say these things.
With that being said, do you support the way the state of Israel was established?
So I honestly, like I don't have an opinion about that. I think, I don't know because I wasn't there, and
But you know the book, right?
So okay, so let me tell you, when I learned about this, the way Israel was established, I learned only half of the story. And then when I turned 18 and I started to read historians, including Israeli historians, it changed my view. And I learned that they're not the most moral army in the world, and there were massacres, and there was a Nakba, and there was horrific things happened. But I guess generally, I would say I'm forward-looking. Like, we can't change the past. Horrific things happen. There's an original sin, right? Just like in America, there's an original sin. We wiped out the Native Americans, and we need to be accountable, and there needs to be reparations. But the fact is, like, in order for less people to die, we need to look forward. So generally, yes, I 100% recognize the crimes that happened in 1948. I don't see it as this big victory of Jewish sovereignty. I think we need to acknowledge those crimes and pay reparations.
It's got it before that with our militias, actually.
Oh, yeah, just make a point here. I'm an honest Jew.
I want to make
Can I make a quick point? I want to point out my fellow Jews' behavior. You were asked if you support the way Israel was established, and you went on this long go-around. I recommend the documentary Torah to you. Okay, it talks about our Jewish heroes that massacred and raped underage Palestinian girls to the point of death. And they laugh about it.
I really respect the art of Dallas Jew.
Let me finish.
I
They
respect
laugh
it.
about it. So you were asked if you support the way Israel was founded. We can give you all these sources. It's a simple yes or no. You don't need a roundabout. You can say no, you don't support the way it's founded. Great, no problem. You can say yes. But it doesn't have to be a long-winded answer. I support the way it was founded because I believe in Jewish supremacy. I don't really care about Palestinians.
But listen, man, I answered this question because according to the book and the teachings of the book, it's completely illegal to establish the state the way it was established, right? And she said that she knows the book and she's the most literate person on this app.
Wait, which book are you talking about? Torah, or like which book are you talking about?
Whatever book, you can choose one of the five and tell me if it goes, if it aligns with any of the teachings of the books. You can pick and choose. I give you that option.
No, I think Talmud, he asked, I think it's okay for them in Talmud.
No,
That's what I guess.
No, it's not.
Are you sure?
Until the Messiah comes.
Yeah. Evangelical.
So where is the Messiah?
He's coming after 3 years.
The evangelicals are speeding that process up.
So tell me which book you're talking about so I can talk about it. I just don't, there's like, you mentioned 5 books of the Torah, and then there's
No, I didn't mention 5 books. I said you pick and choose according to your religion, your teachings. Do you support the way the state of Israel was established?
I don't know that it mentions that in the Torah. Like, I don't think it mentions a future state of Israel. I think historically, if you look at Jewish history, which I learned in depth in my childhood education, when the last time they started a state, it was a huge travesty for the Jews. It ended up in their destruction. There was Bar Kokhba started a state, and they actually had the old shekel, and it ended up in the worst catastrophe in Jewish history. So I think.
Let me try to make it easier for you. What does any of your books say about establishing a state?
So the only other time Israel established a state, like 3,000 years ago, it ended up in catastrophe for the Jews. So
I'm not asking you that.
there's no directive that says you have to establish a state. No, in the
So
Torah.
what does the book say about establishing? So the book doesn't mention anything about establishing a state for the Jews?
No, and the last time they did it was a horrific outcome.
So it doesn't say that you have to wait for the Messiah until you establish a state?
So some religious Jews feel that. There are religious
I'm not talking about
anti-Zionists.
religious Jews. I'm talking about the book itself.
The book says, they don't talk anything about a state, but they talk about the Beit HaMikdash and these religious institutions, but doesn't say anything about like a formal government. So it's not, I don't think it's mutually exclusive that Palestinians can live in the land and have equal rights under the law, and also the religious goal of having like sort of whatever the, ultimate messianic. Listen, the Messiah is something that all Abrahamic religions believe in, but like, let's be real, it hasn't happened in Rome, and let's be honest about that. But I understand that in scripture, there's talk about it all the time, but like they all conflict with each other. They all involve like great war. Like, let's be realistic and pragmatic here. Let's not talk about great.
Thank you. You answered. Thank you.
But the other thing you said, the 80-year curse, if you Google it, if the Israelis or the Jewish folks talk about it, they do talk about it.
I'm telling you, I'm like very knowledgeable about all different sects of Judaism and what they talk about. They don't talk about the 80-year curse. I've only heard it from Palestinian close friends who come for Shabbat all the time to my parents'
So
house.
actually,
I'm
I agree
talking about
that
if you,
80
no, hold on, if you Google it right now, right, you'll be able to.
Google's not reality. I'm telling you something as someone who's familiar with every sect of Judaism. No one talks about this.
So are you aware of that cover?
Lev Tahor is like a cult that's been banned from Israel. They're not even considered part of Judaism.
So they're not, but it started in Israel.
Yeah, but they were banned and they're kicked out, right? They're like a crazy
Were all of them
cult.
kicked out or some of them?
I just know that it's illegal in Israel, the cults, and they moved to Guatemala to try to find. They're just like a weird cult. They don't represent Judaism any more than any other cult. I don't know how that's relevant.
Because they claim that they're Jewish.
We flushed them out of our society.
They are Jewish. They're a cult within Judaism,
We canceled them.
but they don't represent the mainstream at all, or even like even the fringe.
We canceled them. Man, we gotta get rid of them.
Thank you, honest Jew.
There is nothing closer about the.
I think they follow the extreme version of Judaism, right?
Yeah.
No, they're a spin-off. They're a spin-off. There's a lot of spin-offs. I don't know if you've been to Israel, but there's a lot of weird culty spin-off shit. Like people are all kinds of. It attracts all the weirdos, you know.
Like
It isn't, but the Summers are fairly mainstream compared to Lev Tahor. Lev Tahor, you're really considered an extreme interpretation.
Yeah.
But I've met modern Orthodox Jews, I've met ultra-Orthodox Jews, I've met Reform, Conservative, and I've learned deeply about all of these movements and what they believe, and none of them believe in this 80-year-old course. I've only heard it from Palestinians.
So I mean, actually, I don't know if Mary's the one that said it. I don't think the 80-year is part of the religion.
It's not at all. There's no mention of it. I'm proficient in all the books of the Jews.
I didn't say about the
But it did happen.
I heard it from, I think, one of the officials. Did he not come on TV or something? Or was it
No,
one of the
it's
officials?
never happened. I wouldn't know.
Israel?
No. I literally, I studied all these books as a kid. I know them. They don't talk about 80-year-old.
But it does happen. It does exist.
It exists in the Palestinian narrative, not in the Jewish narrative. I don't know. Maybe it's real, but it's.
Absolutely not in the Palestinian narrative.
I've only heard it from Palestinians. I've never heard it from Jews, and I'm familiar with all the different variations of Judaism.
Yeah, sure, but look it up.
So you never heard of
Google's not reality, dude.
You never heard of what Abu said earlier when he said that some Jews say that they're not promised a land until the Messiah comes. You've never heard of
No, that I've heard for sure. There's ultra-Orthodox Jews who 100%. Yeah. There's anti-Zionist Orthodox Jews, and they come from a religious perspective. They think that, you know, the scripture, the way
I put the link in the chat. This is a Mizrahi organization. See if they're Jewish. Can you verify that book? I put the link in the book.
You can continue, Buttercup, because you first said that it's not in the religion, and now you're agreeing that you have to wait for the Messiah. So.
No. I said the 80-year curse is not in religion, but the idea, the anti-Zionism is in the religion.
The land. Establishing the land.
What does that have to do with the 80-year curse? The 80-year curse.
I'm just going back because.
No. The anti-Zionist Judaism, it has a long legacy, and it's legitimate. And it's existed in all streams of Orthodoxy, although after the Holocaust, they kind of all moved to the Zionist cause. But previously, almost 100% of religious practicing Jews were against Zionism because they believed that it shouldn't be a secular state, it should only be delivered by God. And if you believe it in some messianic age, then yes, it would be delivered by God. But if you don't, sort of the evangelicals have a really horrific outcome. Every Abrahamic faith has a horrific outcome during the end of times, but none of it ever happens, and so we maintain the status quo and people live peacefully. Also, Judaism, like Christianity, like Islam, have some horrific apocalyptic outcome, and that prevents the creation creation of a state because you have to wait for the apocalyptic outcome, right? And because that never happens, ultimately that's a bulwark against, the violent conquering of the people because they're waiting for the religious, Messiah to come down from heaven and solve it.
Where does this in what scripture is this present?
There's a lot of all over it talks
Because
about
earlier you said it's not in any scripture.
No, I said the 80-year curse is not in any scripture.
No,
Messiah is all over the scripture.
The 80-year curse came like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, so I was only responding to Amir's talking about the 80-year curse. Messiah is all over the scripture.
So, Amir, this person, the link that you sent, yeah, he's a Jewish
Mizrahi, right?
journalist.
Mizrahi.
I had never heard of this guy. I'll look into him, but I'm telling you,
He is associated with Mizrahi.
because the website says Mizrahi.
No, just look him up. Look him up. The website.
I'm looking him up.
Yeah.
Who is this
And
guy?
actually, the number 80 is mentioned a lot in
Where?
Judaism,
Where?
in your teachings.
Which
Here,
one?
let
There's
me
so
look
many
it up.
books.
Yeah, let me look it up here because I think we went over it yesterday. But you can look up this person from your end and see if it's
I mean, he might be just like one nut job academic, I haven't.
So like we can't say
I'm
like
telling you, I'm really familiar with every sect of Judaism.
this is the problem.
It's a Mizrahi organization.
With you guys is that first you say no, and then when we're close to finding something about them, you say maybe.
No, I don't say maybe. I don't.
Maybe
No.
Look it up, bro. Like,
No, you're wrong. Abu, you're wrong. Abu, I'm familiar with all of the script. Literally, I had to study all of the books.
You're not because you said it doesn't.
This
say
one
anything
random
about
fucking academic, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
About the Messiah, you said no.
Messianic, I never said no about the Messiah. Messianic is foundational to Jewish belief.
So what does your teaching say about establishing a state before the Messiah?
I already told you that. I said there's a Messianic Messiah is foundational to Jewish belief, 100%. What the religious Jews think is that a secular state has no justification. They think that ultimately you have to wait for the Messiah, which never fucking happens. So you can wait forever. Just like the evangelical Jews have some like weird apocalyptic vision for the Messiah. Every Abrahamic faith has apocalyptic vision for the Messiah, including Jews, and that's why the religious Jews oppose the Zionist state because they're waiting for the
How do
Messiah.
you call it weird if it's something that's literally mentioned in your book? I don't know how the fuck is that weird.
I'm not a religious Jew. I think it's weird, but I respect it and I've learned it in depth because I grew up with the traditional Judaism.
She's saying it never happened, and she doesn't think it's going to, because we've waited too long. She's been repeating herself.
So you said you're familiar with a lot of the books. Does that include the Talmud?
Yes, and actually, the other day they told me I'm not a real Jew, and they started quizzing me on really basic shit about Judaism, and I recited the Talmud by heart in Hebrew. And even then, because they don't know the Talmud, they thought it was.
They don't know. Most of them only know.
They know
very
nothing.
basic.
They're fucking ignorant.
Yeah. They didn't even know that. I had to argue with them about the Israelite kingdom and how it broke up, and like they had no idea. I'm like, why am I arguing with you about your own history?
They don't know shit. They're like fucking ignorant Jews,
So I did. I think you might find this interesting, Buttercup. I put in a scholarly article regarding generally what has happened with Gaza in this war. But the reason I pasted it is because it talks about the systemic obligations that a state or occupier has versus the sort of non-systemic obligations that an occupied people have. For example, to show that the way they think of war crimes, committed by an occupied people versus an occupier, they're not thought of the same way. Like, it doesn't mean that Hamas, would not be held accountable for war crimes, but it would not be considered a systemic accountability throughout the organization, probably at an individual level, as opposed to Israel, which would be considered, the whole nation under the ICJ or the UN framework, because it is the occupier itself. So it's just proving that they look at them both differently, not dismissing them, just looking at them both differently.
Yeah, I mean, I don't dispute it. I'm reading this and it looks like an argument, like a legal argument, more than that's what's happened historically. But I think it's a valid argument, and I'm interested in learning more about it.
Yeah, you could look at Uganda and South Africa for historical legal precedents, but yeah.
Okay, thanks for sharing that. I'll read it.
So listen, when it comes to the number 80 judges, 330, which is in the Tanakh, book of Judges, 80 equals double generation of peace, punishment, cycle. Book of Exodus, Tanakh, and Talmud, Bavli, 80 equals age of Moses, symbol of strength and judgment. Mishnah.
Yeah, there's a lot of gematria. There's a lot of gematria science out on the internet, including from pure conspiracy theorists.
I'm not saying that it's connected to the 80-year curse. I'm just, putting it out there for you. There's also a lot of other verses that includes 80 in Jewish sources. For example, Genesis 6:3.
It's not really relevant.
That's not an idea. That's not an idea. That's what mainstream Judaism is what you're saying. It's like I've never heard of the 80-year curse.
I know for a fact that it's not a real thing.
I think it's okay to ground that the number 80 has been seen on repeat in the Old Testament and somehow seems to be auspicious, right? Now you could say perhaps it is superstitious. However, it's not that unlikely that the 80-year curse could very well be applied here, or at least used as an excuse for whatever, reason that, I think you could grant on that.
And so how would it serve their narrative? Because like you and I, Nargis, we're rational.
Whose narrative?
So you and I, we don't believe in curses, right? We believe in rational world and real life.
Yeah.
So how would it serve their narrative to pretend there's a curse? So when I talk to Zionists, they've never brought this up.
She's atheist? She's atheist?
No, but she's a cynic. She's a critical thinker.
Yeah.
I think there's a psychopath.
And I'm reasonable, and I don't believe in the Jew.
I love you, honest Jew. I fucking love you.
I appreciate it.
Look at this guy. I mean, perhaps they're gonna bring it up as an excuse. Okay.
I find it all day. I've never heard it, and I also engage with religious Jews. I've never heard it.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. But if at all, if it slips out, and even if the Palestinians are saying that they perhaps heard it somewhere, from whatever, an irrational crowd, a superstitious crowd. I mean,
perhaps
80 seems to be some sort of auspicious repetition that we do find, I think, in the Old Testament. Also,
whose narrative does it serve, though? Whose narrative does it serve?
Whoever's using it for their own, I guess.
It serves what's happening now.
Yeah, so you're
in
correct.
the next 2-3 years, we are in that 80-year time frame.
So it serves their Palestinian narrative.
It's not about serving, bro. It's a pattern that's happening.
I'm just saying, if it was useful for the Jewish cause, they would have used it.
Moss is not inspired, is what I'm
It's not
saying.
about serving.
Simply because it's appealing, right? Some narrative needs to be.
Who's it appealing to, though? If Jews could use it, they would, because they're like the Zionists will find any excuse to defend genocide.
I would think the Zionists are using it.
I've never heard it. I was talking to every fucking Zionist. I've heard every narrative. I've never heard this. And they say a lot of crazy shit. Like they come up with crazy excuses, and they would have come up with this if it would serve their narrative.
So what are they gonna say? Like the Zionists that you sit with, they're gonna say like in the next 2 years we're gonna face hardship. We might be exiled. We're
I mean, the time frame
like,
is
is that what you're expecting?
It's just weird that I've only heard it from my Palestinian friends and not from any Zionists.
whether time frame simply like is an excuse to exterminate, it's obviously serving some sort of purpose.
So,
right?
so the way I've heard it is that the reason, a lot of people think that Zionism is failing and that Hamas won in this battle because they're being isolated and they're getting recognized by all these countries. So there is a perception that the Hamas won, even among Zionists. They've lost this, at least the public relations war, the moral high ground, everything. They've ceded. So the only way it serves the narrative that Israel is losing, and now they're getting their due course. They're getting what they deserved. That's the narrative it serves. And so I think that the Zionists who are super defensive and pretend this massive failure is not happening, that doesn't serve them.
Yeah, for sure. It would serve a very small community of true, like, honest Zionists, I guess.
But I've never heard it from them, and I engage with them. These are my family members, you know?
Yeah, I just think it could be superstitious, perhaps.
Maybe just look it up. Like, you never
But
heard it
I
before.
think Abu was saying it's there. I thought it too.
I actually did when my friend brought it up. I called my friend and said, hey, have you heard of this? And I looked into it. I couldn't find any reference in the Torah.
I see.
So we're right now we're not saying that.
I speak Hebrew, I speak Aramaic, I've read the text in all the ancient scripts. There's nothing like that in the Torah.
So who just said that the 80-year curse?
There's all kinds of crazy shit on the internet. It's just not true, that's all.
Who said that the 80-year curse is in the Torah?
So it's not in Judaism. So I don't know where it came from, but it's not from the Jewish narrative. It's from a different narrative.
Do you think the Zionist state is in the book?
Possibly, I don't know. I haven't analyzed
No,
it.
it's not right now. Maybe later in the end times. So just like they're able to build a state, they're able to make up whatever bullshit that comes to their mind.
It's a narrative that sells.
I'm not saying they wouldn't. They sure would. They lie about all kinds of shit. I'm just saying they haven't.
But all I'm saying is, right? You gotta think outside the box, right? The state
I am, but they haven't used that lie yet. Maybe they will in the future, but they haven't yet.
So Jewish history does show recurring cycles when roughly 80-year spans of prosperity strengths are followed by hardship or exile, which fits the symbolic pattern drawn from, I think, this
What is this, Wikipedia?
Moses, age. Why does it matter?
Because I studied Judaism in depth, and this is not a real narrative.
I read it for you. You then go look.
From what? Provide a source. Provide an actual source.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter because you're claiming
This is a
Judaism
summary. This is a summary.
Of what?
This is a summary that combines everything that I mentioned earlier.
Then we need attribution. What's the summary from? Click on the attribution.
1 second. Let me give you the fucking verses, bro. Hold on 1 second.
Here, Rob, dude, Rob, right? You also studied the scripture. This is not a real thing. It's never happened.
We're not saying that it's in the fucking scripture, bro. It's not in the fucking scripture. The scripture doesn't talk about the 80-year curse.
But I also talked to Zionists and they say all kinds of crazy shit.
You know what? It's not there. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Bro, it doesn't exist. It's not there. The history doesn't say anything about it. It's made up by fucking Netanyahu. It's okay. Relax. Talk about something else. Go ahead.
But I want you to check out my link.
Yeah.
That has to do with Israeli Jews.
But I have heard it.
So they're Arab Jews, by the way. Israeli are Arab Jews, right? And some of them are from Iraq, some of them are from Palestine, some of them are from all over the place, but they're Arab Jews.
I see.
So it's an organization, and you check out that website that I posted.
Well, we have the Zionists in the audience. Come up if you've heard of this narrative.
I don't know. You wanna come up? I never heard about.
They've been talking a lot of shit in the comments. Come up if you heard of this narrative.
It doesn't mean it holds truth value. However, that it exists can be acknowledged, right? Even if it's amongst two people.
Maybe two people, but I haven't met those two people.
Yeah. So that's what I was saying.
It's true. Those two things could be true at the same time. It's possible that some one guy in that article believes this, but also, as someone who's very familiar with a lot of different Jewish subcultures, I haven't encountered.
True. I mean, most of the time, like even within other Abrahamics, there are things that we hardly find in its like primary scripture. However, like you'd have to serve purposes or just to make narratives, I don't know, to fulfill like selfish needs. I mean, this is all a possibility, right? I think I was just highlighting that.
Listen, I'm not excluding the possibility, of course not.
Yeah. Who you want?